The Cracked Altar, written by Timothy J.R. Raines, narrated by Deborah Balm. Chapter 1. Twigs snapped under Hinkle's bare feet as she hurried deeper into the woods. She felt uneasy, like she was being followed. She looked again over her shoulder to be sure the baronet's men weren't closing in behind her. Sunlight pierced the forest with golden rays. Tree trunks creaked softly in the coastal breeze. There was no one there. It was absurd to think they would follow her so far into the wild. But then her paranoia was not without cause. Dark bruises still coloured her back and arms from the last time she snuck out of the village. "It's for your own good," the constable had said as she yelped under the crack of his cane. He had caught her himself as she tried to sneak back through the gate and had little choice but to drag her by the arm to the baronet's manor. The baronet couldn't have been more pleased. He had her brought into his dining hall so he could eat while he watched the constable and 2 of his men give her the caning of her life. If they caught her again, they'd do worse to her than that. Since the spring, rumours had circulated the kingdom of funny things going on in the woods, primarily in the northeast, but more recent stories told of encounters further west. For safety, the Baronet of Sweetwater had forbidden anyone to leave the village palisade without an armed escort. Dead villains didn't pay taxes after all. Hinkle, however, was an exception to this rule. Not that she wasn't prohibited from leaving, but unlike the traders, berry pickers, trappers, hunters, and the woodcutters at the lumber mill, no militia were spared to go with her into the forest. It was because of her grandmother. Long ago, her grandmother and the baronet had made a deal. She didn't have to pay taxes and was allowed to live in the village. In return, she would only use her craft for peaceful means, would not meddle in the baronet's affairs, and, most importantly, would never do him harm. However, while their arrangement kept them from strangling each other in the streets, it did not dispel their mutual disdain for one another. Her grandmother never spoke of the reason for their feud, but she and the baronet hated each other. Unfortunately for Hinkle, it meant he hated her too. Despite this, Hinkle managed well enough brewing potions with her grandmother, who took them to sell at the big market in Amarell and other towns and villages along the way. However, in order to get the ingredients for the potions, she had to gather herbs in the forest. But since the baronet was vengeful as well as superstitious, and didn't, as he had porkishly droned with his mouth full of pudding, consider the collection of plants and herbs of magical properties to be an appropriate use of the Sweetwater militia, Hinkle had no choice but to sneak out of the village, or she and her grandmother would starve. Today her grandmother had asked only for a rowan stick and a basketful of mugwort. She had been requesting mugwort more and more frequently in the last couple of years, and Hinkle had even needed to replant it so as not to exhaust the source. Recently, it was about the only thing her grandmother asked her to bring back. She used it for lucid dreaming, drying it out and crushing it up with poppy seed pods in a mortar and pestle, and smoking it in her long whalebone pipe. Then she'd go up and sit on her bedroom windowsill and stare down towards the harbour as she floated off into some other dimension, often absorbed in that trance-like state for days or even weeks. And if Hinkle got a caning or got clapped in the stocks for a day or 2, well, that was her own fault for being stupid enough to let them catch her. Hinkle slumped to her knees in the damp foliage, plucked up the mugwort and stuffed into the basket. That done, she needed to find a rowan stick. There was a big rowan tree reaching over the road 1/2 mile south. When she got there, she set down the basket as she tried to decide the best way to climb up and how long it might take to whittle off one of the more suitable branches with her knife. Then she heard the clip-clop of a horse trotting. She ducked behind the tree. It was likely just a trader driving a cart into town. If they weren't from Sweetwater, they might not think anything of her alone out in the woods. But if it was a returning merchant, then they would know her by face and name and would be well aware of the baronet's rules. She thought again of the constable's cane, and what more severe penalty the baronet might devise for her not learning her lesson the first time. He might have the constable take off one of her fingers, or an ear. The horse came nearer, and she thought they might pass on by, but to her dismay she heard a deep-voiced man call out with a refinement of nobility. "Ho! Be someone there?" Her cheeks grew hot as she remembered that she'd left the basket. Oh, she wished he'd just continue on his way. The horse whinnied and she heard a thud and the sound of clinking metal as the rider dismounted. "Fear not," said the noble voice. "I mean you no harm. Be you boy or maiden?" Hinkle cursed under her breath. He knew she was there, and he was no village peon. Not just anyone rode around on a horse. It was possible he was a knight riding to a new post, or some other lord or nobleman. Ignoring a man of such stature was dangerous, and she cringed as she pulled a strand of her sun-bleached hair out of her face and stepped out from behind the tree. She saw at once he was not one to trifle with. First she saw the huge horse draped in a black caparison embroidered with white lions. It was a chestnut destrier, a gallant war-horse bred to thunder fearlessly into battle and trample lesser men to death beneath powerful, iron-shod hooves. Only a man of great consequence could dream to afford such a valuable ally and companion. A quartered black and white surcoat flowed down to the man's knees over a coat of mail. In one hand he carried a spear and a shining helm crowned with a black and white braid. In the other he held a tall black shield emblazoned with 3 white lions and a white chevron. His posture alone spoke of his high birth and breeding. He was a knight of chivalrous order, a feudal lord who managed his own estate and led a small private army. He was clean-shaven and handsome, but he looked rather serious. His eyes were set in a hard way that caused her to think he was somewhat severe, and he commanded a pervasive aura of authority that was more than a little intimidating. "Good morrow," he said with grace unparalleled. "I am Sir Gilkrist of Lothellae, Knight of Thaganil." She hadn't heard of him or of Lothellae, but Thaganil was a county south of Prinsaw. There were 7 counties and 3 duchies in the kingdom of Ecos, including the Samar Islands, which had only joined the kingdom 3 years prior. Each governing count or duke was a member of the royal peerage and had a retinue of knights and trained men who offered their service and allegiance in return for living on the land of their liege lord. Sir Gilchrist's liege was Count Ulrich Thagin, who lived on the west coast in the huge castle of Fort Nightingale. "Good day, sir," she stammered with a flustered curtsy, bashfully aware of her grass-stained apron and filthy bare feet. "I'm Hinkle, my lord." She was not often addressed by so genteel a man, and speaking to him made her nervous. "And what, pray tell, brings you out into the forest all alone?" he asked with some suspicion. That was it. She was finished. He was astounded that she had ventured out into the wood without armed men to protect her. He would promptly take her back to Sweetwater, back to the baronet, where, in very few words, he would express his disappointment in the village magistrate for allowing girls to wander through the forest at will when it was unsafe to do so. She could forget about another caning. For humiliating the baronet of Sweetwater in front of his peers, some poor sop would find her fish-mangled corpse washed up under the wharf all the way up in Amarel Harbour. But maybe, if she told him her side of the story, or at least her version of it, she could defer that bitter end. "I snuck out," she said. "You snuck out?" "Yes, my lord. I was gathering herbs for my grandmother. I know it's not safe, sir, but the baronet is so busy managing the rest of the village that I didn't dare bother him. He's prone to swooning when he's under stress. I didn't feel right to burden him with my troubles." "Ah." He paused for a moment, which caused her some anxiety, then continued. "You live with your grandmother, do you?" "Yes, my lord." "And what be your living?" "She's an apothecary, my lord, and I'm her apprentice. Hence the herbs, sir. We need 'em for medicines." He gestured curiously to the basket. "Mugwort," she said sheepishly. "It's to cure, Rheumatism. Rheumatism? Yes, my lord, for the baronet. You see, he gets bad aches in his joints when the weather's damp. Sometimes he's in so much pain he can't even lift himself out of bed. Her hand twitched nervously at her side. Your horse is very pretty, she said, diverting his attention to the noble beast. Yes, his name is Felagi, he said, affectionately handling the reins. He is a true and faithful steed. You may pet him if you like. She cautiously reached out her hand, half believing that the horse had somehow seen through her falsehoods and would bite off her fingers for speaking dishonestly to his master. But the beast merely lowered his head to accommodate her reach as she stroked his snout. True and faithful indeed, she said with a pretence of fondness, and very handsome. Girl, if you are finished here in the forest, I will escort you back to your home. I am certain you know there has been talk of foul things abode, and I dare not let tragedy befall a young maid such as yourself. Yes, if it pleases you, my lord. But you won't tell the baronet, will you, sir? I see no reason to bother him, said Sir Gilkrist. Not when he is so busy as you say. And if he does inquire after your whereabouts, I do not believe he would find my protection to be inadequate. No, my lord, of course he wouldn't. She laughed nervously, acutely aware that he was doing her a favour. The knight put his foot through the stirrup and swung himself up onto the great beast. He hung his helm by the chin-strap on the saddle pommel, then offered her his hand. Come, he said. You will ride with me back to the village. Chapter 2. Sir Gilkrist brought Hinkle to the gatehouse of the palisade wall that surrounded the village of Sweetwater, and the sentries on the battlements snapped to attention and saluted sharply behind spear and bow. For the baronet, the gatekeeper usually mumbled a not-so-heartfelt, "Ever so glad you've returned, sir," while the guards ignored him altogether. On a regular day they looked motley and coarse, slouching, unkempt, uncaring men in dented helms and dirty wool tunics. On that day, however, they stood straight and still as stone, eyes fixed ahead in unwavering gaze. Sir Gilkrist of Lothellae was the son of a full-fledged baron lord. The houses were vibrant colours of red and yellow and bright blue and green, cheerfully painted against a constant fog rolling in off the verdant sea. Masts poking up above the rooftops, and widows' walks flew flapping flags and salt-crusted sails. Sweetwater was a fishing village on the western coast of the kingdom of Écosse, and most who lived there were seafaring men. Sunburnt sailors and boys heaved bulging nets and traps off their boats onto the slippery docks, permeating the town with the gummy reek of fish in the sun, a fetid partner to the putrid piss-pots being poured into the effluent streets. Market vendors sold fresh bread and meat pies from marquee booths in the crowded square. Merchants and traders loaded rickety carts with their wares. Tack hammers and smithy anvils rang out over the braying work beasts and the bustle of busy villains. Haggard mothers scolded children and chattered idly with one another about the weather and the taxes and all the latest small-town gossip. There was a gasp or two as the townsfolk began to make their way for the night. They nodded and bowed, whispering to each other about what he was doing with a nobody like Hinkle, and what Hinkle was doing with him. Sir Gilkrist maintained the indifferent expression of noble self-assurance, far too elevated to be put out by their petty talk, or perhaps too aloof to even notice. She, however, could not evade the unwelcome notion that she would be the primary subject of village discussion for some time after, and that not a word of it would be likely to reach her own ears. That feeling of dread was further accentuated as they passed the baronet's house. Hinkle was worried she would see him peering through one of the tall mullioned windows in bewilderment as the doormen on the steps stomped to attention and presented arms for the night. She did not see him, fortunately, and after they passed the manor she directed Sir Gilkrist down a narrow dirt path. It was a pleasant part of town, with trees shading their path from behind a little rock fence. It was quiet, too, and the few people they passed nodded humbly, content to mind their own business. "This is me," she said as they came to the last cottage on the lane. The knight drew his steed to a halt and helped the girl down. "There you are," he said. "Be safe and farewell." He nodded goodbye, and Hinkle realised he was about to ride out of Sweetwater, and out of her life altogether, off to some faraway place of courts and castles and noble ladies who wore wimples and silk lace. The beatings, the stock, the scurvy, and near starvation in winter, everything would return to its usual misery. She hadn't even gotten the rowan branch. She wished she could ask him to come in for lunch, but what knight would stoop so low as to dine in her ramshackle hovel with her and her poultice-pushing grandmother? It would be impertinent to even invite him in, and she felt cheated as she watched him turn away. "Hinkle, where are your manners, girl?" Hinkle and Sir Gilkrist both looked to see a woman bustling toward them from the little garden patch beside the cottage. A faded shawl hung over her silver-streaked black hair. Her face was creased with age, and like Hinkle, her skin was dark and speckled from the sun. She had the same blue eyes as her too, but where Hinkle's eyes were clear and bright, the older woman's were clouded with guile and mischief. "Is that your grandmother?" asked the knight. "It is," she said, though somewhat reluctantly. "Nana, this is Sir Gilkrist of Lothellae." "Pleased to meet you, your lordship," said her grandmother with a curtsy. There was a degree of reverence in her voice that made Hinkle suspicious. "Sadie, sir. Sadie the, Apothecary?" "Apothecary, yes. Yes, we are. I'm Sadie the apothecary." "Well met, Sadie Apothecary," said Sir Gilkrist. "Hinkle mentioned you were the sort, and that she was your apprentice. I came upon her in the woods gathering herbs for your medicines, and saw fit to bring her home. Funny rumours about, you know." "That there are, sir, that there are. And I'm very glad you brought her back. Won't you come in for a bite to eat? Allow her granny to show her thanks." Hinkle shifted her eyes between the two of them. Her grandmother was definitely up to something, but of what she was unsure. What she did know was that her grandmother was playing one of Count Fagin's knights like a fiddle. If they were found out, it would likely be the gallows to pay, or worse. The knight began to politely decline, but Sadie interjected, aided by the convincing aroma wafting from the open window. "Are you sure you won't stay, my lord? I have a chowder on, and there be a fresh bread loaf cooling on the sill. That's what you're smelling," she said with a wink. "There's beer too." "Thank you for the offer," he replied, "but regrettably I must be on my—" "Nonsense!" Sadie crossed her arms and planted herself in front of the knight and his steed. "I did not slave away in that sweltering kitchen all morning just to eat alone with my silly granddaughter. Nay, I did not. Now, I invited you in for lunch, so you'd be wise to get down off that high horse of yours and come on inside. Unless, of course, you'd rather have a round of fisticuffs with a poor fisherman's widow. And let me tell you, sir," she told him as she rolled up her sleeve, "I throw a mean one. Ho-ho!" Hinkle gaped, half expecting Sir Gilkrist to cut off her grandmother's head for such insolence, but apparently he was just as surprised as she was. "Well, I suppose," he said uncertainly, "if you insist so strongly—" "Oh, why, thank you, my lord." She swooned again into another excessive curtsy, switching back to that suspicious reverence. "'Tis such an honour to have you with us, sir. Such an honour." Hinkle shrugged as Sir Gilkrist gave her an inquisitive look. What was her grandmother thinking? What was she scheming that she was so adamant about getting a noble knight into the house? And where did she get the money to buy ingredients for a chowder anyway? And beer? Her grandmother was definitely up to something. Sadie's hovel was indeed tiny, with just enough space for the brick stove and rickety stairs that loomed over the kitchen table. An abundance of dried herbs, flowers, warts and weeds was stuffed in jars or hung on pegs, or bound up in little tufts and crammed onto the shelf, making it look very much like the residence of an apothecary. Hinkle did notice, though, that the usual clutter of books had disappeared and that the table was conveniently set for 3. "Were you expecting me?" joked the knight, as he set his shield against the wall. "Oh, no, sir," Sadie replied sombrely. "We always set up that place, we do, in memory of Hinkle's late mother." It was a black lie. "Oh, I am sorry," said Sir Gilkrist with remorse. "It's all right," sighed Hinkle, playing along with the ruse. "I'm sure she wouldn't mind you sitting there." "But are you sure she really wouldn't mind?" "No," said Sadie. "My Meredith won't trouble you. Besides, I only got 3 spoons." "Very well. Please don't mind me," he said, glancing warily up at the rafters and touching his forehead, lips and heart as he cautiously slipped into the chair. The man was as superstitious as a sailor. Sadie shook her head. "Good then. We'll let my granddaughter serve you some of this chowder. Seafood chowder it is. You're lucky you came today when I actually managed to get hold of some clams and scallops from the market. That good-for-nothing baronet keeps on jacking up the price of the good seafood. Never you mind that this is a bloody fishing commune. You know, he's a real fat porker, he is too. No surprise there, though. He eats every single lobster that comes up out the ocean. Bah, a plague on him, I say. Stupid, lazy, fat son of a pox-riddled—" "Nana!" cried Hinkle. "Be civil." She tugged her on the sleeve and quietly murmured from the corner of her mouth, "That's enough about the baronet, Nana." She turned to bring the knight his steaming bowl. "Would you like some beer, my lord?" "Yes, thank you." "Nana? Keg's in the pantry. Give him your Uncle Fistrom's mug." Hinkle frowned as she accepted the ornate iron tankard from her grandmother. It wasn't exactly cool in the pantry, and she hoped Sir Gilkrist wouldn't mind drinking piss-warm beer. She returned with the frothing mug of ale and set it in front of him before removing her apron and taking her place at the table. "So, Knight of Thaganil," Sadie began as she joined them with a fresh loaf of bread, "what do you up here in Prince Hall County? If it wouldn't be too bold of us peasants in asking, that is. On some quest, I suppose?" "In a sense," said Sir Gilkrist. "I am investigating the disappearance of Princess Lemfina." "Oh, good heavens, you poor sod!" Hinkle kicked her grandmother under the table. "Nana, please," she whispered. "Remember who you're talking to." "Indeed," Sir Gilkrist warned. "It is no laughing matter. You should know the king takes the search for his half-sister quite seriously." "I'm sure he does, but you of all men must see that it's a fool's errand. You'll never find her. She up and vanished without a trace, so they say, and 3 years ago at that." "It is true," the knight admitted, "that the trail has gone quite cold. Not that there was ever much to go on. She was in her bedchamber, and then she was not. None of her waiting ladies nor any of the palace guards saw a thing. It's almost as if she suddenly just dematerialised. Spooky, isn't it?" Hinkle looked at her grandmother with suspicion, unsure whether she somehow actually knew something about the incident, or whether she was simply toying with him for fun. "Yes," said Sir Gilkrist. "However, the suicide of her father, nary but a week after, I cannot but infer that there was some connection." Sadie shrugged. "Perhaps he was overcome with grief," said Hinkle, "or somehow held himself responsible for her disappearance." "That is unlikely," Sir Gilkrist refuted. "He hated the princess as much as he hated her mother the queen. I'm sure you've heard the rumour." "About how they were having an argument and the queen accidentally fell out the window?" "Ha!" "Yes. But anyhow, I somewhat suspect that the more recent occurrences may have something to do with the princess, though it's hard to say what. I fear it may be a shot in the dark, but it's worth looking into at least." "Where will you go?" asked Hinkle. "To Oran first, to hear what tidings have come through the crossroads, then possibly to Colmire to confer with the Dowager Countess." Silence followed as they ate, and Hinkle saw the detached glaze pall her grandmother's eyes. She always had that look before she did it, that dreamlike, dazed expression. She had been right about the mugwort. That night, perhaps as soon as Sir Gilkrist left, even, her grandmother would plunge into the world of dreams, into the depths of oblivion, and who knew how long she'd stay there. But Sadie returned from her thoughts with a sleazy grin, a grin which loudly announced to Hinkle that whatever her grandmother had been plotting was about to become manifest. She leaned across the table towards the knight, grinning deviously, as if to whisper him some lecherous secret. She nodded in Hinkle's direction. "I'll let you have her for 6pence, my lord." Hinkle choked. "What?" gasped Sir Gilkrist. No, me lord, I didn't mean it like that. Of course, once she's yours, you can do whatever you want with her, you can. I meant take her to work for you is all." "Woman," he scoffed, "are you serious?" "I am, sir. She can cook your meals and sew and sing. I didn't see no squire waiting for you out there either, so I don't see why she couldn't pack up your horse and mind your things and what not. She ain't used to eating much. You only need feed her twice a day. She can be quite the conversationalist too if you're in the mood for company. 6pence, sir. 'Tis only 6pence. Hinkle was speechless. Her own grandmother was actually trying to sell her off like a pig at the market, and for half the price of one. She could hardly believe what she was hearing. But then she considered what working for Sir Gilkrist might be like. It was what she longed for, wasn't it? To finally leave Sweetwater behind, along with that vindictive baronet. She'd be well fed and kept warm in the winter, perhaps even in a castle. She wouldn't have to worry about getting caned for simple things she needed to do just to get by. Sir Gilkrist didn't seem too much like the angry, abusive sort, no worse than the baronet anyway. It might be for the best after all, even if her grandmother was trying to pawn her off. Then she felt a sting. "I absolutely refuse, as a knight and as a man. I cannot take an unmarried woman to be my maidservant as I travel alone and make camp by the roadside. That would be entirely inappropriate. Not to mention she is a tax-paying villain of Sweetwater. What would the baronet think if I just rode off with her without so much as a writ of notice?" "I can't wait to see the look on his fat pink face," Sadie cackled. "Oh!" "But you will not see it." "Not even for 5pence, me lord. 'Tis only 5pence. "No, I say." Hinkle had heard enough, and she stood up from her chair. "I'm going to stand outside and wait for you to finish haggling over which one of you gets stuck with me." "Sit down, girl," snapped Sadie, grabbing her arm and yanking her back to her seat with astonishing strength for a woman her age. "Truth is, sir," Sadie said with sudden grimness, "is that if she stays here, she won't make it through the winter. Girl's already behind in her taxes, she is, and that baronet's naught but a selfish wank. He could care less if she starves, so long as he gets what's owed him." Hinkle frowned. If she died, the baronet could never collect taxes from her again. He'd feed her from his own table before he'd let that happen. She decided not to mention it. "Now, I don't wish to grovel," Sadie continued with notable humility, "but I'll do what I must. I implore you, beg you, sir, as a knight of chivalry, please, take her away from here. Have mercy on a poor old wretch and her foolish granddaughter." "I am sorry," he said quietly, "but I have not the authority to bestow such mercy." Sadie slumped back in her chair and folded her arms in resolution. "I had a feeling it would come to this," she muttered. "Come to what?" To Hinkle's horror, her grandmother procured a tiny flask containing a murky green liquid and set it on the table as she announced, "I've poisoned the chowder." The colour drained from the knight's face. He dropped his spoon and recoiled from the table. "You've what?" he gasped. "No, Nana, you didn't," cried Hinkle. "Please tell me you didn't really poison him. Not actually." "Huh, not just him, child," Sadie said wryly. "Us too. We'll all be dead within the hour. Unless his lordship cooperates, that is." Sir Gilkrist drew his sword. "You vile hag," he seethed. "You intend to blackmail me." "I do, sir." "Then, on my honour, I shall run you through and see you thwarted." Go ahead if you want to throw your life away. Sir Gilkrist paced back and forth, pinching his brow. There is an antidote, he reasoned with growing desperation. You must have one ready, else your plan would not work. That is correct. Then I will find it. You can try. It's up there on the shelf there with all the other concoctions. Sir Gilkrist stared in dismay at the colourful plethora of unlabelled bottles. It was futile. He would never know which one was the antidote. Some of the potions there could be even deadlier to consume than the poison he had already ingested. Hinkle moaned. Nana, what have you done? Which one is it? He demanded. Are you ready to buy my granddaughter for sixpence? The knight bit his lip, clenched his fist, then relented. Yes, fine. I'll take her for a damn shilling if you give me the antidote. He cast a tarnished silver coin onto the table. Sadie gawked and greedily snatched up the coin. A whole shilling? Oh, bless you, lordship. Now, the anti-poison. Not so fast, my lord, said Sadie, holding up an objecting finger. I'll be needing your word of honour, I will. Sir Gilkrist breathed slowly through his nostrils. I give you my word as a knightly lord. I will take the girl as my maidservant on my travels. And you'll treat her kind and fair? I swear it. And you'll not harm me now or thereafter, my lord? By Ashieli's blood, I swear it. Now give me the antidote, woman. Hinkle's grandmother sent her a crooked grin. He swore it, she cackled deviously. Nana, he's done as you asked. Now show him the antidote, please. Her grandmother swatted her forehead. Idiot girl, she said. You think I would dare to poison one of the Count Thagin's knights? Ah, think again, child. What do you mean? Sir Gilkrist demanded. You have not poisoned us? No, sir, Sadie answered. But you just said... Hinkle hung her head and covered her face. Then what is this you have here? He asked, pointing to the flask on the table. 'Tis a grave and deadly poison. If I had put that in the chowder, we'd already be dead. You lied. You deceived me. I did, sir. But you also gave your word of honour and swore on Ashieli's own blood, my lord. Sir Gilkrist's face turned very red, and his sword rattled in his hand. At last he lowered his blade with an angry sigh. That I did, and I am bound. To Hinkle's amazement he turned to her, and with great reluctance spoke the words that would deliver her from her miserable existence. Maiden, from this day forth I am your lord and master. You will serve me diligently as I bid, and I will see that you lack none of life's necessities. I am your patron and your shield. Obey my word. Thank you, my lord, Hinkle meekly replied. I will obey you. Bah! Better run upstairs and get your things then. Not that you have much. I don't imagine his lordship will want to tarry round in this house much longer. Sir Gilkrist was already outside waiting by the fence when Hinkle came back down. She pulled on her blue hood and looked around the cottage with a sigh, wondering when or if she would ever return. In a mere instant her life had been completely altered. Her once bleak future was now filled with possibilities. But even still, it had been very sudden, and as exciting as it was, she was unprepared for such a drastic change. Now be good and do as you're told, said her grandmother. Queer times these are. You don't want to end up like that poor bugger the other week who had his arms pulled off, or like that silly fool who got her whole face... Nana, please. Right, well, come on then, say goodbye to your old Nana. Goodbye, Nana, said Hinkle, embracing her. Goodbye, child, said Sadie. Make sure you say hello to Kerstin for me. I will if I see her, she said with a frown, but we're not going that way. Right, well, tell her not to do anything I wouldn't do. That doesn't leave much to be avoided. I know, she said proudly. Off you go now. Don't want to keep his lordship waiting. Hinkle hurried to the gate as Sir Gilkrist mounted his steed. You're welcome to stop in again any time, Sir Knight, hollered Sadie. Any time. The knight glared at the old woman and swore under his breath as he started off down the lane. "Well, come along then, girl," he growled. Hinkle waved once more to her grandmother and briskly followed after him. Chapter 3. They stopped for the night in a pine glade near a trickling stream that ran silver and pink in the setting sun, and Hinkle sat on a bed of pine needles as she cooked supper in a pan over the fire. A cool breeze blew through the forest, and she pulled the grey wool blanket tighter around her shoulders and nudged closer to the flame. The heat was soothing to her bare calves and feet, toasting away the ache and fatigue of the day's travels. Servants did not ride with their masters, and Hinkle had walked the whole way on foot. She hoped Sir Gilkrist would buy her some shoes in Oran, but was afraid to ask him so soon after being taken into his service, especially considering the manner in which it had occurred. He had been furious all afternoon and had spoken little more than a word. But now that evening had come, and he had someone to make his fire and fix his dinner, he seemed more willing to accept the machinations of the day. Hinkle was certain, however, that he was still annoyed, not least of all because his pride had been affected. She must behave cordially in hopes that his temperament might further improve. Sir Gilkrist reclined against a log, engrossed in the pages of a thin leather-bound book. In one hand he held up a tiny pair of spectacles that made his eyes unnaturally large as they drifted across the text, causing him to look more like the bumbling friar who lived in the old stone chapel, rather than a feudal lord. A dragon or some winged creature was embossed on the front cover, and she cocked her head to see the title as she scooped his dinner onto a dented tin plate. The Quest of Crows. She had read it a number of times. It was a folk tale about a man's journey to find his wife after she had left him to count crows, the interpreting of the appearance of various numbers of birds as an omen. The man had sold his house and all his possessions in order to fund his travels, and had made many companions along the way, often helping the people he met and learning from their wisdom. After a year of wandering, he found his wife lying dead on the road with 6 crows pecking at her remains. He chased the birds away and carried her body into the woods to bury her. But while he was digging her grave, he unearthed a huge chest full of gold. The story said that he continued to walk the earth and share his new wealth with those in need, but was followed by a single crow wherever he went. It had long been debated whether or not it was the man who was a protagonist, or whether it was actually his wife. Despite her grandmother's assertions, Hinkle preferred the hero to be the affectionate husband who gave up everything he owned to find the woman he loved, rather than the morbid, augury-obsessed wife who left him. She was curious, however, to know what Sir Gilkrist thought of the tale. "What are you reading?" He continued to study the book for a moment before answering mindlessly, "Quest of Crows." "Oh, that." He nodded, his eyes still glued to the page. Hinkle stared at him and became increasingly unimpressed as the steaming plate she had put at his side continued to go unnoticed. But she didn't dare voice her opinion, and began instead to see to her own meagre helping of a stale biscuit and a mouldy piece of cheese. Sir Gilkrist squinted up from his glasses and snapped the book shut. "Girl, you better have more to eat than just that," he said. "What?" "Pardon. You will require sustenance for the journey ahead. You are now in the service of a knight after all. How do you think it would reflect upon me if I let my servants faint from malnourishment on the wayside? No, it would be most unfitting. Go on, fry yourself up some green beans and potatoes then, and a couple of strips of that venison." "Yes, sir," she said as she selected 2 beans and the smallest potato before slapping a single strip of meat into the sizzling pan. "Thank you, sir." He eyed her with dissatisfaction. "More than that, girl." Hinkle maintained the pretense of awkward humility, as she did as she was told, but in truth she was more than happy to stuff herself. And to have meat, too, twice in one day. Normally she only got it once a week if she was lucky, and even then it was usually some measly little fish that was mostly all bones with nothing on it. She decided that if Sir Gilkrist was going to make her eat meat every day, that she would gladly follow him anywhere he went, no matter how dangerous his adventures might prove. The knight smiled with approval as he took up his own supper and set down the book and spectacles, his visage returning once more to that of a gallant cavalier. "You say you have heard the tale of the Quest of Crows?" he asked. She nodded. "Yes, sir. There was an old bard who used to come sing it in the village," she lied. "That one and a couple of other stories. He died, though." "That is a shame," he said, "for there is much wisdom to be gleaned from the fables of old." Hinkle wondered what Sir Gilkrist would think if he knew that she was not only completely literate, but dabbled in witchcraft as well. Of course, she only practised white magic, and any spells she employed demanded power from her own life force to balance the power she had disturbed in the natural elements. Such magic was weak and costly, and it took time to recover from the smallest charm. It had never benefited her very much. Black magic, on the other hand, was far more potent, but much more dire. Those who practised the forbidden arts communed with evil spirits, subjecting themselves to unholy masters in return for the lease of their dark power. While white magic was frowned upon and might incur a small fine in some regions, this kind of sorcery was considered a much graver crime and was outlawed on pain of death. As far as Hinkle knew, her grandmother never practised black magic. However, while most of her potions were shams, the woman had demonstrated a suspicious degree of power on a number of occasions. The most impressive incident was long before Hinkle was born, when she was still young and unmarried. When a great storm had torn a merchant vessel asunder, Sadie appeared before the floundering crew, walking upon the turbulent waters of the verdant sea. Oh, what a sight her grandmother must have been to those poor drowning sailors, her flapping shawl and raven-black hair billowing in the tempest, her blue, virginal eyes serene and tranquil, her porcelain hand reaching down to deliver the doomed men from the violent waves of despair. She had saved them all, including a pudgy and ungracious little cabin boy, who later became the Baronet of Sweetwater. Not even he dared to incite the wrath of such a formidable character. Thus their arrangement was born. While most people knew better than to confront witches about their craft, Hinkle was concerned that Sir Gilkrist might be the exception. As a young noble growing up in his father's manor, and now as one of Count Fagin's knights, he would be accustomed to control. She was sure he would find it threatening that she was as involved in magic as she was, let alone if he actually caught her working spells and rites. Also, he did not take spiritual matters lightly. She had seen how unnerved he had been when he sat in her mother's chair. He was definitely superstitious, but she suspected he might be quite religious as well. Her thought was vindicated as he instructed her to bow her head while he muttered a prayer of thanksgiving for the meal and touched his forehead, lips, and heart. Hinkle herself had no concern for religion. Akos practised Moragism, and by law every citizen was required to attend the weekly service and observe all the holidays and religious festivals. Of course, her grandmother, who seemed to be the exception to just about every rule, had no use for any of it and never went at all, so Hinkle usually went to the chapel with the family of one of her friends. There she would hear the friar preach his homily and read the sacred scripts from the time of the ancient heroine Morag, and everyone would sing hymns and chant prayers to worship the god Ashili. Morag, too, who had only been a mortal woman, was subject to constant veneration. Statues and images depicting the mail-clad warrioress gazing confidently up at the heavens, or locked in combat with Selsubil, furnished every church, chapel, shrine, and cathedral in the kingdom. Long ago, after he formed the world, Ashili was said to have called all the spirits of the earth together in the very first gathering of the Esinti to see who was the wisest, who was the mightiest, and who was the most beautiful, so that he might grant them dominion over his new creation. But Lothellae, prince of the sun, seeing that he was truly fair among the Esinti, became proud and began to hold his young sister, Naidi, in contempt. Forgetting his place, he boldly approached the throne of Ashili and demanded that he be given authority over the sky, not only by day, but by night as well, which belonged to his sister. This angered Ashili, who cursed him for his arrogance and drove him from the realm of the Asinti. He cast him down upon the earth and gave the dominion of the sun over instead to the Lord of the Flame. It had been Ashili's intent that Lothellae should remain in exile only for a time, that he might learn the error of his ways and then return to the Asinti once more. But in his bitterness and sorrow, Lothellae began to hate Ashili and all that he had made. From the strife and malice, greed, envy, and pride in his heart, Lothellae forged his own creations in the shadows of the deep and dark, a host of foul princes to serve him, demonic lords and all manner of evil and wicked spirits, the Olkari. With his infernal legion, Lothellae wandered the earth, teaching men to lie and make war, inciting rebellion against Ashili and herding humanity towards destruction. When Ashili saw what Lothellae had done, his fury burned against him. He named him Selsubil, vowing eternal condemnation upon him and his followers. But Selsubil spat out many accusations against mankind, so that it seemed the whole earth would be damned forever with him. However, Ashili had foreseen this and had long devised a plan, in order that he might both spare the world and dispense true and proper justice. He went to meet with Selsubil in the forest of Kurban, and offered to forfeit his own life in place of men, to die on their behalf. Believing he had outsmarted Ashili, Selsubil eagerly agreed, and he and his followers bound Ashili and killed him with a silver spear. After hearing news of this, the young huntress Morag went into the forest to where Ashili lay dead and alone, and took the spear from his body and prepared him for the grave. But it was Selsubil who had been deceived, for Ashili was creator and master of all things, and even death was subject to obey him. No sooner had Morag buried his body in the earth than had Ashili appeared behind her alive and in good health. He sent her away with the silver spear to tell everyone she knew what had happened, and to prepare for a great battle against Selsubil and his forces. And so, by Ashili's command, Morag raised an army and set out to purge the earth of the Olkari, one by one, until at last she fought with Selsubil himself and slew him atop Mount Kolot. But with his final breath, Selsubil had dealt her a mortal blow, and the heroine perished even before she descended that unhallowed mountain. But Ashili had promised that she too would live again at his side, as he himself lived once more. It was for that hope that men and women kissed her graven image and drank sacred honey wine from a silver horn, the one part of the service Hinkle actually cared about. However, while the bodies of the Olkari had been destroyed and their souls sealed up and bound, they were not without power. Though they were only a pitiful shadow of what they once were, they still maintained influence within the spiritual realm through a lingering presence. It was through them that the forbidden art of black magic was brought into the world. They sold what power they had to men for acts of violence and evil. Men erected temples on the sites where Morag had destroyed their bodies and began to worship them. The punishment for such an act was death, and only the truly wicked would dare to pay homage to the Olkari. After his meal, Sir Gilkrist returned to studying his book through his spectacles, and Hinkle sat in front of the fire, mesmerised by the lapping red tongues and crackling coals as she continued to massage her aching feet. Occasionally she would look up at her master through the flames, hoping he would see her wince and realise she was in need of shoes, but he never returned her glance. Chapter 4. In the morning, Hinkle packed up camp and filled the skins in the stream, and after she had watered Sir Gilkrist's destrier, they set out along the road. It was early and the forest was shrouded with mist. The old cart track weaved through the groaning tree trunks, parting a sea of bluebells that swayed softly in the whispering wind. Birds chirped and sang in the branches above as the morning light graced the treetops. The damp wood path was cool beneath Hinkle's feet, and the hushing summer breeze stirred up the fresh fragrance of the forest. She plucked some of the bluebells from the roadside as she walked along. "Do you intend to make a medicine?" asked Sir Gilkrist, grinning. "I've heard bluebells are used in poultices to slow bleeding. It might prove convenient if I should become wounded in battle." Yes, my lord, I was going to, although I didn't bring a mortar and pestle, so I guess I can't after all." "Ah, well, perhaps they'll have mortar and pestles for sale in Oran if you'll remind me." "Yes, sir," Hinkle replied, wondering if she ought to remind him instead that she was still in her bare feet, and that the money would be better spent on a pair of shoes than on an apothecary grinder which she never planned to use. She had no intention of making medicines. That was for real apothecaries. However, if it came down to it, she believed herself to be capable of performing the task. She did know a thing or two about potions after all. Sir Gilkrist would be none the wiser. She decided, though, that while his mood was so light, she would indeed ask him about getting something to wear on her feet. "Sir Gilkrist?" He didn't answer and kept looking ahead as if he hadn't heard her. "Sir Gilkrist, I was wondering maybe that when we get to Oran, well, since I have to do so much walking—" He held up his hand. I'm sorry, my lord, forgive—" "Quiet," he snapped. She quickly realised it was not her requesting his charity that had offended him. Something was afoot in the forest. She watched his face, and as a faint breath of wind swept over them, she saw his eye catch something amid the bobbing bluebell tide. His lip curled as he reached for his helm, where it hung against his knee from the saddle pommel. "Girl, stay here." She nodded, and he rode ahead, coaxing his steed to a halt in the centre of the road. Then with great condescension he shouted out with noble authority, "I am Sir Gilkrist of Lothellae, Knight of Thaganil. Come out from whence you are hidden." The flowers rustled on either side of the road, and 8 men stood up from where they had been laying in the bluebells. Their faces were gaunt, unshaven and filthy, and they looked incredibly poor. They looked hungry too, hungry enough to resort to violence. Their aspect showed that it was indeed their intent. Several wore ill-fitting brigandine vests or rusty mail shirts over their farmers' smocks and tattered hosen. They brandished pitchforks, timber axes, cudgels, daggers. 2 of them aimed crossbows at the knight. However, as rough as they appeared, it was clear that they were ashamed and afraid. Hinkle recognised that desperate frustration and knew it well. For one reason or another, these men could not both keep the law and have full bellies at the same time. They had been forced into the position they were in now. They must either steal to survive, or lie down and die. Hinkle pitied them, but wondered how her master would deal with starving bandits. "You have in no doubt been lying in wait for travellers along the road," said Sir Gilkrist, "to take the hard-earned wages of honest men and the dignity of unprotected women. Speak now in your defence, for such crimes shall not go unanswered for." The thieves remained quiet. "Your silence condemns you. We shall do battle, but know this. Chivalry demands that as a knight I must grant mercy to those who seek it. If there are any of you who wish to throw down your weapons, I will allow you to flee in good faith, and I will merely report your presence to the village magistrate. But for those who would stand against me in defiance, by the blessed heroine, I will show you no quarter." At this, the highwaymen huddled together and conferred about what they would do. There was much anxious whispering and grunting and pointing at one another and looking up at the knight, and Hinkle wrinkled her nose as she watched them. There were 3 in disagreement with the others, who tossed their weapons on the ground and fled away into the woods. The 5 who remained faced the knight, and a pudgy man with a leather cap said, "We're sorry, my lord, but times is hard, and with all them refugees pouring in from over east and what not, we'd like to obey you. We're all good men, honest we is, but some of us got debts to pay, and you must have a farthing or 2. If it means anything, we promise not to hurt the girl if we win." He gulped and nervously tightened his grip on his weapon. "Forgive us, my lord." The knight shook his head. "Your ignorance astounds me. You are all dead men. The time for mercy has passed. Do not seek it, for you shall receive none." He pulled up his coif, jammed on his helm, and took up his shield. Falagi reared up with a wild whinny, and he hefted his spear above his head. Hinkle had seen men die before. In Sweetwater, the most she had witnessed was a boy losing a hand for stealing. But in the city of Amarel, there were hangings every so often, and her grandmother made sure they stopped by to see them if there was ever one taking place while they were there. However, there was something particularly sour about a superbly equipped mounted knight bearing down upon starving peasants, even if they were thieves. The spear sailed from Sir Gilkrist's hand, impaling the nearest criminal, and in the same swift movement, the knight reached for his sword and drew it in a flash, charging his mount into the others. They barely put up a fight, and he struck them down from high upon his steed. Hinkle realised as she watched him put them to the sword just how right the other 3 men were to flee in fear. This was not a righteous hero, bravely risking his life against savage and evil foes who outnumbered him. No, this was a royal emissary, ruthlessly administering judgment unto lowly subjects for their transgressions. This was the strong punishing the weak. When the last of the 4 men collapsed onto the road among his fallen comrades, Sir Gilkrist cast aside his dripping blade. He had killed all of them, all except one. A trembling youth pointed a crossbow at Sir Gilkrist with rattling hands. The knight dismounted slowly, crushing him all the while beneath his heavy gaze. He approached until the weapon pressed into his chest, and the boy gulped as he looked up at him with failing eyes. "Give that to me," he said, glaring down at him through the slit in his helm. The thief swallowed and reluctantly turned it over, like a child returning a cookie after taking one in disobedience. "You ought to have fled with the others." The youth breathed short, quick breaths as he steeled himself against his fate. But Hinkle hoped that it would not come to that. Her master would be humane. He would not execute a defeated, terrified, unarmed boy. He would be lenient, wouldn't he? He would let him go. Of course he would. Sir Gilkrist nodded in the direction the other bandits had fled. "Off you go, boy." Tears of joy formed in his eyes. "I thank you, lordship, thank you, sir." Hinkle sighed with relief as she watched him scramble away into the forest. Her master had kindly granted him quarter when he deserved none. Sir Gilkrist was not without mercy. Then he raised his crossbow to his shoulder. "Oh, don't!" The crossbow clacked, the hissing bolt sank into its target with a dull thwack, and the youth tumbled headfirst into the bluebells. He shot him in the back. He was running away, and he shot him in the back, and he had cut down the others so ruthlessly and with so little effort. Had he not said that chivalry demanded him to be merciful? "I am sorry you had to witness that," he said quietly. He turned to her, but as she stared at him in pallor, she found his usually intense eyes to be blank and distant. She tried to speak, but no words came, and she continued staring at him in silent fear. "Maiden," he continued calmly, "it is my oath and duty to protect the citizens of this kingdom. If it were not for my actions, they would have continued to assail passers-by and do harm to them. Men who have the effrontery to ignore the authority of the throne, who can know how foul their deeds must be. It is the rule of chivalry that I accommodate the weak. I know it is a difficult thing for a village girl to comprehend, but we, whose duty it is to defend those who cannot defend themselves, must slay men from all walks of life." "But you shot him in the back. He was running away." Tears burned her eyes. Sir Gilkrist wiped his blade with a cloth. "That I did, but I also softened his fate. Not all men have the courage to face death head-on." This was his mercy, striking swiftly before fear and realization set in. It was a harsh notion. But regardless of how she felt, Sir Gilkrist was her master now. She must obey his word. "Yes, my lord," she replied. "I am sorry to have questioned you." "Yes, well, never mind that," he said, mounting his steed. "Now, come, We must be getting on if we are to reach Oran by nightfall. Chapter 5. Oran was a large lumber village on the crossroads of the highway that went from Lake Ilsargil to the city of Allura, and the Royal Road, which began in Amarel and snaked east into Caragol. Originally, there had only been an inn to put up travellers for the night, but the frequent patrons had generated good revenue, and while the village was only half the size of Sweetwater, it had developed a moderate population. The inn, which was named the Goblin of Oran, was the main attraction of the community and was visited by travellers from all over the kingdom of every vocation and standing. Even King Vashian was known to be fond of staying there. Hinkle had only been to the Goblin twice in her life, once when she was 7 and had been taken along with a trade caravan to Sweetwater to live with her grandmother after her mother died, and more recently when she and her grandmother went to visit her Aunt Kerstin. She had been 12 that time and had danced with a local boy and promised to let him kiss her when she saw him on the return journey, but her grandmother had found a reason to take the long way home and travel back through the north instead. She hoped she wouldn't have an awkward run-in with him while they stayed there this time. It was dark by the time they arrived, but the moon was full and bright, and tiny flames flickered from the lampposts. Their soft glow spread upon the road, illuminating the way through the clusters of houses and shops scattered among the forest glade. The men had since left their axes and workbenches and gone home to their families. Smoke seeped from stone chimneys, and the occasional shout or burst of laughter came from beyond the flickering orange windows. Hinkle followed Sir Gilkrist to the stable and left Falagi in the hands of a stalky boy with an unwashed face who was very excited about caring for the warhorse of a knight. It was not a stone's throw from the tavern, and as Sir Gilkrist left instructions for the stable boy, Hinkle looked at the big sign over the door of a little green imp in a loincloth, spilling his beer as he danced with glee on spindly legs. "Do you often stay at the Goblin?" Hinkle asked as she shouldered Sir Gilkrist's belongings. She had done her best to suppress her feelings about the morning's encounter, and was intent on being amiable, lest she affect her master's mood for the worst. "No," said the knight. "Never. You have, though, I trust." "Yes, but not for several years," she replied. "Not since the last time Nana and I saw Kerstin." "And who is she? I heard your grandmother mention her name at our leaving." "She's my aunt." "Is she an apothecary as well?" Kerstin was Sadie's youngest and only surviving child, and Hinkle had only ever met her twice in her life. The first instance had been at the Sisters of Guarded Virtue Priory School, where Kerstin had been raised until she reached the age of majority. She was no novice nun, as Hinkle's mother had been. Their visit to the Sisters of Guarded Virtue made it clear that Kerstin's upbringing in the convent had left a bitter taste in her mouth for Ashili, religion, and all forms of abbesses, prioresses, and mother superiors. Hinkle and her grandmother had caused a fuss by showing up unexpectedly. Kerstin had just been locked up in a dark cell no larger than a coffin and was supposed to have stayed in there for 3 days as punishment for her issues with authority, not be out receiving guests in the garden. It had become evident throughout the course of the afternoon that Kerstin was causing a fair deal of trouble within the abbey walls. One of the senior sisters even informed them in private that more than one of the junior novices was terrified of having her throat cut in her sleep, and also that Kerstin had somehow managed to take up the most impious habit of smoking. Hinkle had only been 8 years old at the time and had never understood why her aunt had been brought up in the custody of the church when she still had a living parent. She had inquired about it once before, only to receive a beating so severe that even the baronet remarked at her grandmother's excess when he saw her limping through the street. Needless to say, she hadn't brought it up again, and it remained a secret to that day. The last time she had seen Kerstin had been only several years earlier, after Kerstin had moved to Klomm for work. It seemed that whatever she had arranged with her mysterious employer had first been negotiated with the church, For even though she had been 19 years old, she lived in an unused parsonage at the church's expense and was constantly monitored by a quiet but zealous monastic warden named Bardas. By then her aunt had become even more wild and headstrong, doing only as she saw fit without the slightest care for anyone else, except for her lover, Seneschal Fingal, whom she practically worshipped. Seneschal was the highest appointment that could be attained by one of lesser nobility, and even the knights of Klomm were subject to his command. How the Seneschal of Klomm had ended up in love with Kerstin was a great mystery. He was a widower and was well beyond twice her age. Hinkle was not entirely convinced that magic had not intervened to arrange the eccentric affair. Kerstin was not someone she imagined Sir Gilkrist would approve of. "She's kind and pleasant and works hard to better the condition of the poor and the sick. She isn't an apothecary, though. She's in the Order of Sacred Virgins." "Truly? Why, your family must be very proud to have a chaste and virtuous woman counted among their kin. Has she taken a vow of poverty as well? To which abbey does she belong? If it proves to be along the way, I will make sure that we visit her and have her pray for our travels." "She's at Harrowing Heart, if you've heard of it, my lord. It's away up in the Bazak Mountains, half a day south of Poole." It was far out of their way, and she hoped they would never go there. It wasn't entirely untrue, since Kerstin had been at an abbey before, but she should have known better than to say she was part of the church when Sir Gilkrist had an obvious interest in religion. At least, if her aunt ever found out, she'd have a good laugh. No one who knew her at all would ever believe she belonged to a convent, let alone describe her as a chaste and virtuous woman. "Poole?" the knight repeated coldly. "No, we'll not be going there." They stepped onto the porch of the Goblin as a plump man with a red nose stumbled out through the door. He swaggered haphazardly between them, muttering an inebriated, "Excuse me, sir and miss," and teetered down the lane into the night. Hinkle's mouth started watering as the swinging tavern door fanned out the smell of summer beer and roasting meat, and the clamber of jolly evening song. In the middle of the floor, past the merry throng of dancing men and women clapping their hands and stomping their feet, an immense quarter of beef turned on a spit over a blazing fire, sizzling and crackling as the fat dripped into the open flame. Hinkle eyed it hungrily as she followed the knight to the counter. As Sir Gilkrist arranged for their stay, Hinkle stood on her toes and strained to watch the minstrels over the crowd. The two bards were a skinny, freckle-faced boy who sang as high and clear as a woman, and a girl who played the harp. They had finished their rowdy ballad and began a slow, tragic verse about two young lovers who had been turned into trolls by a jealous wood sprite. Just as the song ended, Hinkle felt Sir Gilkrist's mail-gloved hand on her shoulder. "Maiden," said he, "let us see to the room and return to sup." She nodded absently and followed him up the stairs, looking behind her as the bards struck up their next tune. The second floor was a dim hall lined with bedroom doors. The candles on the wall had been neglected, and white beads of wax oozed over the brass holders and dripped onto the floor. Sir Gilkrist squinted in the dim light as he held up the key the innkeeper had given him and tried to make out the room number on the wooden toggle tied to the end of it. "Sheely's Tears," he cried. "Of course the last room is the 13th one. I knew that innkeeper was reluctant to give it to me. I should have foreseen this. A plague on our rotten luck." Hinkle blinked. In her study of magic, she had learned all about the number 13. Its significance was derived from the lunar calendar. Long ago, the Morrigan Church had tried to reconcile its monthly calendar to the lunar cycle, so that the same day of each month would correspond to a full moon. However, there were 13 full moons in one year and only 12 months, causing a headache for the monks who tried to implement this change, and the number 13 became infamous for being an inconvenient number. Heretics and apostates sometimes used the number as a symbol of defiance against Moragism, but only the truly ignorant feared it in superstition. However, her master was clearly distraught, and something had to be done to appease him. The bags were starting to get heavy. Just switch the 3 and the 1, my lord. The numbers are only tagged on. Then it'll be room 31, not 13. You'll be doing everyone a favour, sir. Sir Gilkrist stared at her. Just switch the 3 and the 1, he repeated in amazement. Obvious remedy. Are Sheely's teeth such a simple thing it is to fool the fates? Of course, it would take a simple maid to see such a simple thing. Girl, you are proving your worth indeed. Hinkle frowned. There, he said as he removed the wooden numbers and pinned them back on the door in their new order. That should suffice to deceive the foul sprites. He unlocked it and held it open for her. Hinkle wrinkled her nose. The moth-eaten curtains and pair of mice scurrying under the bed away from the light, and the film of dust draped over the entire room were evidence that neither maid nor visitor had entered the chamber for a very long time. A thick grey poof rose up into the air as she dumped the bags on the floor. Clearly, Sir Gilkrist was not the only superstitious one. Well, open the window, she said, sensing her master's acute disgust with his sleeping situation. And have the innkeeper send up a servant with a broom and new linens for your bed. Yes, he said. It seems this room has not been prepared for guests. Have them know. Downstairs, Sir Gilkrist assumed his place at an empty table, while Hinkle spoke to the innkeeper at the counter, deliberately referring to the room as number 31, as well as making a notable mention of His Noble Lordship's great displeasure. The barkeep nodded understandingly and bellowed a few harsh words at the help, and Hinkle watched contentedly as 2 girls scampered up to the chamber with mop, broom and bucket, and the finest pressed cotton sheets in the goblin. As she joined her master and the barmaid came and Sir Gilkrist dictated what their meal would consist of, Hinkle noticed the knight's silver ring for the first time. He had removed his mail mitts and was fidgeting absently with it as he studied the tavern surroundings, twisting it back and forth on his finger. The gaping jaw of a feral beast engulfed the knuckle of his finger with menacing fangs. At first she thought it was a lion like the one on the standard of Lothellae, but she saw that it was not. More likely it was a panther or a tiger from the far south. Its emerald eyes glared savagely at her from his hand, and she wondered if it had some meaning. It seemed awfully familiar. There was something written on it as well, but she couldn't quite make out what it was from that angle. The barmaid left, and Hinkle was about to ask him what it said, but found he was looking at another knight who had just come in the door. "Do you know him, my lord?" she asked. "I cannot be certain," he replied, straining to see. "He just turned his head. Now that woman's in the way. His quartered cream and cyan surcoat shows him to be a knight of Ilsargil, to be sure, but I cannot make out the crest of arms on his breast. What is his standard? Can you see it?" "A black lance, sir," she said, "with a dark blue serpent coiled around it." "Why, that is the seal of Turth. I know him indeed." He stood up from his chair. "He is a friend of my father's. Ho, Sir Cranmer!" The middle-aged knight whirled around upon hearing his name. Grey hair curled down over his shoulders, and his bangs were cut straight across his brow. His moustache drooped down past his chin, and he looked the odd combination of aristocracy and tavern brawler. He swaggered over with his arms spread to embrace her master, his bright eyes agleam with friendliness and truth. "Sir Gilkrist of Lothellae," cried the older man, pulling the younger knight against his chest. "What do you here, my boy?" "I am on my way to the Countess of Colmire. Have you gotten a room yet? I think they have no more, I'm afraid." "Oh, we've been here since yesterday," said Sir Cranmer. "But tomorrow I am going to Catherhus. I believe you've met Walgwa before." "That I have," answered Sir Gilkrist, turning to greet a scruffy foreigner in a grey wool jerkin and dark shirt and breeches. He was not very handsome, but was good-looking in a rugged sort of way, possibly the watchful, quiet type who preferred to be off alone in the wild or at sea. He was clearly a member of the lower class, likely, if not surely, Sir Cranmer's foot soldier. However, in addition to the archer's thumb ring and bracer and dagger in his belt, he also wore a narrow sabre at his hip, a strange thing for a peasant to have in his possession. "What ho!" exclaimed Sir Cranmer, interrupting the girl's thoughts. "Sir Gilkrist, who is this young thing at your board?" "My new servant girl. She's from Sweetwater. Hinkle, this is Sir Cranmer of Turth." "Pleased to meet your lordship," said Hinkle with a curtsy. Sir Cranmer nodded. "And this is his man Walgwa, a mercenary from the Samar Islands who fought with us to liberate his people from Kodzi rule." "Pleased to meet you." "And yourself. Now, you say you ride to the shrine of Cathahus?" "Indeed," said Sir Cranmer, and he and his mercenary joined them at their table. "Strange things going on these last few months. All these refugees pouring in across the border from Caragol. So many they've had to turn them back. The Duchess has sent me to learn what I may of where it might all stem, so I go to seek guidance from the heroine to learn where I ought to begin my quest." "A wise plan. Speaking of which, did you have any trouble along the way? Lady Mildred has always been harsh with robbers in Il-Sagil, but I hear folks have had the odd run-in over your parts." Hinkle watched Sir Gilkrist slide his bread knife into the warm butter and was besotted with the memory of the morning's encounter. "Nothing worth mentioning," he replied without conviction. Hinkle's stomach twisted into a knot. She saw him once again raising the crossbow to his fleeing prey and remorselessly shooting a bolt square through the boy's shoulders. Nothing worth mentioning. The barmaids brought their meal to the board and filled their goblets with ale. The prayer was said by Sir Cranmer, and Hinkle dutifully followed suit as he and the other two men touched their foreheads, lips, and hearts. The two knights then proceeded to talk of tournaments, ladies, castles, and kingdoms, frequently mentioning the campaign in Kodzia. Occasionally they referred to Walgwa to recall a specific detail concerning his homeland, but for the most part he and Hinkle were ignored. Fortunately, the knights were so engrossed in their conversation that neither of them noticed the barmaid had filled Hinkle's goblet for the 5th time. The ale tingled warmly in Hinkle's cheeks and gave her a sleepy grin. She was feeling extra cheerful and was enjoying her new life as Sir Gilkrist's maidservant. However, even in her foggy mind, she gradually became aware as the knights chattered on that for all their discussion of Kodzia and the so-called liberation of the Samar Islands, they had not mentioned the most famous event of the whole campaign, the turning point of the war. "My lords," she interjected, no longer able to discern that she was crossing a line, "were either of you in the Battle of Murwa?" Both men stiffened and went silent, and even Walgwa, who had said practically nothing all night, suddenly seemed very quiet. Sir Gilkrist in particular was very tense. "Those who were choose not to speak of it," said Sir Cranmer uneasily, with a glance at her master. "I'm sorry," she quickly apologised. "Sir, if you have no need of me, I'll go check the room to make sure they did a good enough job, sir, and then go to sleep, sir. With your permission, I mean." "Yes," said Sir Gilkrist, "you may go." Hinkle stood up a little too quickly and threw out her arm for balance, almost striking another patron in the back of the head as she hurried for the stairs. She had just seen the dullness again in Sir Gilkrist's eyes, the same dullness she'd seen earlier that morning. Chapter 6. The restless night spent sleeping on the floor in the hall proved far less comfortable than camping outdoors, and Hinkle woke up much earlier than she would have liked, stiff, sore, and worried Sir Gilkrist was upset with her. To her relief, he rose in a glorious mood, eager to start the day, hastily washing his face and hands before racing downstairs for breakfast. It became apparent, as Sir Cranmer and Walgwa joined them, that at some point during the night her master had decided to alter his plans. He intended to join his companion in visiting the shrine of Cathahus. She was unsure why, but the change made her feel uneasy. They resumed their journey through the forest without delay, and by late afternoon the woods grew thinner and eventually came to an end. Through the trees was an endless green field and the open sky, the plains of Allan County. There was a moss-covered stone well beside the road just before the edge of the woods. On the edge of the well, a stone morag peered down into the water as two faceless beings led her by the hands. Sir Gilkrist dismounted. There was a tarnished silver ladle chained to the base of the well. He dipped it in the water and sipped from the bowl, then sank to his knees as the others did the same. Hinkle hoped as she drank from the ladle that they wouldn't have to pray for a long time. "O blessed heroine," Sir Gilkrist began, touching his forehead, lips, and heart, "we give pause in our travels to reflect upon the cause of thy holy mission. As we follow after the example which thou hast set before us, we urge thee to reveal unto us the course by which we might fulfil our righteous quest, so that as thou, we might drive evil from the world. In Achilles' hallowed name, hear our prayer. Bless and guide us, we beseech thee." After kneeling for some time in the pretence of meditation, Hinkle opened her eyes and looked around. Walgor remained completely still beside her, his eyes shut respectfully, with his head bowed and his hands folded under his chin. The two knights were much the same and showed no sign that they would be finished any time soon. Apparently, they really were going to pray until one of them received a name or some kind of sign. Hinkle sighed. They were going to be there for a long time. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops, and she listened to the quiet creak of the swaying branches. It trailed off, and the air in the forest became hot and stifling. A bead of sweat trickled down her spine, and she was relieved to feel the breeze pick up again, this time blowing from the west. There was a quiet tinkle on the wind, like the faint chime of a tiny bell. She could barely hear it, and she wondered if she wasn't imagining it. The bell jingled again. She glanced at the men, who didn't seem to notice. Someone had probably hung a wind chime somewhere. She resumed her pretence of prayer, and the smell of smoke reminded her it would soon be time for supper. Her stomach growled as she considered what she might make. Sir Gilkrist had sent her to pick up a few loaves of bread along with a sack of oats and some carrots, but Sir Cranmer had brought along several pounds of salted boar. She hoped they'd want her to roast it up that night, and there were still some green beans and potatoes left. A firefly caught her eye. The orange spark floated by her head, wafting between the knights and drifting toward the well. Then slowly it descended into the sacred water, where it was extinguished with a hiss. Something about the well had changed. She wasn't sure what, but she knew something about it was different. Something was out of place. A chill ran through her body, and the hair on the back of her neck stood on end. She saw what alteration had taken place. Where only a second earlier the stone idol of the heroine had been smiling placidly as she gazed into the well, the face of Morag was now contorted into a hateful grimace. Before she could question whether or not her own eyes had deceived her, Hinkle felt a wave of intense heat against her back. A crackling snap in the trees behind her made her whip around. The entire forest was engulfed in flames. "Sir Gilkrist!" But neither he nor the two others made any sign of acknowledgement. "Sir Gilkrist, there's a fire! Sir Gilkrist!" She shook him by the shoulders, but his hands remained pressed together and his eyes stayed shut in reverent contemplation. She stared up in horror at the towering wall of flame, then at the destriers tethered to a low branch. They reared up, neighing in terror. Verladji's caparison was on fire, and the beast shook its head as he pulled away from the reins. She scrambled to free the horses, continuing to shriek at the three men as the sweltering heat blasted her face and arms. She untangled the reins and threw her arms over her head as the horses bolted past her into the woods. "Sir Gilkrist!" she wheezed, but the smoke was now too thick. She could barely see him through the billowing red haze, but as she choked and sputtered, the wind blew some of the smoke away. She saw she was no longer in the forest. She was standing in a cobblestone street. Houses, not trees, were on fire. "Come on, darlings," someone sobbed, and she turned to see a woman and her 3 children dash out of their blazing home. Then she heard the thunder of many galloping hooves and an angry whinny. Screams rang out behind her, and Hinkle whirled around to see a crowd of people rushing towards her away from a squadron of charging horsemen. They blew past her, knocked against her, she had no choice but to run along with them. As she pushed her way through the desperate crowd, her ears were full of shrieking men and women and the click and clang of steel. But over the carnage she heard laughter. "Kill them! Kill them! Kill them!" She looked back over the fleeing mob and saw a young knight riding at the head of the slaughter, laughing ecstatically as he trampled men and women to death. His bone-white hair fluttered on the burning wind. His sabre flashed in the firelight. His thirsty eyes flared with a dark and insatiable lust as he and his horsemen rode down the panicking flock of citizens like a tidal wave. "No!" she cried, struggling to push ahead and get away, but there were too many people pressed together. He was practically on top of her. His black horse reared up, and as those deadly hooves bore down to crush her skull, Hinkle let out one last frantic scream. "Girl, wake up! Wake up, I say!" Hinkle snapped her eyes open. What?" "How dare you fall asleep during prayer? I am appalled by your lack of discipline and reverence." Behind him, Sir Cranmer irritably glanced at her with disapproval. "I'm sorry, sir," said Hinkle. She was still reeling with confusion and wasn't sure what had just happened. It was a vision, it must have been. She should tell him at once. But how? She glanced at the statue of Morag on the well. She was peering down into the water with the same placid look as before. It would sound absurd. Surely he would beat her for telling tall tales. Then the moment passed her by. "Never mind," said her master. "We were about to draw straws." "Straws, sir?" "Yes, straws. Each of us, and that includes you, will say a place that is on our heart. Then we will pick straws to see where we should quest." "I will draw last," said Sir Cranmer, plucking 4 blades of grass from the base of the well. "Speak your place." Sir Gilkrist closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then said with uneasy resignation, "Pool." The old knight then turned to the mercenary. "Walgwa." "Klomm, my lord," said the Samaran in his island accent, "to the eastern border." The 2 knights murmured in agreement, then Sir Cranmer held the straws out to her. She stammered, trying to think of an intelligent answer. She was rattled by her strange encounter. Of all the places she could have chosen, the only location she could think of was the one place she thought it best to avoid. "City Klomm," she said, regretting her choice as soon as the words tumbled off her tongue. "And I say Allure," said Sir Cranmer, "the palace of Lady Camilla. Now let us draw in the same order." Sir Gilkrist seemed relieved as he drew a long blade of grass from Sir Cranmer's fist. Walgwa seemed indifferent as he drew the same lot. Hinkle's heart pounded as she reached for the last 2, hoping it wouldn't be her. She plucked a green blade and slid it from Sir Cranmer's hand. It was the short straw. "The heroine has spoken," said Sir Cranmer, holding up the last blade. "To Klomm it be." He frowned, and Hinkle felt a wet tickle in her nose. She shot up her hand as blood streamed over her lower lip and dripped onto the skirt of her dress. Her nose was bleeding. "Sorry, my lord," she said nasally as she pinched her nostrils. Sir Gilkrist sighed. "No, girl, the fault be mine. I can see I have been marching you too far in the day when you are not yet used to travelling. Come, you will ride with me until we make camp for the night." Clamping her fingers over her nose, Hinkle followed her master to his steed and let him help her up onto the noble mount. "Come, then," said Sir Cranmer, as she slid her arm around Sir Gilkrist's waist. "Let us quit this sacred place while there is still light to ride by." Chapter 7. They rode east towards the blue peaks that carved out the border between the kingdoms of Akos and Caragol. The cool air swept over Hinkle's face and arms, and her hair fluttered behind her. She was not used to riding a horse, and after an hour of thundering over the open plain, she was dreadfully sore between the legs. But what bothered her more than the destrier's cadence was the pit forming in her stomach. She was worried about what she had seen in her vision. She felt a looming sense of obligation, and she was anxious to pass the responsibility on to someone else. She glanced over her shoulder at Wolgor, who ran tirelessly on foot behind the 2 galloping coursers. His one hand gripped the hilt of his scimitar, while the other held steady the long leather pouch that she knew contained his unstrung bow and quiver of arrows. She wondered if he would be understanding if she told him about her vision. But then, there was nothing he could do. He could only tell Sir Cranmer, who would inevitably tell Sir Gilkrist, who would be furious she had withheld it from him, if he even believed her. He'd probably just beat her for telling tales. It would be another week before they reached the valley city of Klomm, and like every urban centre in Écosse, there was a church or chapel on nearly every street corner. She could even go to the big cathedral that oversaw all the parishes in the whole duchy. There she would be able to tell a priest about her vision, and if he deemed it such a serious matter, not that she believed anything to do with herself would ever be so important, he could pass her story on to the bishop. By then the whole ordeal would be far away from her, and even if it did get back to Sir Gilkrist, she could count on him being more than willing to listen to the Moragine church. There, she had her course of action. She could relax. She did expect, though, that Kerstin would be interested in hearing about her vision, but as much as Hinkle welcomed the idea of meeting her aunt, she did not welcome the idea of Sir Gilkrist making her acquaintance. Kerstin was not one for pretences, and the lie Hinkle told about her would be quickly brought to light. No, the more the concept became a possibility, the more imperative it became that the 2 of them must never come into contact with one another. She would have to do her best to avoid her aunt altogether. Besides, Kerstin's method for addressing the matter would not likely be one with which Hinkle would wish to be associated. She would be far better off telling her tale to a priest and not seeing Kerstin at all if she could manage it. When night fell, the knights made camp at the foot of a grassy knoll. Hinkle was sore from the ride and was exhausted with worry. After she had fixed supper for the men and eaten, she curled up in her blanket and went fast asleep, while the knights stayed up drinking ale by the campfire, and Wolgor fed and watered their horses. Hinkle woke with the pain of tiny needles stabbing into her palm and fingers. She winced, opening and clenching her fist until the feeling dissipated. The horseman had trampled her again in her dream, and her heart was still racing as she sat upright. Sir Gilkrist was awake. He was hunched over by the fire with his blanket draped over his shoulders, staring into the flame with a grim expression, slowly twisting his naked sword back and forth into the ground, as if he was tormenting a wounded foe. The amber glow cast wild shadows on his face that made him even more intimidating. He looked more like a malevolent warden, guarding innocent captives rather than a gallant knight keeping watch over his sleeping companions. "Sir Gilkrist, sorry, I just need the latrine." "You may go." "Sorry," she whispered again as she climbed out of bed, unsure of just what it was she was apologising for. She felt a sense of relief as she scrambled into the cool night air, away from the heavy presence of her master. The grass was cold and damp, and the moon and stars glimmered in the deep blue sky. She ventured further than necessary, taking advantage of the moment to be by herself. She kept walking out into the plain until the fire was just a tiny spark at her back, unable to look away from that starlit sky as she squatted alone in the open field. Hinkle rarely thought about Ashili, and she did not imagine he ever thought about her either. She had often prayed to him when she was younger, but it had never done any good. He had never listened, never cared. She had still been sick and starving all her life. She still nearly froze to death every winter. She had still been beaten regularly by the baronet and his men for no good reason, and she had still been left alone all the time to fend for herself while her grandmother was strung out on mugwort. And even though she had sobbed hundreds and hundreds of tearful prayers and had put the last few farthings she had into the parish offering box, her mother had still died. Now Hinkle no longer bothered. She mouthed the prayers in vain when she went to church to keep up the appearance, but there was no point in praying to a god that didn't seem to even know she existed. The village friar was always preaching about how Ashili was loving and tender and cared dearly for all living things, making the sun to shine its warmth in the day, providing nuts and worms for even the smallest creatures to be fed, and bringing spring at the end of winter. Ashili was a god of beauty and truth, the father of life. But Hinkle wasn't sure what that was supposed to mean. Her own father had never even shown his face. He hadn't been interested in meeting her. Hinkle wondered if that was how Ashili was. Perhaps he made the world and then left it on its own. Maybe the earth was a bastard like her, that Ashili didn't care about. That would explain why there was so much wrong with it, so much evil and sadness. Her thoughts turned back to what she had seen at the shrine. She still couldn't figure out what to make of it. Why would something like that happen to someone as insignificant as her? What was she supposed to do? What good was it if she didn't know what any of it meant? It had done nothing but upset her. Why hadn't it happened to someone else, someone more important like Sir Cranmer or Sir Gilkrist? They would probably know what to do. Now she couldn't even tell them. She hugged her legs and buried her face between her knees. "Ashili," she whispered, "I don't know if you're there, or if you even care at all, but I had a vision this afternoon. I don't know what it means or where it came from, or what I'm supposed to do. I'm afraid, and I don't understand. If you could please—" She paused, unsure of exactly what it was she wanted to say. "If you could please give me a sign," she decided. "Something, anything to let me know everything will be all right, or that you're even listening." She looked up at the moon and stars, watching doubtfully for some kind of reply. Perhaps a quiet peal of thunder or a distant flash of lightning. But she received no such sign. The night continued uninterrupted in its peaceful tranquillity, and only a soothing breeze swept gently over the moonlit plain beneath the maiden's notice. "I figured," she whispered angrily as she stood up and resituated her dress. "I don't know why anyone even bothers." When Hinkle returned to camp, she was relieved to see her master had retired to bed, and that Walgur was now taking up his turn on the watch. "Latrine," she informed him as she crawled back into her blanket. He nodded. She glanced at him again before turning onto her side. It was comforting to have him standing guard while she and the others slept. His eyes were watchful and alert, and his bow was strung and ready to reckon with all perils of the night that dared stalk near. With him keeping vigil, she could rest in peace, secure and unperturbed. She soon fell back into slumber. Chapter 8. By morning, the sky turned dreary and grey, and brewing storm clouds hid the sun. Sir Cranmer complained during breakfast that he had not slept well during the night, and that his back was bothering him. But despite the foreboding weather and the grumbling of his older peer, Sir Gilkrist had risen again in high spirits, and conversed cordially with the two servants. "Tell me about this Uncle Fistram of yours," he said as Hinkle served him his breakfast. "The one with the special mug." Hinkle shrugged. "There isn't much to say. He died before I was born, killed at sea with my grandfather when a rogue wave capsized their fishing boat." "Well, that's a shame." "Yes, my lord." It began to rain, and Hinkle tightened the strings of her hood and shrugged against the elements as she trudged after the knights through the muck of the royal road. At mid-morning they passed a grazing herd of sheep on the outskirts of the village of Whitedeer. The shaggy mob of ewes and lambs followed dumbly after the travellers as they went by, bleating and shaking their dripping heads so that the little tin bells around their necks clambered noisily. The shepherd dog supervised from her windy perch at the top of the hill, ready to bark a stern warning when they wandered too far from where their master sat slouched against his staff beneath his soggy lean-to. They passed through the village, and while the knights stopped at a blacksmith to have their horses shod, Sir Cranmer gave Hinkle several farthings to purchase some sausage and raisins and a small sack of flour. There were no cobbled roads in Whitedeer, and the traffic of the day's business had already churned up the mud so bad that Hinkle was sunk almost up to her knees as she haggled with the butcher's son through the shop window. He was too kind, and let her make off with too much for too little, and Hinkle had enough coin left to buy a small round of cheese. She was certain Sir Cranmer would be impressed with her mercantile skill, but when she returned to the knights she found they were quite angry with the blacksmith. He had taken far too long and was doing a poor job with the noble destriers, and Walgwa had even been made to assist him and his apprentice to assure it was done properly. Sir Cranmer watched with his hands on his hips, shaking his head and muttering about incompetence. Sir Gilkrist was too livid for words, and stood off by himself until the smithy dared to inquire about payment. In the end, the blacksmith decided to let them have that one for free. The downpour kept up for another 4 days after they put White Deer behind them. Sleeping was impossible beneath the constant deluge, and Hinkle and the men grew exhausted and ornery. Cooking was incredibly difficult, and Hinkle had to make a lean-to out of the blankets every time they stopped to keep the wind and rain from drenching her already soaked kindling and firewood. In fact, the only reason she ever was able to get a fire lit at all was that she whispered a charm into the wet sticks under the pretence of blowing on the sparks to fan them into the flames. Of course, the men were too cranky to be fascinated by her miracle. They just sat impatiently in the mud, watching her cough and pinch her bloodshot eyes as smoke billowed from her makeshift shelter. The rain finally quit when they came to the edge of the forest on the border of Allen County and the Duchy of Vidal, and the sun came back out and warmed the grassy plain. The knights stripped down to their hosen and spread their clothes and armour out to dry on the hill with the rest of their equipment, and spent the rest of the afternoon sparring and wrestling in the sunshine. Walgwa had caught a cold the day before and had gone to sleep under a tree as soon as they had stopped. Sir Cranmer even prevented the maiden from waking him for supper, but asked her instead to bake some cakes with the ingredients she had purchased in White Deer, and to save one for Walgwa to have in the morning. After they had eaten, and Hinkle had brushed and watered Falagi and Bleeder, Sir Gilkrist took out his book and spectacles and read aloud to her and Sir Cranmer as they lay on their backs under the stars. In the morning they began their 3-day journey through the dark wood that shrouded the remainder of the road to their destination. Raindrops trickled from the evergreens, splashing on the damp earth and wet green foliage. Sheltered from the sun, the forest was much cooler than the plain, and the knights commented more than once that they were much more comfortable in their mail than they had been in previous days. Soon the ridges became craggier, and the gullies and ravines grew deeper and more treacherous as they began the winding ascent up the west mountain of Klomm Valley. They passed a pair of dyers on the shady mountain trail who were on their way to Igornell County after showing their wares in the Klomm market. Their vestments were clean and flamboyant, and they both wore bright orange turbans. Their calico ponies were still laden with coloured cloth and fine fabric, and they said they might try their luck in Ulua, where there were not so many Caragol immigrants flooding the trade with competition and ruining the economy. Sir Gilkrist told them he was sorry to hear their plight, and to their delight he asked to see their goods. Hinkle watched in wonder as the clothiers unfurled their merchandise before the knights in a flurry of brilliant colours. Then, as her master made some remark to Sir Cranmer about the convenience of having a maidservant along to tailor his tunics and hosiery, she saw him drop 2 shillings into the hands of the merchant in exchange for several folds of cloth, twice the amount he had paid for her. They spent the final night of their route in a cave that overlooked a steep gorge formed by a stream that ran into the Vidal River. As Hinkle watched the rock and sway of the black pines below and listened to the creak and whisper of their coniferous boughs in the murky dusk, she began to dread the coming of the following evening. Part of her wished they would never arrive in Klomm at all, and another part of her wished she were already there and that the whole thing was already behind her. She did not sleep well that night. She tossed and turned on the stone floor of the cave, and her dreams were primarily of the long, mundane walk through Allen County in the rain. The knights rose much earlier than usual, and Hinkle was roused by Walgwa when the morning was still cold and crisp. She yawned and shivered in the chilly mountain breeze, mesmerised by the easy motion of the charger's gait as she followed her master down the meandering trail. By the afternoon they had descended into the lush Klomm Valley, and they paused for their final rest on a pebbly point bar bank along the Vidal River. Hinkle waded into the current up to her knees to fill the skins for the last stretch of the journey. The frigid water was serene on her weary feet and legs, rejuvenating her with its glacial flow. She peered down into the river, past the shady reflection of the spruce and pines, and saw a fat trout swimming north on its way to the bay of Moramish. She wondered how she might catch a couple, but set the thought aside as Sir Gilkrist asked Walgore if he would sing something. The Samaran Islanders had a dialect of their own, but to Hinkle's surprise, Walgore began to sing in the Codsey tongue. She knew a bit of the Codsey language, though she could understand it far better than she could speak it. From the words she was able to comprehend, and from the solemn and respectful mien of the knights, she derived that it was a Samaran folk song of independence. It was a slow and terribly beautiful psalm about the waves at dusk, a homesick nocturne of the ebbing midnight tide. Hinkle reached into the river as she listened and cupped the water in her hands, but as she brought her shimmering reflection up to her mouth to drink, a crimson droplet plopped into her palms. She wrinkled her nose and felt a warm tickle streaming down over her upper lip. She dabbed it with her fingertips. Her nose was bleeding. She cursed and wiped away the blood and rinsed her hands in the river. She looked up at the sound of rapid footsteps on the road. Heavy breathing and the snap of twigs and crunching leaves eclipsed the peaceful forest ambience. Obscured by the dark coniferous haze, a bright blur of lavender shot right past them and sped down the way from which they had come. The knights frowned at each other and stared curiously after the hurried stranger. "Isn't that one of—" "It is." "You, there, boy!" Sir Gilkrist shouted after the runner. "Boy, come hither back to us, I say." The young man skidded to a stop and doubled back as quickly as he had gone. "My lords," he heaved as he clutched his knees and gasped for air. "You must help." Sir Cranmer rolled his eyes. "Oh, come off it, boy. Tell us from the beginning. Now you wear the colours of the Klomm army. Why don't you start by telling us who you serve?" "Yes, sir," he nodded and breathily explained. "I'm Castalier in Sir Rowan's lance, one of the knights of House Clementas. We've been attacked, sir. Klomm is under siege." Sir Gilkrist grabbed the daggerman by his tunic. "Sheely's teeth. What do you mean Klomm is under siege? Under siege by whom? And since when? We passed some merchants not yet 2 days ago who said nothing of the sort. Boy, if you are playing games with us—" "I ain't playing no games, sir. It all started this morning, right at the crack of dawn. Caragol, me lords. Them Carragans came about the sewers and started killing everyone. The castle's already fallen, and the east of the river—" "Blessed heroine," said Cranmer. "And what of the west side of the city?" "Well, luckily the Duke's brother, Lord Kendrick, was seeing a pole-turner there. He opened the sluice gates in the sewer and flooded the main channel before they could pass under the canal, and rallied all the knights and led a counter-offensive to hold them at the bridges. That seemed like it was going well enough, but they already had men and trebuchets on the west side of the valley bombarding the city walls and intercepting any heralds that tried to ride past them." "They fight to hold 4 fronts?" "Aye, sir. Our forces are badly divided. The seneschal leads the defence of the west battlements, if any of them still live. Sir Rowan took some men into the forest to try and flank the enemy trebuchets, but we were discovered and overwhelmed. At his command I fly to Igranel to warn the Count. You must help me, lords. You must." Sir Gilkrist released his grip on the boy's tunic. "Very well, then. Your mission is of great importance. We will give you water and provisions for your journey. For the kingdom's sake you must make haste. But first you must try to inform us of the position of the Carragan siege engines." "Yes, sir." He squatted down and sketched a diagram of the city with rattled hands. Sir Cranmer and Walgore knelt near him and began grimly discussing possible strategies, occasionally gesturing to a stack of pebbles or a broken stick that marked a certain point of priority. "Girl," called Sir Gilkrist. But Hinkle was too absorbed with the fearful recollection of what she had seen at the shrine to notice. It was really happening. It was all coming to life. Her vision was coming true. Her prayer had been ignored. Instead of deliverance, she was damned to the same brutal fate as the people of Klomm. It was him. It was that white-haired rider. He was there. He was in Klomm, burning it to the ground, killing everyone. "Girl, the skins!" "Yes, sir." She unshouldered the water skins next to the daggerman. "Well," said the Castellier anxiously, "I should be getting on then. Good luck to you, my lords." "Sheely speed your quest," said Sir Cranmer, as all the men signed their foreheads, lips, and hearts. Hinkle wished desperately as she watched the young foot soldier dash away into the forest that she too was fleeing far away from the doomed city. For a brief moment, as Sir Cranmer refuted a suggestion made by the younger knight and provided a wiser alternative, Hinkle actually considered slipping away into the woods. She would only be a burden on them. She'd just slow them down. She would be helping them by running away. But then, she would also be deserting them. If they caught her, which they would, it would not go well for her. Besides, where would she go with no food or water, and with possible Caragol raiders lurking around in the forest? Her only feasible option was to stay with the knights and do as she was told. They didn't seem to be afraid. They were concerned and very serious, to be sure, but they spoke to each other calmly and articulately, remaining cool and collected under the magnitude of their perilous task. Before she knew it, Hinkle was on Faladji's back, clinging to her master as they galloped urgently for Klomm. Chapter 9. After an agonizing 12 miles, the knights drew their steeds to a halt. The ride had seemed like an eternity, and dread churned in Hinkle's stomach as she climbed down from the saddle onto trembling legs. She was instructed by her master to be very quiet as he and the other men surveyed their surroundings and exchanged a few words in hushed voices. They decided the forest was too dense for their lances and passed them down to Walgua before lashing their arming swords to their wrists and pulling up their coifs. "You know what you're doing?" Sir Cranmer asked. The mercenary nodded. "And it'll be all right if she's with you?" asked Sir Gilkrist. "I'll manage. Girl, you are in his care. Obey his every word as if it were my own command." "Yes, sir." "Let's be to it, then," said Sir Cranmer. Breathing deeply, the knights put on their helms. Then they touched their foreheads, lips, and hearts, and with a final nod towards Hinkle and Walgua, they spurred their chargers down the riverside road and vanished into the black pines. "You'll have to carry these," said Walgua, dumping the lances into her arms. "What, Walgua?" "Follow me and be quiet." She nodded and scurried after him into the trees. He moved through the forest like an agile predator, and she had trouble keeping her eyes on him. Several times she thought she had lost him altogether, but sure enough, when she pressed on, there he was, waiting for her to catch up. The lances were heavier than she expected, and her biceps and forearms burned as she navigated the awkward burden through the thick impedance of tree limbs and mountain brush. Her calves throbbed and her thighs ached, begging her to desist her rapid ascent. Hinkle slumped against a tree and panted for breath. She tried to spit out a thick string of saliva, but it stuck to the inside of her mouth and got all over her dress. She looked up to see Walgua glaring back at her with a finger pressed up to his lips. Then she heard voices. Caragol voices. Her heart pounded, and she tried to control her breathing so she could overhear what they were saying. Caragol was a relative language that relied heavily on context, making it difficult for a newcomer to enter in mid-conversation and understand correctly. But as she hugged the lances against her breast and snuck up to Walgua's position, she was able to hear enough to comprehend what they were talking about. "Something's going on," she whispered. "They're really angry." "You speak Caragol?" "Yeah, and I know a little Codsey too." "What do they say?" "They're swearing a lot and complaining. Their orders are contradicting, I think." "It is not uncommon. Miscommunication often occurs in the heat of battle." "Yeah, but this just sounds—" "Are they engineers operating a trebuchet?" The mercenary was answered by a startling creak and a loud whoosh as a massive wooden arm swung up out of the treetops and hurled a huge stone from a giant sling. Walgua counted the seconds under his breath before a faint rumble announced that the projectile was no longer airborne. Then he scooped up a handful of earth and tossed it up into the breeze. "An eastward wind, and this elevation triples their range," he said. "They're shooting at a 3/4-mile trajectory. They could have longbows as far as 300 yards out, just behind the tree line." He looked back in the direction of the trebuchet as it loosed another stone. "Trebuchets are operating every 25 seconds. We must creep closer." Hinkle swallowed nervously and followed close behind him as they flanked the Caragol position. Moments later, they were looking down into a clearing from where they crouched behind a mossy boulder. Hinkle had never seen a trebuchet before and was impressed by the ingenuity of the complex machine. 6 Caragons milled around the gigantic siege engine, resetting the big wooden counterweight, lifting big rocks into the sling in pairs, and adjusting the gears and pulleys. Though they were obviously skilled men, they were no more than peasants, sweaty, sunburnt labourers in tattered smocks and dirty turbans. However, the head engineer wore a helmet with a lobster-tailed neckguard and a quartered orange and black surcoat. It bore the emblem of an upside-down bat spreading its wings. "Do you recognise that crest?" Hinkle whispered. Walgor shook his head. 2-foot soldiers in padded gambesons entered the clearing from the trees, dragging another man by the arms. He wore a blood-stained lavender tunic. "Sir Rowan," said Walgor. With a gargle, the wounded knight struggled to look up at his captors. He shook his head and moaned in objection when he saw the trebuchet, and Hinkle watched in horror as they pulled him towards the siege engine sling. "Walgor, we can't just let them do that to him." But the mercenary had already unshouldered the long leather pouch. He lay on his back with his foot through the stringer as he pulled the hickory recurve up to his waist and set the string in his bow. Back on his knees, he fastened the quiver to his belt. Eyes fixed on his quarry, he slid a dozen arrows from his side and clutched them in a neat fan with the fingers of his bow hand as he fit the first missile to the string. Time slowed as the hickory bow creaked with the tension of the Samaran's masterful thumb draw. His fist anchored firmly beside his chin, Walgor trained his lethal dart on the eye of his prey, and waited. "What are you doing? They're going to launch him any second." He ignored her, and she turned away as the head engineer raised his hand. But instead of the whoosh and creak of the trebuchet and Sir Rowan's scream fading into the distance, a shout and the clash of steel rang among the mountain timbers. It was the knights drawing the attention of the Caragol forces. Hinkle could hear Sir Cranmer hurling insults upon his foes, and Sir Gilkrist's guttural cries of battle. Before the head engineer could look in the direction of the clamour, his head kicked back with the flight of the mercenary's shaft. As his body toppled over, the siege crew drew their blades and ducked low, searching the trees for sign of the predator. The first man to take the initiative and mouth an order did not finish his command before Walgor's wool-suppressed bowstring snapped a second deathly dart. He leapt onto the boulder, flicking arrows from his bow like a grim maestro conducting a choir of dying men. It seemed that as soon as he let an arrow fly, he had already guided another to the string and drawn it to his cheek. For every man who fell before him, he muttered under his breath, "It was Codsey." The Samaran was counting the men he'd slain in the tongue of his hated oppressors. The numbers were unsettling. "Come," Walgor commanded, as the last of the Caragol siege crewmen squirmed on the ground with an arrow in his belly. Hinkle gathered the lances back up in her arms and ran down the hill after the mercenary, trying not to look at the dying Caragol. "Miralette," he wept. "Miralette, Hizan." She tried to ignore his plea as she watched the mercenary retrieve his arrows, but was unable to do so. "Walgor, he's begging for mercy." "Help Sir Rowan." She nodded and went to the trebuchet sling. The knight growled as she put his arm around her shoulder and tried to lift him out. Warm blood seeped through her dress. He gurgled and his breath wheezed in his throat. "You'll be just fine, my lord." Her voice was shaking. Suddenly she became very aware that the knight was no longer breathing. "Sir Rowan?" she asked. No response. A sharp cry startled her, and she shuffled out from under the limp body with sudden repulsion. Walgor pulled his dagger from the Caragol's armpit. "What is it?" She shuddered. "Sir Rowan, I think he's dead." He said nothing and wiped off his blade. He sheathed the dagger and stood before the trebuchet, and after a brief examination, he drew his scimitar and slashed the ropes of the massive siege engine. "Pick up the lances. We must make haste." Seneschal Fingal of Klomm stormed up the steps of the west wall battlements. Since mid-morning, the Caragol trebuchets had bombarded the Ecossian defences, shattering turrets and ramparts, flattening buildings and men, spraying them with high-velocity splinters of stone and whizzing shrapnel. Only the most valiant soldiers of Klomm dared to crouch behind the merlons atop the wall, braving the destructive barrage to peep through the crenellations and occasionally loose an arrow in return as Caragol longbows showered them with volley after volley. The mainstay of the Ecossian force was hunkered below, behind whatever cover they could find. Their spears and maces gleamed impatiently, ready to join the inevitable melee. At any moment, a 200-pound rock would bowl through a weakened section of the wall, and a mob of Caragol shock troops would spew through the breach like a bursting dam. The seneschal threw himself against a broken merlon beside the young archer who had summoned him. "What is it now?" "It's two more, sir. One in the north and another in the south." Fingal cautiously peered around the crenel and surveyed the battlefront. Sure enough, the wooden arms of 2 or more trebuchets poked up from the treetops on the mountainside, dormant and useless. That made 3. Only 2 of the Caragol engines continued to lob stones at the wall. Sir Welby's lance must have gotten through then. "The catapult to the north is probably him, sir. But who took the southern ones?" "Incoming!" Fingal yanked the young man out of harm's way as a huge rock crashed into the wall and sent 2 other soldiers flying from the ramparts. "Sir Rowan went out a few hours ago. It could be—" "Look at that!" he shouted. "There goes another one. They're meeting in the middle." "Volley!" warned someone further down the battlements. They ducked their heads and pressed against the ruined block as a shower of hissing death pelted the battlements. "Boy," said Fingal, "I want you to run over to—" The archer gawked at him with bulging eyes, an arrow protruding from his throat. His body stiffened and he fell backward off the wall, smacking against the cobblestone 30 feet below. "You!" he shouted, grabbing the nearest soldier by the shoulder and spinning them around. He was met with the distant stare of a freckle-faced woman at arms. He recognised her at once. She was that crack-shot woman who had shown up some of the best knights and men of Klomm in the spring archery tournament, placing 3rd out of the whole duchy. Isolde, her name was. "Sir," she shouted, as they both absent-mindedly docked an incoming projectile. "Isolde, I want you to run a message to Lord Kendrick at Plumpney Bridge. Tell him we're mounting a counter-offensive. We've broken through the flank and have taken out those trebuchets. I'll be sending reinforcements to Hess' position as soon as I can." "Yes, sir." He snatched the battle bow from the woman's hands and gestured to the dead archer at the bottom of the wall. "Take his." She handed him her bundle of arrows and scrambled down the stairs onto the street. "Gatekeeper!" hollered the seneschal, ducking from merlon to merlon beneath the whistling enemy shafts. "Gatekeeper! Ah, where's that useless?" He poked his head through the gatehouse archway and growled an oath when he saw it was deserted. You, and you," he barked, pointing at the nearest 3 men down the street. "Get up here in the gatehouse and prepare to raise the portcullis and lower the drawbridge on my order." The men stared at him in bewilderment. "But, sir—" "Do as I say, and the rest of you," he shouted, addressing the huddled formations of soldiers below. "I know you're all tired of all this waiting around. Ready yourselves for action. We charge the tree line in 10, 9, 8, 7... Hinkle clung to Sir Gilkrist's waist as they careened down the steep forest slope upon his frothing steed. She squeezed her eyes shut as the pine branches slapped and scraped her arms as they bolted through the thick of the mountain wood. Her master cursed as he bore the brunt of the impedance and shot a quick glance over his shoulder at Sir Cranmer and the 24 lavender-clad men who sprinted behind them. Hinkle had followed Walgor as he slew the Caragol engineers and disarmed their trebuchets. It was at the 3rd siege engine that they had encountered Sir Welby and his platoon. The knight and his men had dashed into the clearing, only to find that Walgor had already struck down the enemy. With the last engine rendered ineffective and unusable, they were soon joined by Sir Cranmer and Sir Gilkrist. The day had since faded into the twilight hours, and the red light peered through the black tree limbs, accentuating the violent demeanour of their circumstance as they sped headlong towards the battered gates of Klomm. They neared the end of the forest. All along the edge of the wood was a line of Caragol troops, archers, crouching behind wooden pavises and thick trees as they knocked their shafts and snapped their arrows towards the west wall of Klomm. The longbowman had not even turned in surprise before Sir Gilkrist's lance had left his hand for the back of his foe. He swung his sword up into his grasp and split a man's skull. Sir Welby and his troop fell upon the archers like wolves upon sheep, cutting them down with axe, mace and sword, but they were met by Caragol men-at-arms, who scrambled to the flank to defend their vulnerable comrades. They grouped together in tight formation, keeping the Ecossians at bay with prodding spears and flashing scimitars. Arrows shot from close range bit into Sir Gilkrist's shield and buzzed like lethal wasps as they hummed past Hinkle's ears. Several Klomm soldiers fell to the hissing flurry. Sir Cranmer took a shaft through the helm, and when he wrenched it from his head, blood soaked through his chain coif from a wide gash in his cheek. Walgor fought on foot in the midst of the fray, whispering under his breath as his whirling scimitar added to the count. But instead of advancing forward, he was stepping back. They had made a brave attempt, but they were too few. In a short moment they would be overwhelmed and killed. Then a new roar joined the disharmony of battle. Hundreds of yelling men tore into the trees from the smoking fields, colliding with the exposed flank of the Caragol longbowmen. It was the Klomm army. Infantry militia, set apart by lavender ribbons tied around their biceps, led by men-at-arms in purple surcoats bearing the crest of a black dragon spewing a crimson flame. At their head, in a grey surcoat and lavender sash, their commander twirled a whirring flail. With a flick of his arm, the foe that met him slumped onto his knees. Hinkle realised they were actually winning when a silver flash caught her eye. Sir Gilkrist raised his shield just in time to catch the incoming javelin, but the impact shot his elbow back into her face. With a yelp, she tumbled backward off the destrier and landed on her arm with a wheeze. She sat up with a groan. Her jaw popped as she opened and closed it, and she winced as she rubbed her aching arm. She scanned the blur of fighting men for a glimpse of her master. Suddenly, a strong hand gripped her shoulder, and Hinkle screamed as she was hauled up onto her feet. "What are you doing out here?" It was the Klomm commander. Her reply was delayed as his flail knocked a Caragol soldier onto his back. "I came with Lord Lothellae," she said awkwardly, picking out Sir Gilkrist signalling with his sword. "So I saw," growled the commander. "Is he insane? You could have been killed." He's just..." "It's fine," he reassured, lifting the visor of his helm and revealing a weathered face and permanent scowl. "You'll be safe with me." The anxiety that had resided in her since they'd set out for Klomm rose to a jagged peak, eclipsing even the horror of the present situation. She knew him at once. There was no escaping it now. Sir Gilkrist would soon find out all about Kerstin, her grandmother, everything. He would be humiliated. She had made a fool out of her master, leading him to believe her lies. She had only deceived him to preserve herself. She had no choice. He would have been repulsed by the truth. But even still, Sir Gilkrist would not be lenient. She had seen his mercy. It would be better to get it over and done with, for a Caragol swordsman to cut her down right then and there, for the glowering eyes she met were those of Seneschal Fingal of Klomm. He was slower to make the realisation, but she cringed as astonishment softened his expression. "Hinkle? But how?" "Hi, Finn," she said reluctantly. "Aye? Why, you could have picked a better time to show up here. And who is this idiot knight you were riding with, you say? Sir Gilkrist of Lothellae," she said, dreading every second that brought her master closer as he and his steed waded through the carnage toward them. "Knight of Thaganil." "What ho!" greeted the knight as he neared them, removing his helm and coif. "Hinkle, be you hurt? And you, sir, you are the seneschal? "Aye, Hinkle of Klomm," the seneschal said bitterly. "And who do you think you are, Lothellae, charging into combat while there's a woman in the saddle with you? Have your brains been scrambled?" Sir Gilkrist turned red, and a quiet hiss escaped his gritted teeth. His already fierce eyes smouldered with anger, but he held his tongue before his superior. "I think my arm is broken," Hinkle quickly interjected. "I landed on it when I fell off." The maiden gasped as the seneschal plucked her elbow with his bloody chain mitt. "'Tis naught but sprained, girl," he said, shooting the knight another glare. "You'd be hollering otherwise. Ho, Sir Cranmer!" Sir Cranmer rode up beside them as the remainder of the Caragol forces were routed into the woods. "Seneschal Hinkle, I would say good morrow if the day were not so foul. What the devil is going on? Was Count Gilkrist not hanged and quartered? These men wear his colours." Hinkle shook his head. "I don't know any more than you, and there's no time for it anyway. Lord Kendrick still fights to keep the river. You knights have done us a great service with the trebuchets, but I'll have you ride his grace at once." "As you command, seneschal," said Sir Cranmer with a salute. "May I leave my servant in your care?" Sir Gilkrist asked. "I insist on it," he growled. "Now go on." With an offended grimace, Sir Gilkrist spurred his steed and thundered after his companion. Chapter 10. Golden heads of wheat swept against their mail-clad feet in the fluttering caparisons of their horses as the two knights galloped through the twilit fields toward the white walls of Klomm. Even under siege, the great mountain city was a spectacular sight. The setting sun caused her battlements to shine like ivory and turned the Vidal River into purple glass. In the south, the river entered the canal that ran through the centre of Klomm through an iron gate beneath the wall. The current was diverted into a moat that surrounded the entire city and converged again in the north, where after 2 miles the roaring Angetha Falls plummeted 300 feet into the misty heart of the Klomm Valley to irrigate the apple orchards and rich farmland. From there, oxen and mules carted fresh produce up the zigzag trail to be sold in the busy Klomm market. The Bazaar Square, as it was called, was the economic hub of eastern Akos. Hundreds of shops, booths, taverns and forges were crammed together around the bronze statue of Lord Angus Clementus, one of the founding patriarchs of the royal peerage and the very first Duke of Klomm. The capture of this mighty bastion would indeed be a sore blow to the kingdom, and though Caragol had not yet taken the whole of the city, they still had the capacity to do great financial harm. The soldiers phalanxed beneath the portcullis stamped to attention and made way for the two knights as they rattled over the drawbridge, and as they passed under the gatehouse, Sir Gilkrist was aware of the crossbows trained on them through the murder holes above. He noticed, too, the overall solemnity of the troops, the grimness in their faces, and the faraway gaze in their adrenaline-wired eyes. It was the look of men in oblivion who had seen much death and bloodshed, men who did not know if they would survive another day, another hour, another moment. The 100-yard stare descended upon those who were exposed to the most violent and intense combat without ceasing. It was a symptom of those who had witnessed the true darkness of the human condition. He had seen many men who wore that look while on campaign in Codzir, and he knew he carried it himself. Lady Isla often told him he did, as he stared blankly into the fire or out the mullioned windows of Igonel Castle, seeing and hearing nothing but the grotesque brutality of war. It would never recede with time. It was on an open wound left in his spirit. He could feel himself drifting off sometimes, withdrawing from what he couldn't bear, while the rest of him reverted to that calloused automatism. During his squirehood, his mistress, Dame Tanith Powella, had encouraged this shutting down of the emotions. She said it conditioned his nature like an archer's instinctive shooting, allowing him to do what was necessary, no matter how severe, without the interference of conscience or conviction. "No deed is too foul when carried out for the sake of the throne," was her philosophy. She herself was the epitome of this rule, and made for an incredibly ruthless foe. Even the notorious warmonger, King Torg, had openly rebuked her for savagery on numerous occasions. However, it was this barbarous cruelty and unrestrained, unquestioning alacrity, combined with her meticulous competence and fanatical devotion to the crown, that made the tall and beautiful flame-haired dame one of the most feared and most valued knights in the kingdom of Écosse, and it had earned her the title, the Iron Countess of Puel. But as Sir Gilkrist rode urgently through the cobbled streets and half-timbered houses after his Sir Cranmer, there was another lord on his mind who was more troubling than his infamous mistress. Count Olgris Wazega inherited the coronet of Was at 14 years of age after the sudden death of his father. A pampered, arrogant and entitled scoundrel with delusions of grandeur, Count Olgris relentlessly taxed and tormented the villeins of Was for 2 long years. When his knights had refused to obey him, he had them executed, replacing them with the most bloodthirsty and insane criminals from his father's dungeon. Finally, after being raped repeatedly by Olgris and his newly appointed retainers during one of his frivolous feasts, his own sister rode 2 nights and a day to the capital city of Zorai. There she was received into the palace by the Queen, Lady Vollerina, who was driven into a righteous fury at the sight of young Lady Wazega weeping before her. With King Asnadul gone away west, Lady Vollerina donned her regal battle gear and led an army herself to depose the evil count. However, instead of cowering under siege as she had expected, 16-year-old Olgris demonstrated both his competence as a field commander and his prowess as a natural warrior by riding out to meet her in a pitched battle. But in the end, the Count could not withstand the might of the royal guard. The affair was over in an afternoon with a victory for the Queen, but it was not without cost. Lady Vollerina had been sorely wounded at Olgris's own hands. Even so, she dared not put a member of the peerage to death without the king's knowledge, and instead had the young count stripped naked and flogged at a post. When the king returned, Count Olgris was flogged again and left to rot in the dungeon before his execution. On the same day Lady Vollerina died of her wounds, Olgris was taken to the great square at the heart of Zorai, where he was hung and quartered for high treason. His death was witnessed by thousands. That Caragol was now invading under his banner was a disturbing notion indeed, and many anxious questions raced through Sir Gilkrist's mind. There was much to fear for their people across the river. The sun had fully set behind the mountain by the time the 2 knights arrived at the top of the hill that sloped down toward the Vidal River. Sir Gilkrist exhaled slowly inside his helm as he looked out over the chimneys and crooked roofs at the mayhem that awaited him below. Men were bottlenecked against each other in the middle of the bridge, forced to climb over a pile of accumulating bodies which spilled over into the canal. "There is the Duke's brother," Sir Cranmer exclaimed, pointing with his mitt to where a massive knight hewed a wide berth in the forefront of the battle. "He is certain to be weary." "Aye, but he still holds the enemy at bay. They must pull back, but the vanguard cannot retreat without his grace. Come, Sir Gilkrist, let us go to him before all is lost. Yeah!" At the bottom of the hill they were waved down by a nervous squire and instructed to dismount. All knights shall fight on foot, my lords," he stammered, "by order of his grace." Behind the ranks of volleying archers and crossbowmen, they leapt down from their steeds and someone led the horses away to safety. His sword still dangling from his wrist, Sir Gilkrist pushed ahead into the tight mosh of men with a calm head and a frantic heart. His own breath roared inside his helm as he kept his eyes fixed on Sir Cranmer's cyan surcoat through the narrow slit. His vision sharpened, and his hearing became more clear and distinct. He had a heightened awareness of everything that was happening around him as he waded through the congested crowd of soldiers, shoving, pressing ever forward, struggling just to stand upright. Fighting on foot was different than the exhilarating mounted charge. There he rode high above the pathetic wretches of the infantry, trampling over them like an invincible god. Here he was at the mercy of coincidence. There was a deafening crack, and a shuddering boom rumbled the bridge as a fiery explosion lit up the sky in the north. There was much shouting from both factions as the men broke for a moment from the violence and turned to gawk at the fearsome spectacle. "It's her!" somebody cried. "She's going to kill everyone! The Caragons and us with 'em! Let me out of here!" Let me out!" "What are you doing? Get back in line," barked a stranger, exerting himself against a number of others attempting to retreat back through the ranks. "I said get back in line." Sir Gilkrist ignored the terrified men pushing past him and struggled to get a glimpse of what happened through the havoc. "Who is she?" he demanded. "Who are they talking about?" "The witch!" shouted a man-at-arms over the uproar. "Witch?" "Aye, my lord, she's blown up the bridge over yonder. It's about time that tramp made herself useful, though she's likely to be the end of us all." "Sir Gilkrist!" Someone grabbed him by the collar of his surcoat and jerked him forward. He stared through the slit of his helm into the eyes of Sir Cranmer. "Sir Gilkrist, if they have destroyed the bridge, they are likely to be in a sorry state indeed. Go to them and see that they are not overrun. I will aid his grace." He nodded and began shoving his way back through the mob. Sir Gilkrist charged his steed along the canal. Across the water, dark silhouettes moved against the flickering light of burning homes. He did not need to see it to know what was taking place on the other side of the river. It vexed him that there was nothing he or anyone else could do, that a whole city district was lost to the enemy beyond Acossian control. But what bothered him most, frightened him even, was Count Olgris. Not Olgris the man, but his impossible reappearance. He was dead and should be still. The funny rumours, the suffering economy and influx of refugees, and now the sudden assault of Klomm under the sigil of Was. There were dark powers at work. Then as he neared his mark, he set his eyes upon the devastated bridge. His jaw fell open. The canal was a good 700 yards wide in this end of the city, and the massive structure that spanned across it had almost been completely eradicated. Blackened stone jutted out from either shore towards a gaping space in the middle, maybe 500 or 600 yards in length. Huge smoking rocks were scattered all around. Some of the nearby houses had been caved in by the blast. Hundreds of charred bodies floated in the river or littered the road among the rubble. Some were even sprawled out on the shattered rooftops. Was this the power of witchcraft? Angry shouts roused him from his astonishment. He spurred his horse in the direction of the noise. In the next street over he found 24 Acossian men, the remainder of the force that had survived in the north. "I'll kill her, I swear I will," shrieked a squire as 3 of his comrades held him back. "Let me go, I'll kill her for his lordship." "You hear me, witch? I'm coming for you." "Get a hold of yourself," growled one of the men who restrained him. "Even if you do go up there, she'll turn you into pudding, she will." "I don't care," he wept. "She'll die for what she's done." "Attention!" snapped one of the soldiers as Sir Gilkrist rode up alongside them. The men stiffened in salute. "Where is the sorceress?" "In there," said the squire, pointing to the second-story window of a nearby house. "She's the devil. She killed everyone. Her own countryman, and his lordship. A knight just like you, sir. He's dead, and all our friends along with him." Sir Gilkrist ignored him, observing the lifeless bodies that lay in the street around them. It was nearly impossible to determine the allegiance of infantry merely by looking at them, but in the dim glow of the daggerman's torch he spied a number of fallen men-at-arms wearing the tunic of Was. Sir Cranmer had been right. The Caragons had broken the line and made it past the bridge. Had it not been for the destructive magics of this witch, the city would have been completely overrun, and all of Klomm would have fallen under Caragon occupation. He turned his eye to a haggard soldier hobbling out of the doorway. "All clear, boys," he reported, tossing his fingers up to his forehead in salute. "It's just her." "The witch, you mean?" Sir Gilkrist asked with suspicion. "What does she in there still?" "Well, no, I didn't go upstairs, my lord." "Then will you not go upstairs and fetch her down?" He was met with dumbfounded looks from the soldiers. "Fetch her down, my lord?" The man scoffed. "Are you serious?" "Why should I not be?" His patience was dwindling. "Do you know who you're talking about? That's the witch of Klomm up there, my lord." "How is it," he seethed, removing his helm and flinging it around the saddle pommel, "that you can bear to live as such spineless knaves? Look at you, cowering when all I've asked is that you summon down a mere simpering bawd." "Mere simpering bawd? My lord, do you know what will happen to you if she hears you? Can you not see the space where that bridge used to be?" "Fools," he barked, leaping down from his steed. "It is a shame the lot of you were not all consumed in the blast for your ignorance and superstition. Get thee to Plumpney Bridge at once. I'll see to her myself." "As you will, my lord, but it's your funeral," the man warned as he threw up another salute. "All right, boys, you heard him. Let's move out." As the soldiers of Klomm jogged away into the street, with the clink of mail and the shuffle of cloth, Sir Gilkrist stared into the foreboding darkness of the open doorway that awaited him. In truth, he was terrified to enter in, perhaps even more so than those he had just reprimanded. He did not know what manner of woman lurked inside, that hardened men would fear her so. Was she an old hag or a young maiden? Was she beautiful, startlingly ugly? Had she heard him call her a simpering bawd? Would she be angry? Would she spell him with a vengeful curse? He glanced up at the second-story window. It was still, motionless, and for a moment he wondered if there was anyone in there at all. "You're afraid of her too, aren't you, sir?" said the squire, who still remained standing amid the corpses when the others had left. Sir Gilkrist held him in the corner of his eye. "Everyone is," he continued, "even the Duke. The seneschal's the only one who can reason with her." "I thought I told you to be gone." "Ah, yes, my lord." The squire obeyed, saluting again and running off to join the others. As he neared the canal, he turned and called back to the knight with brazen confidence. "Oh, I'm not scared of her, sir. She'll get what's coming to her. She'll answer for what she's done. Morag will call her into account." He watched him disappear around the corner. Then, mustering his courage, he touched his forehead, lips and heart, and stepped inside the house. It was pitch black without the light of the daggerman's torch, and he took a moment for his eyes to adjust to the darkness. The air was thick with the smell of blood, and he made out the forms of several bodies on the floor. His eye caught movement as one of the corpses spasmed. "Witch!" he called as he felt his way towards the staircase, resenting the nervousness in his voice. "Are you here?" Silence. "Witch!" he called again, dragging himself slowly up the stairs by the banister, his mail-clad feet clanking noisily on the wooden steps. Still he received no answer, but was met with the overwhelming scent of tobacco and perfume. He neared the top, and the hair rose up on the back of his neck. A chalk-drawn maze coiled around a circle of extinguished candles in the silver squares where the moonlight slipped through the hall window. A plume of smoke shimmered in the milky rays as it floated towards him from the back of the hall. The faint glow of an ember grew brighter with the sound of an inhaling breath. Then again the ember dissipated, and with a slow sigh from the shadows, another fragrant cloud seeped out over the chalk-drawn quay. Above the dim, ruddy coal, a pair of blue eyes snapped open and stared back at him through the smoky haze. Sir Gilkrist's mouth went dry as he beheld that cool regard, and felt himself go stiff, unable to move. "Yes?" came a musical voice. He swallowed. "You are the sorceress?" The witch stood up as she stepped into the glimmering moon-glow. The chalk wafted up from the floorboards in an eerie, torpid vapour. "A Sheely's beard," he gasped, taking an involuntary step back. She was young, perhaps 20 or so, and not unbeautiful, but she was a startling character indeed. A black smock hung down to her knees, tightly caressed by a leather belt that dangled with a morbid array of trinkets and charms. At her hip she wore a bone-hilted knife and a naked machete, and in her blood-encrusted hand she held a filthy straw besom broom. Her black hair was unkempt, and her already turbulent eyes were further intensified by wildly applied mascara. Her crooked yellow teeth clenched a long ebony pipe. Her darkly painted lips formed a sordid smile as she raised her pallid chin, as though she dared him not feel uncomfortable as she said, "I am Kerstin, the Witch of Klomm." Kerstin! That was the name of Hinkle's aunt, The nun from Heroine's Heart Abbey, was it not? She looked to be about the right age. It was an alarming coincidence, but it was impossible. Powell was a good 3 or 4 days northwest through the mountains, and this woman before him was certainly no sister of the Sacred Virgins. There was no way they could be the same person. However, as he looked into those cool blue eyes, he was sure he saw the resemblance. But no, she couldn't be. She wasn't. "I am Sir Gilkrist of Lothellae," he stammered, "Knight of Thaganil." "Pleased to meet your lordship," she said, without so much as a curtsy, nod, or salute. "What do you want?" His anger flared up, aggravated by his fear. "I have come to ensure you were not overwhelmed." "Well, that is just presumptuous," she muttered. She removed the pipe from her teeth and exhaled a blue cloud in his face. "We certainly were overwhelmed, but I don't see what difference you would have made." "Which?" he cautiously reproached. "Speak thou not to me so." "Oh, Sir Knight likes it not when he is belittled by a simpering bawd." He cringed. She had heard him, and he had offended her. It was a dangerous foot on which to begin with a sorceress. He must apologise before she sent out her spirit on him, let alone if he was to get anywhere with her at all, though it severely irritated him that he must stoop so low as to negotiate with an ignoble woman. "I am sorry," he began, loathing her even more with every humiliating syllable he was forced to utter. "I should not have called you that." The witch threw back her head with a cackle. "And who am I that I should receive the apology of the Lord Lothellae come from afar? Fool! I care not what petty names you should call me, and I care even less for your retraction of them. Now, if you're done grovelling like a remorseful hound, and you wish to be of any relevance at all on this baleful eve, I suggest you take me on your steed to the South Bridge at once." Sir Gilkrist was frozen with fury. He desired, no, he was obligated to cut off her head for such impudent speech. Yet that strange broom in her hand and the bizarre baubles on her belt reminded him all too well of with whom and with what he dealt. Somehow this girl wielded a great and terrible power. The devil indeed. The squire had spoken true. There had been a noble knight just like him on the bridge, and she had blown him up without a second thought. He knew not how fast she might move, or what she would do to him, but he was sure he was likely to be dead or worse before he even realised it. Besides, though it greatly tormented him, the witch was right. It was her that the city depended on now, not the valour of knights. The only thing to be done was to suffer her will and do as she told, to take her to the South Bridge. "Very well," he mumbled. "Oh, now there's a good little lord," she said, patting him on the chest. "Come then, lead the way, Sir Gilkrist. We mustn't dawdle while all our troops are getting killed." Fuming, Sir Gilkrist turned back to the stairs. The witch followed him down, skipping over the bodies on the way to the door. Chapter 11. He grimaced as she pulled herself onto his steed behind him and slipped her arms around his waist. She held that broom across his chest. What was it for? It bothered him. She bothered him. The sooner he could get her off his horse and altogether away from him, the better. He understood how the people of Klomm did their best to avoid this strange and sinister woman. "You needn't be so tense," she said. Sir Gilkrist gritted his teeth and said nothing, but allowed himself to relax ever so slightly in the arms of the sorceress. "Are you really that afraid of me?" "I am not so afraid of you as I am of your black devilry," he said, cracking the reins. "Hey-ya!" "'Tis not black devilry," she said as they rocked hard with the destriers gate. "It may be difficult for you to believe, but I am a white witch, sir." "Be that why you look like an Olcary priestess?" "Why, Sir Gilkrist, by that logic I should assume that because you wear the coat of arms of a white lion, that you are brave and courageous, and yet here I find you trembling before the unknown like a wet hen." I am not ashamed to be unfamiliar with the vile workings of your vocation, witch. Such things man was not meant to know. Man desires control, she said, to assert his will upon his circumstances and bend them to his leisure. That is the desire of an unbeliever. I entrust my life into the hands of a Sheely. Oh my, she laughed, such devotion. But aren't you wearing armour and carrying a sword? In fact, as a knight, isn't it your vocation to live by the sword? You know what they say about that. It looks to me like you take your circumstances into your hands all the time, and then seek forgiveness afterwards if you haven't found some way to justify your sins, that is. I mean, really, I have to sit back here and listen to you chastise me for being a sorceress, yet you carry me to where the strength of our men is failing so that all will not be lost. You despise me for what I am and call me vile, while relying on me to ensure the outcome of the night. Hypocrisy ill suits a pragmatist, my lord. He made no reply. She had gotten in the final word, and he hated her all the more. Kerstin directed him away from the river on a confusing route of cramped streets and crooked alleys, until suddenly they emerged out on the same hill where he and Sir Cranmer had looked out over the battle not long before. The fires on the other side of the river had spread, and the raging flames cast a murderous glow over the violence below. "Oh, look, there's Finn with the reinforcements," said Kerstin, pointing the broom at the new wave of men approaching the distant melee. Sir Gilkrist tried to fathom what manner of person could be so familiar to such a wicked woman as the Witch of Klomm. The squire had said only the seneschal could tell her what to do. Could it be he, Seneschal Fingal of Klomm? He was disgruntled by the recent memory of the seneschal scolding him, but even so, he seemed to be a practical man. He had to be. He was the seneschal. Then the unnerving possibility dawned on him. It might be that he was what assured her loyalty to Klomm. He was her leash, the master that could tame the voracious beast that was her unpredictable whim. If something happened to the seneschal, there was no telling where her allegiance might fall. Suddenly he was reminded of the Duke. "Do you know what has become of Lord Hammond?" "Dead, most likely," she said as she burrowed her finger into her ear. "Which, since he left no heirs, means Lord Kendrick will become the Duke. Although he's likely to have already gotten himself killed too." Only the moon reflecting from flashing weapons and armour allowed the fighting to be seen once they reached their destination. Shouts and clanging weapons rang shrill through the night. The Ecossians were losing badly, and had been all but overrun. "Me lord," cried a disfigured peasant when he saw the knight. "Me lord, we can't hold them. We need more—" His voice trailed off when he saw the witch. "Hasten to the knight in charge," said Sir Gilkrist. "The archers must fall back from the canal, and he too must retire from the bridge." "Don't bother," said Kerstin. "Let him stay there and hold the line." "What?" he hissed. "Don't be absurd. He's a nobleman." "Sir Gilkrist, we need to stop wasting time and remove this bridge." But he was his peer. He was the same as he. What if it was he who fought to hold the crossing? She would not withhold on his account. She cared not to spare a soul. Should he listen to her frugal advice and deal more efficiently? Or should he adhere to human compassion and risk all to deliver his knightly colleague? He looked down at the anxious peasant. "Me lord?" It was unfortunate, but the infantry were beyond hope. They would all die. That was the fate for lowly foot soldiers. It was not unusual for cavaliers to trample their own troops to death in the mounted charge when it seemed their usefulness had been exhausted. But for a valiant lord to be cut down alongside them in an explosion, without any chance for ransom or exchange, was a tragic passing indeed. Was such dishonour even worth halting the enemy assault? His reservations submerged as his eyes assumed that limp, unfocused regard. "The knights of Klomm have fought bravely, as have you all. Now, I command you to hold fast the front line. Your deaths shall not be in vain." The peasant took off his leather cap and hung his head. "Yes, sir." Then, mustering his courage, he put his cap back on and stood as tall and straight as his defect would allow and saluted. "Yes, sir. Long live the king." "Long may he reign." Kerstin hopped down from the saddle and set about her craft. Sir Gilkrist watched her draw a large chalk circle on the cobblestone road. Despite his callous disposition, he felt a sense of excitement when he recognised some of the symbols from the hallway floor as she scribbled the same complex series of runes and lines. She produced 9 white candles from her belt and hastily set them out where the lines met the edge of the circle. Then she stood in the centre of the key and muttered something under her breath as she clapped her hands 9 times. "Blessed heroine," he whispered, as one by one a small flame flickered to life over each of the 9 wicks. Then the witch proclaimed to the night, "O great Aldrinary, how bright is thy flame! Spirit of fire and lord of the flame! I offer this contract to the second of 5 elements. The price I take, in payment you shall receive. For the spirits of the earth shall hang in balance, all as one and one as many. Equilibrium shall be restored." She began to hum a single note, clear as crystal glass. She rose an octave and whirled her broom above her head. The blazing blue tongues leapt from candle to candle, faster and faster as she swung her broom until she was engulfed in a searing wheel of truculent flame. Kerstin opened her mouth wider and began to golder the note in a harsh vibration, causing the magical conflagration to burn even more brightly. Amid the fighting, the disfigured peasant made a fearful glance over his shoulder at the witch's spell, and knew it would be the end of him and his comrades. He pointed his mace up into the night sky and shouted, "Long live the Duke of Klomm! Long live the King of Écosse!" The knight drew his sword and held it high as his steed reared up and whinnied. A loud roar erupted from the troops to join the peasant's cry, and for the last seconds of their lives they fought more fiercely than ever before. "My soul shall guide the vessel of power!" screamed the witch. Her whole body shook, smoke hissed from her flesh, and she screamed with all the agony of a heretic burning at the stake. Then, with a terse wisp of wind that seemed to snatch up her very spirit, she collapsed like a discarded puppet. An orange glow appeared deep in the river, growing, intensifying, until it exploded in a raging cyclone of twisting fire. With a thundering peal, the bridge burst upon impact, hurling chunks of molten stone and decimated bodies in every direction. The awesome blast shook the river, and a pillar of water rose sheer in its wake, crashing down with a great splash that showered those on the bank with a hissing spray. Sir Gilkrist cursed and lowered his arm from his face, revelling at the immense destruction. His ears rang from the deafening crack, and he saw that many of the men who had not been caught up in the blast were wincing and clutching their ears as well. He shoved his guilt aside and looked to the witch. She lay motionless, face down in the chalk circle, surrounded by the smoking candles. She wasn't breathing. Had she too given up her life to halt the Caragol advance? Surely the woman was dead. Could working a spell of such magnitude twice in too short a time have proved too much and cost her life? As much as he disliked her, he found the notion of her death left him disenchanted. Her arm twitched, and she slowly came back to life. She got back on her feet. Far from effaced, she smugly tilted her chin and sent the knight a self-appreciating smile, apparently satisfied with the demonstration of her power. She was not the first witch he had encountered. There were 2 in Thaganil that he knew of, but they were little more than beggars who read bone omens and boiled newts and toads in their reeking huts. While he knew nothing of magic, he was certain that neither of them were capable of the feat he had just witnessed. By what means did this woman have such power? Then something caught his eye. A red droplet trickling down the shaft of the old besom broom. Blood oozed between her fingers and ran down the back of her hand along her bare forearm. Had she cut her palm? He had not seen her do it. It was possible she had done it previously, or even that she had been injured. But no, there was something about it that struck him as particularly odd. Something about that broom she carried. What did she with such a thing? Movement on the ground beside him diverted his attention as a Caragol tried to crawl away. "Oh, that one's still alive," shouted an archer, drawing his dagger. He rushed at the wounded soldier, his blade raised for the kill, but Kerstin's broom struck him in the face, levelling him on his back. "Idiot! Have some common sense." Sir Gilkrist knelt down and turned the Caragol over for examination. To his surprise, it was a woman in a black and orange surcoat, a young dame of Was. She was sorely wounded, both legs broken, and her side badly burnt. She coughed up blood onto her surcoat. He could see in her face she was no evil convict, but a true knight. The Count had not been able to do away with all his rightly lords, it seemed, but what did she here? Kerstin loomed over the noblewoman. "Well, aren't you a lucky lady?" she said wickedly. "Worry not, madam. We'll get you all patched up and find you some nice quarters in the dungeon. Then it'll be the pair of anguish for you, or perhaps the wooden horse. We'll have to see." Sir Gilkrist shot her a contemptuous glare. "We shall not implement devices of torture in the interrogation of a lady." "Ah, we most certainly will if His Grace wants us to, or if he doesn't want us not to is more likely." "But surely he will be far more interested in what she says than what it took to make her say it." "Then I will tell him of it beforehand." "No," said Kerstin. "If that's the case, I'll be explicitly ordered not to. But of course, I'll go ahead and do it anyway, in which case I'll get told off and thanked at the same time." "Why do you speak as though you'll be the one to put her to the question?" "Well, she can't be tortured by a man. Good heavens, Sir Gilkrist, that would be indecent." "How does the seneschal feel about you being the assistant torturer?" He has more important things to think about, I'm sure," she said defensively. "And so do we, for that matter." He saw a twitch in her lip. He had her now. She might not care in the least what anyone else thought, but she was definitely concerned with the seneschal's approval. Perhaps she was sweet on him. He need only go to him if he was to rein in the Witch of Klomm. It was a simple thing, but he was quite pleased with himself and could not help the tiniest smile. "That we do." He motioned to a group of nearby soldiers. "You there, seek out a physician for her ladyship. And you men, I want you to keep her under close guard. This prisoner is of the greatest value and is not to be harmed in any way whatsoever. Understood?" "Yes, sir." "Come, sorceress," he said. "Let us ride to the seneschal and his grace." Kerstin gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, but did as she was told. They arrived at Plumpney Bridge to find a very large man shouting out breathy orders from where he sat cross-legged in the middle of the road, away from the battle. Spittle shone on his plump cheeks and chin as he gasped for breath, and his huge barrel chest heaved as he ran his pudgy fingers through his sweaty hair. It was the Duke's brother, Lord Kendrick Clomentus. "Lord Grace," shouted Sir Gilkrist, riding up next to him. "Lord Grace, I have brought the sorceress to work her magics and save the knight." "Ah, witch," he huffed, ignoring the knight. "Do something about these damn Caragons, would you?" "As you will, Lord Grace," she said, rummaging through a pouch on her belt. "Now just you hold on, woman," said Lord Kendrick. "I mean, do something without killing all our men, and without ruining my bridge." "What?" "Don't bloody ruin it. Plumpney Bridge has been standing over the Vital waters for 9 generations, 364 years, girl. I'll not have you go blowing it up like the 2 other more recent constructions." "Lord Grace," Sir Gilkrist said coolly, "please understand that—" "You stupid fat ox," said Kerstin. "Do you want me to save the bridge or your brother's city? Make your choice while I stand idly by. I care not what happens as a result of your dumbassery." But old Plumpney," Kendrick wailed. "Oh, fiddle-dee-dee," she said as she dismounted. "You can always build another one just like it. In the meantime, let me alone while I do my job." He rolled his eyes as the witch began drawing her chalk circle in the street. Good-for-nothing, insubordinate, snaggle-toothed little vagrant. And who are you, anyway? He asked, finally acknowledging the knight. Sir Gilkrist of Lothellae from... Lothellae? Sir Burke's son? You were a Moro, weren't you? I was, he said, glowering. Lord Hammond had not involved the Duchy of Vidal in the Codsey War, electing instead to protect the kingdom's borders and to guard the estates of the lords who had been deployed in the campaign. Lord Kendrick hadn't gone either. Those who had knew better than to bring it up. Kerstin's voice interrupted his thoughts. Your Grace, where's Fingal? Where do you think he is, woman? On the bridge with the men. But I can't. Not until... I'll go fetch the bloody seneschal, Sir Gilkrist snarled, leaping down from the saddle. Yes, of course, said Lord Kendrick. Retrieve him to safety, boy. Angry, frustrated, and thoroughly annoyed, Sir Gilkrist shoved the lesser foot soldiers out of his way as he stormed to the forefront of the melee. Not only must he warn the seneschal, but Sir Cranmer was somewhere there as well. Enough lives had been lost that night. As many men as could be spared must be removed out of harm's way. Even if he ordered a full retreat and allowed the Caragons to take the bridge, they would still be stopped by the witch's spell, and those who made it through could easily be taken prisoner. "Get back, you fools!" he shouted. "The witch has begun her rites. Get off the bridge. Retreat! Retreat!" Armoured shoulders and elbows prodded his bare face as the Ecossians began their chaotic route. The edge of a shield bumped against his nose and blood trickled down his lip. He squinted through his tears and pressed forward against the current of panicking men. "Seneschal! Sir Cranmer!" he shouted. "Sir Cranmer!" Then, beyond the last of the fleeing ranks, he saw him. Spattered with the blood of his foes, Sir Cranmer stood over the crumpled body of Seneschal Fingal, fending off the advancing Caragon force. "Back, you curs!" he roared with a broad stroke of his arming sword. "Brigands, scoundrels, dastardly knaves! Flee from Ilsagil's steel! Ha! Hia!" "Sir Cranmer!" cried Sir Gilkrist as he dashed to the aid of his companion. He threw himself against the wall of Caragon shields, swatting away their weapons and bashing his sword down on their helms. He could hear their shouts and cries in the Caragon tongue as the weary front line cowered under his assault. He knew little of their language, only a few pleasant phrases to charm noble courtiers. However, there was one term that echoed from behind the enemy ranks, shouted loud in a commanding voice. "Gerhil Salamik! Gerhil Salamik!" At once the Caragon soldiers began cautiously shuffling back in the smoky haze away from the two knights, hunched behind their round shields, axes and spears still poised defensively, dragging their wounded with them. "What is this? What are they doing?" asked Sir Gilkrist. "It's the order to withdraw," wheezed Seneschal Fingal, throwing his arm around Sir Cranmer as the knight helped him to his feet. "Withdraw?" Sir Gilkrist said in disbelief. He looked back as somewhere behind him he heard Lord Kendrick give the order to cease volleys. Plompney Bridge was suddenly very quiet, and the three men stood alone in the aftermath of the battle. The shadowy form of a man approached, striding over the slain through the glistening pools of blood. It was a lone knight of Was. In his hand he clutched the coronet of the house of Clomentas. "Is that him?" Sir Gilkrist whispered. "Is that the Count?" Before he could reply, the knight removed his helm, allowing his dark hair to be swept up with the sparks and ash in the mountain breeze. One of his shaven cheeks was tattooed with thorny brambles, and Sir Cranmer gasped at the sight of his face. "Oh, that is—" "The Knight of the Briar Rose," announced their adversary in a thick Caragon accent. "Knight of the Briar Rose? Pray tell. Why does the champion of Lady Vollerina wear the colours of Count Olgris Warziga?" Sir Gilkrist demanded. The Briar Rose met his glare with phlegmatic composure and said nothing in reply. "I am Sir Cranmer of Turth from Duchy Ilsagil, and this is Seneschal Fingal of Klomm." The Seneschal nodded with a painful grimace. "And this is—" Sir Gilkrist of Lothellae, snarled the younger knight. Again I ask, why do you wear the standard of was? Answer, Caragol, lest I ask you with steel. Boy, growled Fingal, clutching his injured side, I'll skin you like a buck. Don't you dare cross blades with him. You have flooded the sluice gates, said the Knight of the Briar Rose, ignoring the outstanding question, and have prevented our passage beneath the river. You have thwarted our assault from the west. You have exploded the bridge in the north and the bridge in the south. That upon which we stand is the only way by which we may advance. By the same means you have destroyed those others. You intend to sever this crossing as well. That we do, spat Sir Gilkrist, and we shall by great and formidable magics. Thou wouldst do very well to be wary of them, for they will yet be the end of you. Do not threaten me with that of which you know nothing, said the Knight of the Briar Rose. Shut up, Sir Gilkrist, whispered Sir Cranmer. We have long been aware of the powerful sorceress who dwells in Klomm, continued the Knight of the Briar Rose, and we predicted the aid of her spells in the defence of the city. We did not know when, and we did not know how these magics would hinder us, but it is for that reason I have withdrawn my men to safety. I wish to waste no more lives this night, neither Akosian nor Caragol, now that she has shown herself. I have but one more thing to say, he continued, and that is to inform you that the Duke of Klomm is dead. He cast a broken diadem before the knights. Lord Kendrick Clomentus has inherited his brother's mantle. The three men stared at the jewelled circlet lying in Akosian blood among the corpses of Klomm's soldiers. Fingal choked back his tears, and Sir Cranmer said sombrely, Gilkrist, would you please retrieve the Duke's coronet? Sir Gilkrist stepped forward and reached down to pick it up, but withdrew his hand. How can I offer this to Lord Hammond's brother without delivering the head of the serpent who vomited it up from its belly as well? Sir Gilkrist, don't. Knight of the Briar Rose, he roared. Defend yourself. Sir Gilkrist. Sir Gilkrist dashed at his opponent with his eager blade, lunging with a shout at the eye of his foe. At the last second, a white flash shot his arm aside with a piercing clang, and with speed beyond perception, a hefty whack at the nape of his skull rattled every bone in his body. He keeled over onto all fours, stunned. Upon regaining his senses, he became acutely aware of an incredibly sharp metal blade pressing into his throat. You should take heed to the advice of your friends, said the Knight of the Briar Rose. Klomm has not so many knights left to defend her people, and I am there loth to kill yet another. I struck you with the flat of my blade. Be thankful that I am not so haughty and proud as you. He lowered his scimitar and slid it back into the scabbard, and Sir Gilkrist panted with great relief. Go, said the Knight of the Briar Rose, striding back into the smoke and darkness. Take the coronet to Lord Kendrick. Allow the witch to weave her fearsome magics, but be warned. The jaws of darkness have come unhinged and have devoured my country whole. I pray you fare better than have we. Chapter 12. Hinkle woke up in a small room lit by a candle flickering on the dresser. She sat up in the stiff cot with a groan and recalled how she ended up there. Fingal, after the battle in the forest, he had sent her on horseback with Squire Gothard. He was the one who brought her here to the inn, the Emerald Empress. In fact, wasn't this his room? A shield and a neat pile of battle gear in the corner confirmed her thought. She had no memory of him leaving it there. He had hastily dropped her off in the dining hall and then rushed off to join the others. At Plompney Bridge, she remembered Fingal saying. Some girl had shown her to the room. If he had come back and left his things, that meant that the fighting must be over. What had the outcome been? They must have held them off. Was everyone all right? Sir Gilkrist, Fingal, and what about Kerstin? She sprung to her feet and reached for the candle, yelping as she picked it up too fast and spilt hot wax on her fingers. She peeked out the door into the dark hall. The inn was silent and deserted. She held up the candle, and a surge of pain in her elbow reminded her that she had sprained it, and she carefully transferred the light to her other hand as she crept towards the stairs. As she descended the wooden steps, she heard muffled voices from the floor below. "Take it easy." Yeah, I ain't doing it that hard." "Bleh, this stuff stinks. What did she mix up in it? Cat poop?" "Like I'd know." "I wouldn't put it past her. It's a bunch of nonsense, I says, and what ain't's trouble if I know one thing, and that ain't two." "She does what she can. She cares, you know." "Cares? Her? Well, ain't you a bloody optimist of a damn fool? Cares for you, maybe, but not for none else. Well, next time she can rub her nasty potions on you herself, says I. For the truth is, I'd rather you not go round trying to get yourself killed, and I ain't the only one who rathers it." "It's not but a few cracked ribs, woman." "Oh, aye, but it could just as easily have been a cracked skull, it could have. Then you'd be dead, and we'd have naught but Lord Hammond to see to things getting took care of." "Lord Hammond has perished in the assault. Lord Kendrick is the Duke now." "Oh, and ain't that a relief? Between him and that skinny tramp you're porking, we'll be led right into a bright and sunny golden age. Big steaming turd if that happens, no siree. We need someone with at least a farthing's worth of common sense around here, Fingal." The frazzle-haired old woman jumped back and pointed at Hinkle standing awkwardly in the doorway. "Oi, there's that trollop Goddard dumped into my lap." The bare-chested seneschal eased himself up from the bed, clutching his injured side. "That's Hinkle. She's Kerstin's niece." "Pleased to meet you," said Hinkle. "Niece? Humpin' hairy horses. Blimey, Fingal. Well, she looks nothing like her, says I." Fingal rolled his eyes. "Hinkle, this is Mab, the patroness of the inn. Don't you mind a word she says about you or Kerstin." "Now just you wait a moment's peace," said Mab, holding up the sign of horns. "You ain't into all that same mumbo-jumbo hullabaloo too, are you?" "What? You pray backwards?" "No." "Sleep in a salt circle?" "No." "Good enough for me. We've already got one loony board like that, and that's one more than we need. Let's have a look at you." Mab grabbed Hinkle's wrist and turned her around to inspect her. "A bit skinny she is, and could certainly use a good wash, but I suppose that ain't nothing disordinary. Who owns her, anyways?" "Some Nate," Fingal said. "The Gilkrist of Lothellae." "Where's that?" "Vaginal County." "Oh, I see. Well, he ought to take better care of his servants, I says. At least put some ass-hell shoes on her ass-hell feet, for cry-eye." "I agree," said Fingal. Hinkle looked down. "Hold on. Just what's he need a little trollop like you for, anyways?" Hinkle looked to Fingal for assistance, certain that the old innkeeper would twist whatever she said into something inappropriate. "Oh, I see. None of my business, is it?" "No," Hinkle protested. "I was just—" "Oi, speaking of my business," Mab remembered. "It's high time I went back down and gave them brats in the kitchen a proper fonging. Let them alone for too long and they get all complacent and start slacking off. Blah. Pissants." Fingal sighed as Mab took her leave. "Take care not to get in the way of that one," he said. "She might come across as a bit of a simpleton, but she's got a mean temper. I wouldn't want to be those kitchen girls right now. Well, come on then. Why don't you give me a hand downstairs to the meeting? Kerstin's there, and so is Sir Gilkrist. He'll probably want to know you're safe." Hinkle's heart stopped. "They're both there?" "Yes," said Fingal. "What's on your mind? I've seen men look less distraught walking up the gallows. What's all this hand-wringing about?" Well, Sir Gilkrist thinks I'm an apothecary." "Didn't think it'd take too well to the truth, I gather. But an apothecary's not too far off the mark, I don't think. Not for you, anyway. Kerstin's another story." "No, but he overheard my grandmother mention Kerstin, and he was asking about her. And, well, he's pretty devout and a bit superstitious, so Well, you what?" I told him she was a nun from Heroin's Heart Abbey in the Order of Sacred Virgins." She had half expected him to slap his knee and guffaw at such a ridiculous lie, but instead she caught a painful grimace in the hardened face of the seneschal. "I suppose she isn't the most ideal relative to have," he said quietly. "No, I get why you did it. I've seen this Sir Gilkrist of yours in action. I'm not sure he'd be understanding. However, now that there's no avoiding it, it may have been better if you'd told the truth in the first place." Hinkle nodded remorsefully. "Don't you worry, though. I'll be there with you. And I outrank him. He'll have to go through both me and Kerstin." She was only a little relieved. "Right, well, let's get on down there then." Sir Gilkrist leaned in over the big canvas map spread out on the table as he listened to the compiled accounts of the battle. Klomm was in a sorry state indeed. They had lost over a third of their men. Most of the knights had been on the other side of the river when the assault had begun, and were now in the hands of the enemy. Of those that had been on the west side, 6 were confirmed dead, the most gallant of whom had led a few brave men in a suicidal counterattack to hold off the Caragons in the sewers until the sluice gates were opened and the raging torrent drowned them all. Another 4 noble lords had died defending the north and south bridges, caught up in the inferno of the witch's spell, and Walgor had verified the death of Sir Rowan. Only the wounded seneschal, Sir Welby, Sir Cranmer, and he himself were left to attend the newly succeeded duke. Lord Kendrick was furious over the death of his brother and was anxious for revenge. He sat at the head of the table with his humongous fists clenched, his face boiling red, as the page boy reported the fate of the surrounding hamlets on the city outskirts. Ermel caught sight of the invading Caragon army and its citizens fled, leaving the hamlet to be razed. Dern remains unscathed and was only made aware of the invasion by the scout sent to spy on their condition. The hamlet was promptly evacuated and its persons are now safely within our walls, along with those from Ermel. The others," the page gulped and glanced nervously at the Duke, "were burnt to the ground. No survivors." "No survivors?" Lord Kendrick pounded the table. Damn! It's going to take decades to repopulate after we beat these buggers back. Who's going to work the farms until then? Our economy has been totally ruined. Shattered. Oh, there will be a steep bill in blood to pay for this travesty, on my word. A steep bill indeed. Caragol!" "Your Grace," Sir Cranmer spoke up, "we cannot yet be sure that it is Caragol that attacked us. Remember that our enemy flies the standard of wars. It could be a renegade force. We must entertain the possibility that somehow the Count still lives." "Algris? That's preposterous. They hung and quartered him 3 years ago. There must have been 1,000 people there to watch it." "Yes," said Sir Welby, "but it is a fact we must now be sceptical of." "Well, a plague on him if he still lives," rumbled the Duke. "A plague on him, I say." As the Duke continued to rant, Kerstin yawned. She sat apart from the others, leaning her face into her hand so her cheek squished up against her eye. Sir Gilkrist originally assumed that she had been there to provide valuable insight, as could only be given by one of her nature, especially since the Duke had begrudgingly decided her presence was important enough to postpone the whole meeting until she had finished taking her bath. But she had done very little other than groan and yawn and roll her eyes. At one point she even stood up, announcing to everyone that she had to piss. A single hour had passed and she had hardly been able to sit still for its duration. Her city was under siege, her neighbours lay dead in the streets, and the Witch of Klomm was bored. She was making a mess of tobacco crumbs on the table as she packed her pipe for the second time, struck a match on the side of her boot, and sucked in her breath as she lit the bowl. 2 blue clouds wafted from her nostrils and swirled around her head in a smoky haze. She was almost pretty now that her face had been scrubbed clean of blood and makeup. She had changed into a satin gown, and her damp hair hung over her bare shoulders. She no longer carried with her the bizarre wares of her craft, save the broom on the table before her. He imagined what devious and perverse uses she must have for such a thing. It was depraved, disgusting, but it excited him. Was she visited by spirits? Was that how she attained her power? He had heard somewhere before that it was through lust that the power of witchcraft was stemmed. Therefore, the greater the bodily cravings, the greater the potential for the woman to be a witch. That meant that Kerstin was beyond a whore. It meant that her carnal desire was so insatiable that she offered herself to Selsubil and all his infernal princes. By the heroine, what an abomination she was! Suddenly, Kerstin cocked her head and gaped, barely catching her pipe as it fell from her open mouth. Sir Gilkrist frowned and followed her disbelieving stare past the thundering Duke to where the Seneschal Fingal limped through the door-frame with his arm around Hinkle's shoulders. He was pleased to see his maidservant was safe and well, and had even taken the initiative to help the wounded Seneschal. She had done very well that day. He would see that someone had a hot supper made for her, and that she was given a bath as well. But what caused the sorceress to gawk as she did? Surely she wasn't jealous of his servant girl. Something tweaked in his mind as Kerstin leapt up from her chair. "Hinkle, what on earth?" Hinkle's heart fluttered with the desperation of a cornered rabbit. She could see him piecing it all together, right there in front of her. He had only just figured it out, just now. Her breath caught in her throat as her master turned his eyes upon her, strangling her with judgment and accusation, penetrating her soul with that intense glare. She couldn't move. The dining room closed in around her, cutting off every escape. She had crawled into a space that was too small for her and gotten stuck, unable to retract. But in the midst of her panic, she felt the strong hand of Seneschal Fingal squeeze her shoulder as he spoke on her behalf. "Now there'll be at least two of you in want of an explanation," he said. "I'd like one too," said Lord Kendrick, twisting around on the wooden pew. "That's Hinkle there with you?" "Yes," Fingal replied. "She's my niece." The Duke stared at her for a moment, then shrugged. "So, what's the fuss about?" "The fuss is that she lives on the other side of the kingdom in Prince Orr County," said Kerstin. "Hinkle, what are you doing here? Today of all days? Mother isn't here too, is she? No, it would have been obvious if she was. Did you come here all by yourself? How did you even get here?" "Calm down, Kerstin," said Fingal, "and I'll tell you." Sir Gilkrist couldn't believe it. He was actually going to receive his explanation second. He was going to be the last to know. "Your niece," began the Seneschal with a nod in the direction of the knight, "was taken on by Sir Gilkrist the other week and came up here with him and Sir Cranmer." "What?" demanded Kerstin. "You work for Lothellae? Hinkle, how could you stoop so low? Mother's idea, no doubt." "Kerstin." "Now hold on, girl," said the Duke. "Let me get this all figured out. You're the witch's niece, and you're Sir Gilkrist of Lothellai's maidservant." "Yes, my lord." "Well," he said, turning to the knight, "you're awfully quiet, boy. Didn't know about the relation, I gather." "No, I did not." "Ah, I wouldn't tell you about me either," said Kerstin. "My, what an awful surprise this must be for you, my lord." "You certainly seem proud of yourself for being such a revolting embarrassment," said Sir Gilkrist, without taking his eyes off his quaking servant. "She told me you were a consecrated virgin in a convent, a kind and benevolent young woman of purity and chastity." "Oh, Sir Gilkrist, you've been had. Hinkle, you really convinced him to believe it. Ah, what a silly fool." "Kerstin, please." "Had, indeed," sighed the knight, turning his glare upon the witch. "I have been naught but a fly caught in the web of lies spun by your loathsome family. You may be the only honest soul among your kin, but just look at you, the most vile, licentious, degenerate slut ever to be born from the womb of cursed woman." "Boy, you better watch it," snapped Fingal. "Another word like that and I'll break your neck." "Please," said Sir Cranmer. "We're all exhausted and angry at the unjust passings of the day, but let us not quarrel with each other. We must stand together against the enemy in unity." "He's right," said Lord Kendrick, and Sir Welby nodded in agreement. "Now, make your peace so we can finish the meeting. Which, you first." What? Why me?
Come on now, woman, said Fingal.
Ah, fine. Sir Gilkrist, I'm sorry for agitating you on purpose and rubbing your own stupidity in your face, even though I think you're a self-righteous cock and that you deserve it.
Kerstin, is that really the best you can do? Asked Fingal.
It is, in fact.
I suppose that's about as much as could be expected from her, sighed the Duke. Your turn, Lothellae. Seneschal Fingal. Which? Said Sir Gilkrist. I apologise for the hostility I have demonstrated this evening.
As if I could even begin to care, said Kerstin.
Apology accepted, said Fingal. However, continued Sir Gilkrist, it is not with either of you that I am at odds. Slowly he slid his sword from his scabbard as he approached Hinkle. Sir Cranmer pressed his face into his hand. Sir Gilkrist, is that really necessary? Sir Gilkrist ignored his companion and lifted his blade toward the girl. The sight of her master pointing his sword at her with his eyes full of scorn and disgust was no less painful than if he had plunged it into her heart. She knew what was coming. It was what she had feared all along, abandonment and a long, lonely walk back to Sweetwater. On top of that, she'd have to beg and whore the whole way just to scrape up enough money to pay her taxes when she returned, and maybe have something to eat at some point along the miserable journey. She wasn't even sure her grandmother would take her back now that she thought of it. She was about to be worse off than she had ever been before.
"Please don't, my lord," she whispered as tears welled up in her eyes.
Hinkle, maid of Sweetwater, he said, you have proven yourself untrustworthy and dishonest, and are therefore unworthy of such an esteemed position as to attend to the needs of a noble knight. Henceforth, I, Sir Gilkrist of Lothellae, release you from my service.
"I'm sorry, my lord," she croaked. "I'm sorry I lied. It's just, I thought you would be upset. I didn't think you'd understand."
I understand just perfectly.
"Please," she whispered. "I have nowhere to go. Have mercy, my lord."
Sir Gilkrist curled up his lip and he looked down at her with disdain. I have no pity for the likes of you, he hissed. Are you really so callous, Lothellae? Asked Fingal. She told you her aunt was a bloody nun. It's not like she stole from you or caused you some grievous harm. Don't you think you're overreacting? The knight ignored him as he returned to his seat.
"Hinkle," said Kerstin, "I don't see what you're so upset about. You've just been liberated from the indentured servitude to a judgmental tyrant. You should be happy." "I don't want to be a whore, Kerstin," Hinkle sobbed. "I've never done it before."
"A Sheely's breath, boy," muttered Sir Cranmer, sending a glare at the younger knight.
"You don't have to be one if you don't want to," Kerstin said. "You could be my apprentice."
The Duke raised an eyebrow. "How is that a better alternative?" "There you go," said Fingal. "You can stay with Kerstin and give her a hand."
Hinkle nodded sadly. It was better than nothing, but she knew that Kerstin was not particularly reliable, even if she intended to be. After all, the city was besieged and everyone was very busy. Kerstin would probably have more important things to attend to. She tried to push the thought out of her mind. "Okay," she sniffed, wiping away her tears. "You may as well take her to your place then," said Lord Kendrick. "Really?" Kerstin asked. "I can leave?"
"Yes, it's not like you were contributing to the meeting or even paying attention at all. If you go home, then at least no one will have to look at you. It'd be an act of charity, really."
"I will happily oblige your grace," Kerstin said with an exaggerated curtsy. "See, me lord, I am a kind and benevolent woman."
Sir Gilkrist turned his head away in disgust. "Ah, would you get out of my meeting?" the Duke bellowed, snatching the quill pen from the page's hand and hurling it at the witch.
Yes, yes, your grace," Kerstin doted, ducking the projectile. "Come on, Hinkle, let's be out of here." Chapter 13. The street was empty and dark. Only the moon and the glow from the torches of patrolling soldiers illuminated their way.
The city was under martial law, and a curfew had been imposed upon the city. No one was to be out past nightfall.
"Do you still live in the old parsonage on Diegel Street?" Hinkle asked.
Kerstin nodded.
"The corner of Diegel and Gast. It's not far from here, just down the hill and around the bend, actually. The new neighbours can be nasty, though, just so you're warned. But one of them did pass away just the other week, or was it the week before? Oh, I can't remember. It's not like I had a hand in it. Not really, anyway."
As her aunt continued to chatter on, Hinkle glanced at the broom she carried against her shoulder. She didn't have the broom the last time she visited. She made out a series of faint markings etched into the handle. Magic runes. It was a complex formula of white magic wards. Something about that broom was very important and was sure to be equally as dangerous.
"Here we are,"
Kerstin announced. An abandoned church with a crumbling steeple loomed over the neighbouring roofs from the street corner. The yard was unkempt and overgrown, and a mossy stone path led into a sordid building attached to the back of the parish. Though it was at one time a hallowed site, it was now nothing more than the spooky lodging of the Witch of Klomm. Hinkle had seen nothing of Kerstin's warden, Bardas. The last time she visited, the skinny monk had followed her aunt around wherever she went, as if she were some charge of great significance. She was about to ask as Kerstin fumbled with the lock, but decided against becoming too interested in her aunt's affairs. She knew well enough that Kerstin had a particular hatred for people asking too many questions about other people's business, or at least about her own. Besides, it was likely she had simply overgrown the need for her monastic chaperone. She followed Kerstin through the door, and at the verbal command of her aunt, the fireplace and all the candles flickered to life. Hinkle cringed. A layer of dust coated every surface in the house, except for the banister, which was smeared with sticky marmalade fingerprints. The floor hadn't been swept or mopped in, apparently since her last visit, and mud was tracked through the hall and up the stairs. A faint odour lingered in the air. Something was rotting in the kitchen.
"Sorry about the mess,"
said Kerstin.
"It's fine." "Well, you've had quite a day, haven't you? Gallivanting around with pompous knights, trying not to get yourself killed."
"I don't want to talk about it."
"I wouldn't either if I were you. What an awful time you must have had. Ha! I still can't believe you were working for Sir Gilkrist."
"I just said I don't want to talk about it."
"Right, sorry,"
Kerstin said, setting her broom against the wall.
"So, how is Mother?"
"She's fine, Kerstin."
"Well, somebody's ready for bed. Shall I put some klamath weed under your pillow to help cheer you up?"
Hinkle was amazed at her aunt's suggestion. It was a famous myth that if a young virgin slept with blossoming klamath flowers under her pillow, she would see the man she would marry in her dream. Hinkle had believed it was true for the first 12 years of her life, and had been terrified to try it for fear of who she might see. But after having her heart broken by the miller's son, whom she discovered by chance was already involved with an older and more developed girl in the village, she feared she might never marry, and dared to sleep with the klamath flowers. Of course she dreamt of the baronet, of whom she had frequent nightmares. On their last visit to Klomm, Hinkle's grandmother had humiliated her by recounting the tale to Kerstin, and the two women had laughed and laughed, while she was embarrassed to the point of tears. That Kerstin expected such a thing to cheer her up was a demonstration of her complete ignorance and self-absorption.
"I'm sorry, Kerstin, I'm just really not in the mood," she said diplomatically. "Can we go to bed?"
"Fine," said Kerstin.
"Didn't you bring anything with you? You'll not be sleeping in my bed in that bloody, sweaty, muddy dress."
Hinkle looked down at herself. She was utterly filthy, and she realised with some vexation that she hadn't thought of it before taking a nap in Gothard's bed. She hoped he wouldn't be too annoyed with her.
"Sir Gilkrist still has my bag," she said. "Ah, could you not have thought of that before? We shan't be returning there tonight." "Oh, well, I'm sure I can let you borrow something to wear, but you're taking a bath first." "Right now?" "Yes, in fact, the water's already pumped for you. I didn't drain the tub before the meeting after I took mine." "That's right, you have a water pump."
The Baronet of Sweetwater had a big wooden bathtub in his manor, but not even he had a pump system. Water had to be carried in from the well. She had seen large bathhouses in Amaryl City, where noblemen would go in the afternoons to discuss politics and the economy while lounging in the steaming waters. Of course, Hinkle had never been to one, and had only ever bathed in the sea and in rivers, which is what she initially thought Kerstin had meant. It was hard to believe that her aunt was privy to such luxury and convenience. Yes, 'twill be cold, though. I only use the heat for it in the winter. I'll show you to it, then. Kerstin was already fast asleep when Hinkle returned from her bath, and the room was filled with the soft hushes of her breathing. As she crept across the shadowy floorboards to the glimmering candle and the clay jug of water on the bedside table, Hinkle stopped to look out the window into the night. The street was gloomy, dead. Hinkle blew out the candle and crawled into bed next to her aunt. She was not hopeful about what the next day might bring. Klomm was under siege, and no one knew when they might be overrun and killed. Her master, who had been her one hope for having a life, had cast her aside. The only people who knew or cared about her at all were Kerstin and Fingal, but they were two of the most important people next to Lord Kendrick. They would be so busy they'd likely forget all about her. In the end, she was alone. She always was. She didn't make any difference in anyone's life. The world wouldn't pay any mind whether she was there or not. She didn't matter. Not even a little bit. Hinkle. Hinkle. Hinkle looked around the foggy nothingness for the friendly voice calling to her. Hinkle, he called again. Hello, she replied. Is someone there? Something caught her eye, a bright light shimmering in the torpid mist. As soon as she tried to look at it, it vanished. Then, there! She saw it again. But it too vanished as soon as she tried to set her eyes upon it. Hello, where are you? I can't find you. Hinkle. Yes, I'm here. Then out of the swirling vapours rode the greatest knight of all. He sat upon an immaculate steed, a radiant white stallion with a snowy mane and a golden horn on its brow. He himself wore a resplendent mail, far too brilliant to look at, forged from the sun itself. He was robed in a diamond surcoat and a golden sash, and a magnificent helm covered his face and head. Hinkle was glad, because she was sure the sight of his face would have been too much to bear. There was a familiarity about him, as if she had known him all along. Follow me, he said softly, this way. She nodded and began to walk behind him as he led her through the fog toward a purple forest. She wondered at the sound of his voice. She knew it. She recognised it, but who did it belong to? Was it Sir Gilkrist's voice she heard, or the voice of Fingal? Could it be the constable? The baronet? Was it her father's voice? They entered the woods and her movements became slow and stiff. She was sinking into the earth with each step. She was up to her knees in mud, and it was sucking her down into the bubbling goop. She struggled to run after the knight as he continued onward, but could barely keep up. He trotted down the bank and into the shallows of the Vidal River, and Hinkle heaved and panted as she keeled over on the gravel point bar bank. Sir Cranmer sat nearby, tending to a small cooking fire. "Don't stop now, girl," he said, wiggling his moustaches. "You're doing well." "Thanks." She panted and sloshed into the river. The knight was almost to the other side of the Vidal when Walgor appeared at her side with his bow nocked and ready. "Careful," he warned. "We must make haste." As soon as he spoke, men burst up from the river, soldiers of Caragol and Klomm. She shrieked and ducked down into a ball as they collided in battle, slaughtering each other, spilling blood in the river. A strong hand yanked her to her feet and spun her around. "You're not the most ideal relative to have," growled Fingal. "Don't worry, though. I'll be there with you." Blood spattered on her face and dress and smeared all over her hands as she tried to push her way through the battling soldiers. They seemed unaware of her existence, content to carry out their violent onslaught. She could see the knight waiting for her at the other side, unsullied by the messy foray. She had just about made it out of the fighting when she saw him. Sir Gilkrist wrenched his dripping blade from the last of his foes and turned on the startled maid. He snatched her by the dress and lifted her out of the water. "You are the most dishonest and licentious slut ever to be born of a cursed woman," he seethed. "You are unworthy. You're just a bother."
"Please, me lord, I beg you."
"Do not seek mercy, for you shall receive none." He hurled her down into the river with a splash.
"Sir Gilkrist."
She picked herself up from the current. He nodded in the direction the knight had gone. "Off you go, then."
"No, Sir Gilkrist, please,"
she begged as he raised the crossbow to his shoulder. She sprinted away into the woods. She heard the twang and screamed as the bolt sunk into the square of her back, and she tumbled headfirst into the bluebells. And as she lay there, paralysed, able to see but unable to move, she smelt the strong scent of tobacco as someone blew smoke down into her face.
"You should be happy," said Kerstin merrily. "Now you can come be my apprentice." "Really?"
Hinkle asked, rising back to her feet.
"Do you mean it?"
"Of course not," she snapped.
"Now, leave me alone. I'm busy."
With an injured sniff, Hinkle turned away from her aunt. Off in the trees she saw her grandmother sitting on the window-sill, staring out over the harbour of Sweetwater Cove. She was into the mugwort again, and she didn't even bother going over. Instead, she stumbled after the knight until he finally led her up a grassy hill to a glade in the forest. There was a table covered in white linen, with 4 silver plates and 4 violet cushions set around it for 4 people to comfortably recline. There was fresh baked bread slathered in yellow butter, a clear crystal flagon of rich red wine, all kinds of exotic fruits, some of which she had only ever read about. The lords and ladies who would dine at this table must be esteemed nobility indeed. Surely they could not eat it all. If she was patient, there would be some scraps left over. The knight turned to her. "Welcome, child," he said, and to her astonishment gestured for her to sit.
"Wait," she gasped. "This is for me?"
"Yes," said the knight kindly, "because you are so very dear to us." Tears of happiness stung her eyes.
"Thank you."
"You are most welcome," said the knight. "But I'm afraid you'll have to wash up before you sit down." Hinkle looked down at herself. Mud was caked all the way up to her thighs. Her dress and hands and face were drenched in blood and brains. Her hair reeked of smoke and sweat. She looked at the knight and the table. They were both immaculate, not a single speck of dirt or anything unclean. There was no way, even if she had 100 baths with all the soaps in the kingdom, that she could ever be clean enough to sit at that table.
"Where shall I wash?"
she asked anxiously. "Here," he said, kneeling before her with a silver basin. Hinkle knelt across from him and dipped her hands into the water. It was hopeless. There was no way she was going to be able to wash her whole self that way. She scrubbed her hands. It wasn't even coming off.
"It's not working," she said.
"Well, here," the gentle knight suggested. "Why don't you let me?"
"No, it's not coming off, not even a little bit."
She panicked, furiously scrubbing her hands until they became raw and sore, and violently splashing her face and neck. "Why don't you let me try?"
"Because it's useless."
She shoved the basin away, spilling the dirty water into the grass. "Hinkle."
"I get it,"
she said angrily, staring over the knight.
"I understand. It's just another letdown, another disappointment, another false hope. Just another way to show me what a failure I am. That's the whole reason you brought me here, isn't it? Just to tell me I'm not good enough, not clean enough."
"No, that's not it at all."
"No, it sure seems that way to me. Well, guess what? I don't want you or your stupid supper. I'm obviously worthless. So why don't you eat it all by yourself? Go get stuffed and make yourself sick."
"Hinkle, please, don't say that. I care about you very much. You're not worthless."
"Who would believe that?" she screamed. "You don't care about me. I don't want anything to do with you."
"Hinkle, don't do this, I beg you."
"Don't even pretend like I matter. Get out of here."
She tried to shove him away, but he didn't budge, and she only ended up pushing herself back. "Just go!" He made no reply and remained motionless, completely still. "Oh, now what's wrong with you?" Dead silence. "Ah, this is ridiculous. Hello? Are you still even in there?" She tried to peer into the knight's helm. Blood seeped through the slit. Only a tiny trickle at first, but then oozing quickly and running down the face of his helm onto his surcoat. A chill shot up her spine and she took a step back. Like molten metal falling onto a linen cloth, the dripping beads of blood ignited as they landed on his surcoat, crackling, bursting into flames. "I'm sorry," she cried as fire consumed the knight. "I didn't mean it. I'll take it back." The burning body slumped over before her, a lifeless, flaming husk. A moth landed on the table, then another. Then a whole buzzing swarm descended upon it, devouring the once resplendent cloth. The food began to rot and turn before her very eyes. She gagged at the sight of festering mould bulging out of the bread and fruit, emitting the noxious odour of pungent decay. The smell was overwhelming, violating her mouth and nostrils. She felt her stomach coming up, and she bent over and vomited. She gasped and panted. She threw up again. Then she saw that she was no longer standing on the grassy hill, but on a giant heap of corpses. Their wide, sunken eyes gawked up at her, and though they were the bodies of the dead, they twitched, spasmed, moaning and writhing in perverse contortions. Their cold, gaunt hands reached for her, feeling her body, grabbing at her dress and ankles. "No, let me go!" she squealed as they pulled her down, dragging her closer to their gnashing teeth and hungry, stinking mouths. "No! Please, help! Someone help!" But there was no one. She was alone, entirely abandoned to the dead and the damned, lost in solitude in the reeking abyss that was completely void of any other presence beyond absolute despair. The only other was that of laughter so sinister that it could have belonged to no one else but the very personification of evil. Its cruelty echoed across that black dimension as it declared from nowhere and from everywhere, "You are mine." Hinkle gasped as she bolted upright in a cold sweat. She was still in Kerstin's bed, and her aunt still slept peacefully beside her. It had been a dream. She pulled her legs up to her chest and sobbed into her knees. The eerie melody floated over the rooftops, neither happy nor sad, just serene. Somewhere, out in the night, someone was playing a woodwind flute. It was pleasant, comforting. There was something mystical about those soft notes that calmed her, brought clarity and solace to her anxious heart. She got up and peered out the window to see if whoever was playing it was nearby. She could not see anyone, other than the warm glow of a watchman's torch as a patrol went by at the end of the street. She could hear their faint laughter as they joked light-heartedly, passing away the despondent night. She wondered if they noticed it too. But the more she looked into the darkness, the more it seemed as though the song echoed down from the moon and stars themselves. Hinkle crawled back into bed and fell asleep nearly at once, oblivious to the yellow clamanth blossoms her aunt had stowed beneath her pillow. As she slept, the mystic notes continued, carried aloft by an enchanted wind. Chapter 14. As Hinkle expected, some sort of business had summoned Kerstin to one place or another, and she awoke to find herself alone. She was surprised that Kerstin could actually be bothered out of bed by anyone or anything. But when she got up to look out of the window, she saw by the position of the sun in the sky that it was already mid-afternoon. Her stomach grumbled in objection, and she ventured downstairs to see what Kerstin might have in her larder. In the kitchen, she was shocked to find a whole ham left out on the butcher's block, with a wedge of smelly cheese, half a loaf of bread, and a partially eaten tomato. After helping herself to lunch and cleaning up after her aunt, she turned her attention to the open bottle of blackberry wine sitting on the counter. She hoped Kerstin hadn't been drinking it with her breakfast. However, wine with lunch was acceptable, and with one hand on her hip, Hinkle lifted the bottle to her lips and took a healthy swig, just as she heard a stern knock on the front door. She sputtered and quickly put down the wine, afraid that whoever it was would be angry at her for some reason or another. After all, she had slept away almost the entire day while everyone else was busy with the siege. However, when she opened the door, she found it was only Squire Gotthard bringing her bag of belongings from the inn. He didn't stay very long to talk, and when she asked him how he was doing, he only told her that Klomm was in a dismal state indeed, but that she was not in any immediate danger. She thanked him for her things, and as he walked away, she inquired about Kerstin's whereabouts, but he told her he didn't know. Hinkle slumped down on the couch in the living room. To her annoyance, a blazing log was crackling in the fireplace. Why Kerstin would leave the fire burning all night and day when it was only the end of summer? It was a waste of wood, and it was more than hot enough already. It occurred to her that it was strange that Kerstin would want a fire on such a warm season. Also, unless she had only just left recently, there would have been no one to add fuel to keep it going. She frowned. When she got up and went over to the fireplace, she found that the flames gave off no heat. Then she realised that for all the mess and clutter, she had only seen one book in the whole house, The Facade of the Autonomy of Man, sitting beside the bath. She knew Kerstin had books somewhere, and would not be surprised if a good number of them were illegal. It made sense she wouldn't want to keep them lying out in the open. Her developing hypothesis was confirmed as she reached out her hand and felt the tingling sensation of a magical presence from within the fireplace. It was a hidden doorway concealing a secret passage, and it was sealed by such a simple ward that it obviously saw frequent use. Hinkle decided against trespassing into what she assumed was Kerstin's private sanctum, and resolved to ask her about it when she returned, whenever that would be. She was not overly optimistic about seeing her aunt any time soon, and decided the least she could do was clean the place up. At least then she'd be able to relax and not have to look at Kerstin's filth. She mopped and dusted and tidied up until after it was dark, and made the old parsonage presentable enough for an inspection from Sir Gilkrist. She figured at the very least Kerstin would have to come back home to sleep. However, even that presumption was discredited as night came and went, and the whole next day passed by until night fell again, and there was still no sign of Kerstin. On the third day there was nothing left for her to do, and the boredom became too much for Hinkle to bear. Her idleness had begun to bother her conscience. She was not going to allow another day to be wasted sitting around Kerstin's house doing nothing. In her time by herself she had thought much about the dreaded notion of skulking back to the Emerald Empress to offer help to Mab. At least then she'd be making some sort of contribution. She resolved, too, as she left the house, that if she saw Fingal or Sir Cranmer on the way, she'd ask them if they might provide her with an alternative. She didn't, though. Instead, she was mortified to have to scurry off to the side of the street as Sir Gilkrist rode by with a company of armoured troops jogging noisily behind him. He didn't so much as turn his head in her direction and kept looking straight ahead as if she was invisible. Mab turned out to be quite surprised and perhaps even a little bit impressed that the witch's niece would actually seek out what she considered to be good, proper work. A mop and bucket were promptly put into her hands with instructions to swab up the mud tracked through the hallways by the knights and men-at-arms. Strangely, there had been no sign of activity on the other side of the river, and for a gruelling week Hinkle toiled under the despotic proprietor. The mornings were early and the nights were late, and true to her word, Mab beat her employees regularly. Fortunately, the old woman did not have the same pith in her arm as the Constable of Sweetwater, and suffering her blows was mild in comparison. However, at one instance, as she was carrying the Duke's supper on a platter, she stubbed her toe on the leg of a pew and spilt Lord Kendrick's dinner all over the floor right in front of him and all the men. Mab rushed out at the sound of the commotion to see what had happened and flew back to the kitchen in a fury, snatching the big leather whip off the peg on the wall, wholly intending to "flay the flesh right off her, I will." Luckily, Lord Kendrick told her to put it back, and that a sharp scolding would do. One afternoon, as Hinkle was helping another girl change the linens of the second-floor bedrooms, they discovered that one of the pillows had a hole in it. The feathers were coming out, and Hinkle volunteered to go and fetch a needle and thread to sew it up. She turned to find Kerstin leaning against the door frame with her long black pipe hanging from the side of her mouth. "There you are," she said, breathing smoke into the room. "Kerstin," Hinkle coughed, waving away the smoky cloud. "What are you doing here? And where have you been for the last 10 days? She shrugged. "Oh, here and there. 'Tis not important. As to the reason for my presence, I'm here to inform you that you are to come over for dinner this eve." That was just like her, disappearing without so much as a word concerning her whereabouts or time of return. What had she expected her to do for the past week and a half by herself? Kerstin obviously hadn't even thought about it at all. But now that she finally found it to be convenient, here she was, showing up out of nowhere, expecting her to drop everything and spend time with her as if it was some great privilege to do so. "Well, I'd love to," Hinkle said irritably. She glanced back at the other girl, who was still tucking the sheets under the mattress. She didn't look up at Kerstin, and she could tell her presence made her uncomfortable. "But I just can't stop what I'm doing and leave." "Yes, you can. Maybe you would do that if you were in my position." "Ha! I would not ever be found dead as dust slaving away for Mab. But speaking of Mab, Finn's already spoken to her about it." "He has?" "Yeah. In fact, the whole thing was his idea." "What whole thing?" "Well, he's been feeling awfully bad about what happened between you and Lothellae," said Kerstin as she tapped the exhausted pipe tobacco on the floor. "And he asked me, told me it's more like, to get you to help me to make a nice dinner for him and have him over. Sort of a gesture of apology or some such thing. He seems to think that if we do that, he'll be smitten with us, and he and I will become fast friends, and he'll forgive you at once and take you right back into his service, although, to be honest, I really can't see why you'd want a thing like that in the first place." "That's optimistic of him," said Hinkle. But it was how her grandmother got him to take her along after all, minus the deceit and blackmail, of course. But could it really work? She doubted that it could. "That's what I said," said Kerstin. "But he did give me a nice fat pheasant that needs to be cooked up, so 'tis a prime excuse for company, even rotten company." Will he even want to come over, though? In her mind, the slim chance that he might actually be willing to do so was not worth the miserable thought of his sharp decline. "Apparently he has accepted the invitation," said Kerstin. "Finn's already talked to him as well." "Well, all right," Hinkle reluctantly agreed. "But I have to help her finish his haul first." Her nerves were already beginning to squirm. "If you must," Kerstin sighed. "Just don't be all bloody day about it. And when you do come over, you can head straight on up to the tub. You stink." Sir Gilkrist was well aware of the purpose of the ruse, and it annoyed him greatly. He resolved, as he rode towards Diagonal Street, that he would not be swayed by their ploy. Hinkle had caused him naught but trouble. He had been reluctant to take her along in the first place, and had only done so because of her grandmother's treachery. But instead of dismissing her quietly, and in private like he should have done, he had overreacted and made a dramatic ordeal out of the whole thing. Now he was in the wrong, and he had to sup with a witch of Klomm and a servant he had just let go in order to make himself appear gracious before his peers. He dismounted his steed and flung the reins around a rail on the step. It was Hinkle who answered the door. She looked cleaner and better groomed than he had yet seen her, and her hair was still damp from washing. It was, of course, to impress him, and she was quite nervous as she beckoned him in. She was anxious to redeem herself. He knew she entertained the false hope that he would take her on as his servant once again. That she was so desperate to appeal to him did not come unexpected, but it did nothing to improve his opinion of her. However, the aroma wafting in from the kitchen did entice him to let his guard down a degree. The candle-lit home was surprisingly cosy, and the flickering glow from the fireplace was inviting indeed. But a fire, indoors on a summer's eve, it was unusual. But he did find the mountain air rather cool compared to the lowlands of Thaganil, and he did love a warm hearth. He looked forward to sitting in front of it after dinner in the big leather armchair that had been suggestively pulled up close to the flames. Perhaps he would be able to enjoy himself a little after all. It would not be such a tribulation to sup with Hinkle and her eccentric aunt, would it? It was at that moment the lady of the house showed herself in the kitchen door frame. "Oh, "If it's not the Lord of Lothellae," said Kerstin. "What a superb addition your presence will make to what would have been a perfectly enjoyable evening." He would be pleasant. He would rise above her quarrelsome nature and ignore her sardonic greeting. He nodded slightly. "Kerstin." "Ha! Is that it? Just Kerstin? No pretentious flattery? No, thank you so much for your prodigal generosity? No, I am truly grateful that you would willingly suffer me in your home and endure a whole meal with me at your table? Infuriating woman! Were it not that she somehow harnessed such a magnificent power, she would not dare to speak to any man in such a way, far be it to a knight. Scorning him the very moment he crossed the threshold. Any other common girl brazen enough to direct such belligerent blather towards a lord of his stature would be boiled alive feet first. But no, he would restrain himself. He would remain calm and cool and continue to be amicable. He would not allow her to provoke him. He was sure that was her aim, to get a rise out of him. In the end, she was no more than an immature girl spoilt with power. It would be unfitting to allow her to have her way. "I am sorry, I did not mean to seem curt," he said. "Thank you for inviting me to dinner." "Oh, Sir Gilkrist," laughed the witch, "I hope you don't think this was my idea." "Kerstin, please," said Hinkle. "Did you want some wine, my lord?" He could see in her eyes that she was vexed by her aunt's behaviour. She was afraid it was presenting an obstacle to her goal, and he felt some small sympathy for her. Not that he was about to allow her to butter him up so easily either. She would, in fact, be quite disappointed. "Yes, thank you," he said. "I do smell something delicious, a roasting bird." "Yes, a plump pheasant shot by Squire Gotthard this morning," said Kerstin. "'Tis such a strange thing to besiege half a city whilst the other side remains free and open to come and go as they please, think you not? They must be awfully confident in whatever unwholesome designs they've got made up for us. Naive fools. Anyway, the pheasant," she said, and went off on a long tale about which spices she used, what kind of nuts were in the bread she made that day, and how she had stolen the sweet pickles they were to have from the neighbour's larder the week before the siege, and how that was when she discovered he had passed away. She had walked in on him sitting stone dead right there at the kitchen table. But not that she cared, because whenever the fathead made a batch of pickles, he'd give a jar to everyone else on the street except her, and no one liked pickles more than she did. Sir Gilkrist, however, paid no attention to the witch's ravings. His eyes fell upon the besom broom propped up in the corner beneath the stairs. There was something about that thing that struck discord in his heart. There was something off about it, something wrong. "My lord?" Hinkle inquired as she put the goblet into his hand. "Are you all right, sir?" "No, Yes," he faltered, assuming a pleasant smile. "I have not had much rest of late, nothing more. You embarrass me to have noticed." "I'm sorry, my lord," said Hinkle, her blue eyes harried with concern. "Worry not." As he went toward his seat, he caught a glance of suspicion from the witch. For a moment he was sure she had overheard his thoughts, as though he had spoken them aloud. But he quickly chased the notion from his mind. However, the sordid smile that spread across her painted lips did cause him some unease. The two women brought the meal to the table, and Kerstin set his steaming plate before him and told him to go ahead and get started. It became clear to him that just as there had not been a prayer of thanks said in Sadie's hovel, there would not be one said here either. Resentfully, the knight shut his eyes and bowed his head as he recited in his mind the words recorded in the sacred scripts spoken by the beggar child when the heroine Morag had offered him a piece of bread. It seemed that neither of his hostesses had followed his good example, and that they had started eating while he was in the midst of his prayer. However, when he touched his forehead, lips, and heart, Hinkle sheepishly touched hers as well. "So," she said, "how goes the siege, my lord?" "Ha!" Kerstin scoffed with her mouth full of squash. "Hinkle, that's all his lordship and everyone else has been thinking of for the last 2 weeks, except perhaps me, of course. I've had more important matters to mull over. Surely the man came here with hopes of putting the present circumstances out of mind. Try talking about something else. You'll only get on his nerves otherwise." Hinkle turned red and looked down at her food, but didn't say anything further. "Pray tell," said Sir Gilkrist, "what could possibly be weighing more heavily on your thoughts than the besiegement of your own city?" "Oh, nothing you'd ever understand." "I'm not sure the seneschal would either. He is perhaps even more concerned with the current condition of Klomm and her people than anyone else. You are his lover, are you not?" The plates rattled as Kerstin slammed her goblet down on the table and Sir Gilkrist's knife fell to the floor. "Let me warn you, Sir Gilkrist of Lothellae," she said, her blue eyes glittering with forecast. "Do not pry into my business. Such matters are far beyond you." "Only those who are guilty have things to hide," he replied, as he leaned over to retrieve the utensil. "Ha!" she scoffed. "Only you were stupid enough to believe I was an innocent sister of the cloth." "Kerstin, please," Hinkle stressed. She was stirring the knife in the wound, trying to infuriate him and draw him away from the subject at hand. What dark secrets did she keep? What concerned her more than the fate of Klomm? Something of great magnitude, to be sure. He would investigate, and he knew just where to start. "Hinkle," he said, as he began to lather his bread with too much butter. "I believe I have seen you helping Mab in the inn, have I not?" "Yes, my lord." "You have been working very hard, I trust. It would be well for a maid who was once in my service to reflect soundly upon me, especially if I were to take her on again." "Yes, my lord, I've been working very hard. Just ask anyone, they'll—" She trailed off as the buttered side of Sir Gilkrist's bread smacked onto the floor. Kerstin gaped. "Oh, excuse me, I am sorry. No, I'll see to it myself," he insisted, motioning for the women to stay seated. "I believe I saw a broom out in the hallway." "Sir Gilkrist," Kerstin called after him as he hurried into the kitchen. "Just hold on a moment." "No, it's no trouble, really." "Sir Gilkrist," she cried, bolting up from the table. "'Tis not proper for a knight to stoop so low, and you can't sweep up butter with a broom anyways." "Nonsense," he urged from the hall, unable to contain an excited grin. "Gilkrist, don't you touch that bloody broom." He grasped the broom handle with a devious smile and was about to respond with something witty like, "Why shouldn't I? It is just a broom, is it not?" Or, "Be there something special about this broomstick you ought to tell me, you witch?" But his lips wouldn't move. Horrified, he tried to pull back his hand. It was stuck to the broom. An electric tingle pricked his fingers and he felt a spark on the tip of his tongue. Something slimy wriggled into his mouth. He blinked and was upside down, hanging from the ceiling like a bat. He couldn't move his body. He was stiff, wooden. Wailing voices crowded his mind. He could hear nothing else. He could see, but only in shades of grey. His sight was locked in place, allowing him only a fixed glimpse of Kerstin's hallway, and that thing, that amazing, terrifying thing. What he saw, and was unable to look away from, was his own body. His own hand clutched him by the throat, and he watched his face contort with hatred as he uttered some unknown phrase. He couldn't see either of the women in his narrow scope of sight. Kerstin entered his vision, shouting and jabbing her finger at his chest. Then she darted into the kitchen where he couldn't see her. She reappeared, lips racing. He watched himself draw his sword and lunge at the sorceress. Kerstin sidestepped the thrust and caught him by the wrist, the one that gripped him by the throat. In her hand she raised an iron skillet. Black. With a gasp, Sir Gilkrist plunged back into consciousness with the startling chill of cold water. The left side of his face ached and pulsed. He was in the hall by the stairs. The ceiling twisted and spun above him. "Looks like he needs it again," said a muffled woman's voice from far away. "You're not even supposed to revive someone that way," protested another. Another pot of water was poured over Sir Gilchrist's head. "Enough! I'm awake," he sputtered, bolting upright. Hinkle knelt anxiously in front of him. Kerstin stood beside her with the empty pot, dragging nervously on her pipe. The skillet was on the floor at her feet. She didn't look impressed. "Are you all right, my lord?" Hinkle asked. "The hell I'm all right." He sent her aunt a hateful look. "Which you have some explaining to do before you can justify laying out your better with a bloody frying pan. I could have been killed." Kerstin inhaled deeply, and blue smoke escaped from her open lips as she bared her yellow teeth. "It's less than you deserve, you idiot. A crack on the jaw would be a small price to pay for what you just narrowly avoided." "And just what is that?" He delicately dabbed his cheek. His fingers were wet and he glanced down at his hand. His palm was smeared with blood. "My face! Look what you've done, you beastly hag!" He felt his face with his other hand. It was clean. "Hold on," he said with a frown. "My face isn't bleeding at all. Did I cut my hand somehow?" "You almost certainly did," the sorceress said quickly. "No," he said as he inspected himself. "No, I didn't." Kerstin clicked the stem of her pipe against her teeth and took another long drag. There was something she wasn't telling him. A chilly finger traced his spine. "Wait," he said. "Where is the broom?" "I put it upstairs." He knew now what had taken place. He was sure of it. "Tell me which," he scathed. "Why is it that this broom you insist on carrying everywhere bleeds? Explain that to me." Hinkle stared at her aunt in horror. "Kerstin!" But Kerstin interrupted her. "Oh, my lord, I am sorry. It seems as though I've scrambled your brains when I struck you upside the head. You're blabbering nonsense, poor thing." "How dare you patronize me, woman?" he snarled. "I stood there by as you cast your fiery spell. I saw you collapse in the midst of the rite before the blast, and when you got up, I watched blood ooze from your fingers, trickling down your wrist to your elbow. I thought it strange then, but now I understand." "You understand nothing." Hinkle's face was pinched with white as she looked to her aunt with dismay. "That's how you did it," she said. "Nobody can channel that much life force into a white magic spell and survive. So you trapped." The severity of her aunt's glare caused her to desist her explanation and lower her eyes to the floor. "Trapped who? Who did she trap?" Then the horror of his question dawned upon him. The hair on his neck stood on end and ice ran through his blood as the witch herself answered with a single, bone-chilling word. "Many." "Blessed Morag," he whispered, signing himself. It now made sense. Now he knew the source of her power, and it was a ghoulish thing indeed. She ensnared human souls and bound them within the broomstick. She exploited their life force in place of her own to weave her fearsome magics. Monstrous woman! The devil, to be sure. "But Kerstin," said Hinkle quietly, "that isn't even possible." "You're right, of course it isn't." "No." The maiden slowly shook her head. "You found a way, but how? Where did you learn to do such a thing? You know what, Hinkle? I'm getting a pretty sore and raw from you and Lothellae buggering up into my private affairs. Besides, since when do apothecaries know so much about rites and magic? Why don't you explain that to his lordship? See if he takes you back on then. Witch!" "Kerstin!" "What?" demanded Sir Gilchrist. "Do you think any real apothecary would dare play the kind of trick my mother played on you? Sadie the apothecary. Ha! Sadie the witch of Sweetwater Cove, more like. Me lord, she's lying, don't listen to her. As for this little brat, do you really think she was picking herbs to make medicine? For rheumatism? Oh, good heavens, what an obnoxious lie." "I see that is why you have been so keen to deceive me." Kerstin, how could you? How could I? I don't want to hear that from you. You've been eager to sell me out since you first met his lordship, if it meant a second in his favour. She said nothing in reply. Sir Gilkrist watched her unsympathetically. The evening had taken a turn for the worst. It was, essentially, a disaster. However, he had accomplished what he had intended. There was no reason for him to stay any longer. "Well, then," he said, "I shall be leaving." Hinkle sobbed. Kerstin rolled her eyes. "Oh, what a blubbering wretch you are! Can't you at least hold it together until the man gets out the door? Hinkle, you're acting like a child." Sir Gilkrist turned his back on the two women and started down the hall. "Ha-ha, not so fast, knight." "What could you possibly want?" "I want you to ensure that what you have so persistently discovered tonight will remain unspoken of to anyone. Otherwise, I will be left with no alternative but to ensure that an accident befalls you." "Upon what shall I swear?" "Just your word will do, my lord," she said, then added more sensitively, "Fingal, especially, must never know of this." "I will not speak of it," he said. "You have my word. The seneschal will go to his grave without ever knowing." Chapter 15. Fog rose from the damp streets as what was once a humid day gave into the chill of the night. The half-moon was darkened by a long blue cloud that cast strange shadows over the city. The candles dancing in the lamp-post caused the night to pulse and sway, and a prowling yellow-eyed cat glared down from the precipice of an alley wall as Sir Gilkrist and his steed clopped through the silent slum. The windows were shuttered up and the houses were dark. Only the odd pair of sentries stalked the empty narrow streets. It was well past curfew and the city was dead. Sir Gilkrist shifted his eyes from shadow to shadow, trying in vain to ignore the unwelcome voice suggesting he had seen the shadows move. Then he did see something moving in the dark. A black spectre lingered at the crossroads, a stamping horse and rider swathed in mist. "Sir Cranmer?" Silence. "Sir Cranmer, is that you?" Again there came no reply. He reached for the hilt of his sword. "Who goes there?" Still no response. His imagination wandered, and he began to consider that it was not a living man before him. Ice shot up his spine into the base of his skull. Perhaps it was a ghost of one of the knights who had been consumed in the witch's blast. He swallowed. He had given the order. They had come to haunt him in vengeance. But they had given their lives defending the city and had fulfilled their oaths of allegiance. Surely their souls were at peace. He thought again. It could be an Olcari spirit in human form. Or was it the Scaravisi? He felt another chill. Centuries ago, the Scaravisi had been a prince and had been beheaded after surrendering his realm to an invading lord. But once the axe had fallen, he stood up from the executioner's block, retrieved his severed head, and had it sewn back in place. He was said to roam far and wide in search of prisoners to torment in his castle in the mountains of Codzir. Sir Gilkrist whispered an uneasy prayer under his shivering breath. His sword rattled against the metal locket as he drew it from the scabbard with a trembling hand. Again he demanded with failing composure, "Who goes there, I say? Be you man or spirit?" The Scaravisi snorted and then muttered something in confusion. What? It is I, Sir Cranmer." Sir Gilkrist slumped forward with a sigh of relief and chuckled as he stroked his destrier's mane. "Sir Cranmer, what are you doing here? And why didn't you answer?" Sir Cranmer cleared his throat. "I suspected you might have taken a wrong turn, and I came to show you the way, and, fell asleep in the saddle." Sir Gilkrist sheathed his sword. "I wager I did take a wrong turn," he said. His cheeks warmed as the blood returned to his face. "I am unfamiliar with this city in the light of day, let alone at this hour. I don't see why the Duke insists that we skulk out to the dungeon at the stroke of bloody midnight." "The seneschal says the prisoner you captured intends to talk," said Sir Cranmer. "I'm surprised he's even still alive," said Sir Gilkrist, "considering her interrogator." Sir Cranmer shook his head. No one's yet laid a finger on the girl. The witch was about to put her to the question while Lord Kendrick turned a blind eye to the whole affair, but Fingal caught wind and wouldn't allow it. I heard him tell her myself that when the day comes that the men of Klomm have the fairer sex tortured in questioning, he would fall on his sword right then and there. Well, let us be thankful for that. Indeed, said Sir Cranmer. Now, come, it's this way, lad. The West Klomm dungeon was no more than 6 oubliettes outside the ancient stone courthouse that had survived from the time of Lord Angus Clementus. Only petty claims were filed there, and people were usually only thrown into the grated cells when they were unable to pay fines, or for violating some minor bylaw, and never for very long. Major claims were overseen by the Duke, and culprits of severe crimes were locked away in the bowels of Castle Klomm. Sir Gilkrist leered down from his steed at the creatures peeping up at him through the iron gates as he trotted past the oubliettes. They were Caragol men, infantry of the lower class who had been captured. He could see in their eyes that they were no more than dumb beasts who knew nothing of use. He suspected if they hanged a few of them it might raise morale in the city. Outside the studded double doors of the courthouse 2 sentries stamped to attention as the knights approached, and a young squire came out to meet them. "What ho, Gothard?" said Sir Cranmer. "Are the others here already?" "Aye, sir," he said, steadying their horses as the 2 knights dismounted. "His Grace, my lord the Seneschal, and Sir Welby are waiting inside, Kerstin too." "The sorceress? What is she doing here?" demanded Sir Gilkrist. Gothard shrugged. "She wanted to, my lord. She always does as she pleases." "So I have seen." "Come then, show us on in, boy." The prisoner was being held upstairs in the old bedroom solar, which until recently had been rented out to Sir Rowan. It was a cosy space for simple living, and the moonlight spilled in through the slanted window panes. Sir Rowan's bed had a cedar canopy, bare of any curtain or veil, and there lay the Caragol dame, her sickly face illuminated for the bystanders by the flickering candle on the bedside stand. Murdoch, the balding physician, fussed around and dabbed her brow with a wet cloth. "Is it everyone, Lord Grace?" Murdoch asked as the 2 knights approached. "Yes, Murdoch," the Duke yawned. "We're all here." "Right then," the physician began. "As you all know, her ladyship was severely wounded when the sorceress exploded the south bridge. Her left leg is practically porridge, and if I don't have to amputate, at the very least she'll have a bad limp for the rest of her life. Her right leg has just a minor fracture that should heal up in time. That burn on her left side, though, is awfully severe, and she has some internal damage as well. But she is able to breathe and stomach broth, and she can move her bowels. She took a nasty fever, however, and her ladyship's been shouting in her delirium. I couldn't say as to what, though, since my Caragol isn't up to par. The fever broke several hours ago. You know, she even speaks a fair bit of Acossian. She says her name is Dame Selinera of Talisa, and she wishes to defect to the kingdom of Akos." Sir Gilkrist eyed the young knight and hoped she'd have something useful to say. "Sir Welby will translate for us," said the Duke as he turned to his knight. "Tell the lady we shall grant her asylum in return for her cooperation." "Yes, my lord," said Sir Welby, and he spoke the offer to the dame in her native tongue. Dame Selinera watched him intently and looked back to the Duke, slowly responding in a heavy accent. "I will do as you say." "Good. Then, now ask her about Count Olgris. Is he alive?" "Zanin kamuntan kim. Evandi was eager." "Evid oile." Lord Kendrick stared at the grim faces of his knight and seneschal. "Well?" "He is alive," Sir Welby answered hesitantly. "It is him commanding their army as we suspected." "I knew it!" howled the Duke. "Did I not say that I knew it? A pox on him!" "How is it possible he lives when he was drawn and quartered years ago?" asked Sir Cranmer. "There were many eyewitnesses at his execution, some which were Acossian nobility." Sir Welby posed the question to the wounded dame, who merely shrugged and shook her head.
By powerful magics, Kerstin interjected, with a lot to do with glamours and transferring spiritual energy and a touch of the necromantic.
You mean the devil's witchcraft? Exclaimed the Duke.
No, said Kerstin, not necessarily. Even for those who worship the Olcary, bargaining with them for power is the least convenient method of all. For one, because the power of their masters is limited in their binding. I'm sure you've heard that the forbidden arts have no effect upon hallowed ground. If there is a church or a priest within 100 yards, black magic is utterly useless, which means that just about every city, town, village and hamlet in the whole realm of Myrkar is safe from the devil's witchcraft, as you say. But also, by submitting themselves to the Olcary, black wizards assume a position of lesser autonomy. And, of course, all who practice magic desire to have more control, not less of it.
Sir Gilkrist remembered that Kerstin had told him that she was a white witch. Trapping human souls inside a broomstick and then channeling their life force into a spell of immense destruction did not sound like white magic. But apparently it didn't require borrowing power from the Olcary. No compromise, no negotiation, just sheer power wielded from a position of absolute autonomy. He felt a prick of envy. So then, Olgrys is a white wizard, he said, attempting to display some knowledge of the matter.
No, even if he was, which he isn't, he would hardly be capable of such a feat on his own. No, somebody wanted him alive for some reason, and that somebody is quite powerful.
And who could that be? Asked the Duke. Kerstin opened her mouth to say something, but Sir Welby was already relaying the question to the young dame. Sir Gilkrist noticed as Dame Seliniera made her lengthy reply that Kerstin was gnawing on her lip, and for a brief second he saw the optimism drain from her face. Sir Welby nodded sombrely when the lady was finished speaking. Then he turned to them and said, "The mind of King Asnadul is deteriorating. She says he's been forgetting things, absurd things, like that he's the king, or that he's already eaten his dinner. Princess Narin Kerry, his oldest child, has been ruling the kingdom with the new Grand Mage as her adviser, Zildok Nazar. She doesn't have any proof of this, but she suspects he's the one who's been giving orders to Count Olgrys."
"That's preposterous," scoffed the Duke. "If he's standing behind the throne, whispering in the ear of the Crown Princess, he wouldn't need a fiend like Olgrys. He'd have the whole Caragol army at his disposal." "Oh, no," said Sir Cranmer. "Count Olgrys is a traitor to the crown. If he sacks a city, the Caragol can't be held responsible. If Olgrys really is working for Zildok, then he can invade whoever he wants without involving himself or the princess." "So then, the Grand Mage of Caragol is our true foe," said Sir Gilkrist, "and he's using Princess Narin Kerry as his puppet so he can essentially rule her father's kingdom, and Count Olgrys as his pawn to carry out the deeds he dares not associate with himself." "That's how I'm putting it together," said Sir Cranmer.
"The question still remains," said Lord Kendrick. "Why would he have Olgrys invade Klomm? And then why wait? Why not press the assault?" Sir Welby posed the question to the Caragol dame, who glanced in turn at each of the men. Then all eyes turned to the sorceress as the lady raised her finger and pointed to Kerstin as she answered in the Akossian tongue. "Because of her, the Witch of Klomm." Kerstin leered down with her hooded eyes. "Oh, yeah, 'tis all my doing," she said darkly. "Well, aren't I flattered?"
"Why am I not surprised to hear it's all your fault?" growled the Duke. "As usual." "Don't forget, Lord Grace," said Kerstin calmly, "that I answered to your late brother. Do be careful not to slander poor Hammond's memory with some unwarranted allegation." "I haven't forgotten. Nor have I forgotten how wary he was of you, and how little he trusted you, especially after the previous incident concerning your brother, whatever all that was about." "Nothing to do with me, Your Grace. I'll remind you that I was only 3 years old when they caught him." Sir Gilkrist frowned.
Hinkle had said her uncle Fistram had died at sea. It seemed there was more to the story than she knew, or she had told him yet another lie. He was suddenly interested in this Fistram, and he decided he would go the following afternoon and put the girl to the question. His eyes wandered to the broom clutched at the witch's side. There were other things, too, he wished to discuss with her in greater depth. The hurried tramp of boots on the stone staircase disturbed his thoughts as Squire Gothard burst up into the solar with a salute. "My lords," he reported, "an urgent message from the River Watch. The enemy is preparing an offensive."
Chapter 16. By the time Sir Gilkrist had ridden back to the Emerald Empress and dressed for battle, the call to arms had already gone out, and the seneschal's orders had been issued. When he arrived at the river canal, the infantry had already formed up in ranks. The Klomm army had prior been divided into 4 battalions, and each was placed under the command of a knight, with Lord Kendrick overseeing the whole. Sir Cranmer and Sir Gilkrist himself were to defend the canal with the Duke, while Sir Welby assumed the rear guard at the west wall, and Seneschal Fingal stood by at the Emerald Empress with reinforcements. The Castalier called the troops to attention as Sir Gilkrist galloped to the head of his battalion. He leapt down from the saddle, and a page boy came running to attend his steed. The knight watched reluctantly as Faladi was led away from the field. Again the Duke had ordered that all men should fight on foot. "Stand easy," he muttered, and the Castalier shouted the order. Boots clopped behind him. The squire at his side took his helm and shield, and Sir Gilkrist exhaled impatiently as he stared into the darkness across the river. The hundreds of moving torches reported earlier had since been doused, affirming that the enemy was indeed up to something. Olgris raised from the dead. Zildok Nazar the Grand Mage. Kerstin's elusive secrecy. All these things frightened him. He could fight against steel and the flesh, not magic and spirits, not wizards and ghosts. What terror awaited them in the dreary unknown across the waters? The man considered these things and was himself far from at ease. A faltering youth shook and whimpered down the line. "Boy," he growled, leaning out to send him a hard look, "compose yourself." The priest of Plumpney Parish had come with several monks and nuns to administer the rite of the silver horn to the soldiers as they awaited the coming battle. The sweet fragrance wafting from their censers pervaded the ranks of men, and their hymns hung softly in the cool night air. They went in 3 groups of 3, one to bless every second man and offer him a sip of sacred honey wine from the silver horn, one to visit the ones the other did not, and the third to carry a crystal flagon to refill the horn and gently swing the censer as they sang. Some of the men sang along quietly with them, some of their voices high and clear, others gruff and low, some off-pitch and out of key. Finally, they came to Sir Gilkrist's battalion, beginning with the front rank. The knight shut his eyes and prepared to receive the rite, making peace in his heart with the Shealy. But his focus wavered as the faltering youth lost his nerve completely and fell to his knees weeping. "Courage, my son," said the priest, placing a hand on his shoulder as he knelt with him. "Take courage and trust in a Shealy and his mercy. Consign yourself to his will." "I'm afraid, father," the boy sobbed. "I am afraid to die." "As are we all," said the priest. "Cast your fear upon the Holy One who cares for you." And he began to whisper a quiet but lengthy blessing upon him. As the priest prayed over the frightened boy, the nun served the squire on Sir Gilkrist's left. "Receive the spirit of a Shealy," she uttered as she lifted the horn to the squire's lips, "and drink the nectar of the new life he offers, first tasted by the blessed heroine Morag." The squire lowered his head to take his sip, then touched his forehead, lips, and heart. "Amen, and amen." The nun glanced back at the priest, who was still praying, then at the monk who had gone ahead down the line, waving his censer and singing. The nun rubbed the rim of the horn with a white cloth, and then continued in her pattern as before, serving the man at Sir Gilkrist's right, then the second man after him. When the priest finished his prayer and offered the boy the rite, he scurried back to the nun.
They briefly whispered to one another, and the nun pointed to the second man after Sir Gilkrist. The priest administered to him the rite and then continued on in succession. Sir Gilkrist anxiously looked after them as they moved down the rank. He had been overlooked. He had not received the sacred rite of the silver horn. He had been skipped, denied. His heart pounded. It was a sign. Ashley had left him. At the hour of judgment he would not come to carry him up to the Asinti from the gloomy realm of the grave. He muttered a nervous prayer. "Did they miss you, my lord?" asked the squire. "They did." He returned to his prayer. But it was no use. Ashley had already shown him his fate. "Shall I notify them, sir?" But his attention was focused elsewhere. Adorned for battle, naked machete in her belt, and ensorcelled broom in her hand, the Witch of Klomm haunted the ranks of Acossian men. She idly wandered the distance between their formation and the canal, watching the darkness across the water like the ghost of a sailor's widow. "No, fetch me the sorceress." "My lord?" "Fetch her to me." "As you will, sir." The squire fell out of rank and went to where Kerstin stood at the edge of the canal. He discreetly muttered his message, and she turned around and curiously cocked her head as she spied out the knight. Second thoughts hovered in his mind as she floated towards him. She stepped into his personal space, and he felt a chill as she gazed up at him with those shifting blue eyes. The aroma of the church incense was driven away as his nostrils were filled with her nauseatingly sweet perfume. The stale tobacco on her breath seeped from her black lips and crooked teeth as she answered his summons with a sordid grin. "You seek my counsel?" He looked quickly away, unable to admit that he had called her to himself. She, who stripped her power from the souls of men and women. She, who raped the life force of anguished spirits. Would he truly put his faith in her and her wicked sorcery? Was he really about to request of her the very thing for which he held her in such contempt? With a slow and steady breath, he set his guilt aside and met her gaze. "Yes." "And what is it you wish?" He shifted uncomfortably, unsure of how to frame his plight. "Well?" "Ashley has forsaken me." She continued to stare at him, neither moved nor concerned. "What gives you that idea?" "The priest. He did not offer me the rite." "You're a fool. That hardly means anything aside from nothing." "But no, it is a sign, an omen." Why did she not believe him? Surely one such as her would recognize the solemnity of such an obvious forecast. "I know it. In my heart I know it to be so," he said, certain of its truth. She narrowed her eyes. "And were it true, what would you have me do about it?" "Grant me some of your power," he said quickly, ignoring the rising discomfort of the men around him. "Speak a spell upon me. Work a charm to protect me, whatever you deem most helpful." "No." "What? How can you deny me?" "My power is for me alone," she said. "Do not come to me for your salvation." She turned her back on him and walked away. "Witch," he whispered after her. "Kerstin." But she paid him no heed. "Perhaps you've sinned, my lord," the squire suggested. "What do you mean?" "Perhaps it's a sign, but one of warning, to show you the error of your ways. Ashley is steadfast in love and infinite in mercy. Call out to him in your heart for forgiveness, and he will receive your prayer." "How dare you preach at me, boy? Be still thy tongue at once." "Yes, sir." The next hour crept by as slowly as death takes a starving man. Only the most seasoned soldiers stood still and silent. Those with less discipline shifted uncomfortably and mumbled to one another, becoming gradually more afraid as time passed. The priests, nuns, and monks had since retired to the field hospital to await the wounded, and their hymns and psalms no longer enchanted the night. Sir Gilkrist irritably rapped his fingers against the hilt of his sword and glared at the witch as she fidgeted with some loose string on the hem of her skirt. His lip curled even more sourly as he watched her tilt back her head and groan impatiently. Finally, someone called out, "My lord, barge approaching!" Sir Gilkrist reached for his shoulders and pulled his chain coif over his head. "Boy, my helm." His heart pulsed with fear as he put on his helm and tightened the clasp beneath his chin. The squire held out his shield, and he slipped his arm through the leather loop and clutched the wooden grip. Then he heard the shrill voice of Lord Kendrick's Sergeant Major holler the Duke's command from down the line. "Battalion, at arms!" The voice of Sir Cranmer echoed from downstream as he relayed the order to his own men, and Sir Gilkrist drew his sword and thrust it into the sky. "Lothellae Battalion, at arms!" The troops responded with an emphatic "Hurrah!" as they locked their shields and lowered their spears towards the river. A single wooden barge floated from the darkness draped in canvas to conceal its lumpy mass. No oars stroked the water to bear it to the bank, yet it moved steadily nearer, undeterred by the strong northern current. No wave or ripple rocked it to and fro. It moved stark and stiff, as though it were not moving at all. It was eerie to behold, and Sir Gilkrist was not the only one vexed by the sight. More than one rattled man muttered, "Witchcraft," beneath his breath. The barge bumped against the canal wall. Each man watched the canvas cover with anxious anticipation, licking their lips and breathing nervously. But the barge remained still and lifeless. Several moments passed in silence before the order was given to investigate. A dozen men fell out of formation and crept cautiously towards the edge of the canal. "Boy, how deep is the water there?" asked Sir Gilkrist. 3 feet, my lord," answered the squire. "Then after 4 yards into the river it drops off to about 12, sir." The men splashed into the river. Wading through the waist-high waters, they surrounded the barge, weapons poised and eyes fixed upon the canvas. Still there was no movement. Hesitating, the lead man sent a reluctant look toward the Duke. "Well, go on then." The men slashed the ropes. Then they stripped back the canvas cover. Instantly, a number of them threw up into the canal. Some cursed and gagged. Most just stood there in bewilderment, faces struck white. Sallow, bug-eyed corpses were piled high on the barge. They were mutilated, covered in gashes, and the nauseating stench of rotting flesh crept up from the river. Sir Gilkrist went numb. He had seen this before. Cold sweat dampened his forehead and his tongue turned to paste. His hand shook as he was transported back in time to the Samar Islands, to the city of Morua. He had given the order himself. "I see," he whispered. "I see now why you have forsaken me, and that I am beyond the scope of your mercy." Further down, Lord Kendrick let his axe slip from his hand as he staggered toward the river. "Sheely's beating heart," he gasped as he stared at the heap of bodies. "What madness is this?"
"Do not let yourself be fooled, Lord Grace," Kerstin warned. "Keep your wits about you."
A purple mist wafted the darkness. Kerstin frowned.
"Now, just did they manage?"
She leaned out to sniff the approaching smog, and her face flashed with concern.
"Get out of the water now!"
The troops sloshed back to the edge of the canal. The ghastly vapour tumbled after them. Soldiers dashed out of formation to assist their comrades to safety, but only a few men climbed back onto the street before the fog engulfed them. The mountain breeze ceased to blow, and the stale air was draped in silence. Not a man moved. Sir Gilkrist glanced in Kerstin's direction and saw her lips form an oath. Shrill screams rang out from those still in the river, and through the mist he saw their flailing arms and wriggling bodies. His skin crawled as he watched them thrashing in the water, clawing at the edge of the canal, trying to get out.
"Leave them!"
shouted Kerstin.
"Everyone, get back! I said leave them!"
"What is it?" he demanded. "What's happening?"
"Help us, my lord! Help us!"
The man squealed as he was snatched beneath the surface. Sir Gilkrist stared through the swirling fog and saw something slip through the water. Then another man was slurped under the mist, and then another. Those watching began to cry out as one by one their fellow soldiers were sucked into the depths of the river. Then the screams ceased, and again there was the chill of silence. It was Sir Cranmer's voice who broke the unnerving quiet. "Get these men to the field hospital before they freeze to death," he ordered, "and get back in ranks." Sir Gilkrist turned to look at the men who had just climbed from the river. They were shivering uncontrollably. Their faces were pale and their breath was white like smoke. Frost clung to their beards and hair. "Kerstin, what was that?" he asked as the men began to disperse. "Why are they so cold? And what happened to the men in the river? And what is this smog? Tell me, woman."
"Bloody Morag! I don't have time to be interrogated, me lord. We have to push away this barge. Help me! And you men there, help us push off this barge."
Before the knight could reply, the sorceress leapt down into the fog onto the heap of corpses. She struggled for balance as the bodies shifted beneath the weight of her landing. The purple mist coiled around her shins. She keeled over with a gasp. "Kerstin, what is it?" Sir Gilkrist shouted. "What is the matter?" She shot out an unsteady hand for him to stay.
"Don't come down," she wheezed. "The fog, it's—"
She staggered to the side and then turned and looked up at him weakly. Her face was bone white. Frost snapped in her hair. Blood trickled from her nose in a red line.
"They got me,"
she croaked. She teetered backward and spilled over the side of the barge into the river. "Kerstin!" "Sir Gilkrist, what happened?" Sir Cranmer asked, running to his side. "It's the sorceress. She jumped down to try and push off the barge, but the fog affected her in some way, made her weak. She fell into the river. Then she's gone as well." Sir Gilkrist scanned the mist. He could not believe it. He could not accept it. How could she succumb to such a fate? What of her power, her magic? To his relief, a pallid hand reached up from the canal and slapped onto the street. But as the other hand reached up, he saw that it was not Kerstin. The bleached white face of a Klomm soldier appeared, eyes rolled to the back of his head, jaw gaping wide. The face of a dead man. "What devilry is this?" Even as the words escaped his lips, another pair of white hands reached up to the street. Another cadaver pulled itself up from out of the river. Then more climbed out after them until all the unfortunate soldiers who had not gotten out of the water stood on the street before their terrified comrades. "Necromancy," said Sir Cranmer. "I've faced this craft before." "Truly? You would have been only a boy then," he said grimly, "but a warlock made his lair near Lake Ilsagil. Rumours claimed he fled down from these very mountains to escape the church. To my distress, I'm not surprised to find this craft at work here still. How can they be dealt with?" "If you cut off their heads," Sir Cranmer explained, "their dark magic cannot possess their limbs. Spread the word on to your men." One of the corpses staggered forward unsteadily. "Get back in formation," barked Sir Gilkrist. "Get back in line." But the men would not listen. They were stricken, pulverized with fear. They did not move. They stood, frozen, unable to take their eyes off the dead bodies moving with unhallowed life. On the barge, Sir Gilkrist saw movement beneath the curdling mist. He flinched as a dark figure stood up from the mound of corpses. Then another. The whole heap of bodies began to twist and come alive. He swore a nervous oath. The corpses on the barge began to climb up onto the street behind the dead soldiers, forming a disorganized mob. But then the dead soldiers convulsed and pitched over. Their sickly mouths came unhinged as they opened unnaturally wide. Snakes squirmed from their lips, slippery with mucus from the bellies of their hosts. They were each as long as 2 men tall, and each as thick as a man's wrist. They puffed up their throats. They hissed and opened their white mouths, bearing long fangs dripping with poison. "Orders, your grace," called Sir Cranmer. "We need orders." But the Duke issued no command. Petrified, he whimpered, "We've all but been swallowed up into hell." Again Sir Cranmer shouted for orders, but no orders came. The men backed away, giving ground to their foes. Then, suddenly, the howling dead lurched forth, and the serpent struck like lightning from the finger of an unholy god.
Chapter 17. A gentle breeze tousled Hinkle's hair and tickled her cheek. She rolled over with a sleepy moan. The grass and crinkled leaves beneath her were warm and comforting. She nuzzled her head into the ground and drool trickled from the side of her mouth. She wished she could lie there forever in that peaceful daze, oblivious to the troubles of the world. But as Hinkle turned onto her back and blinked her puffy eyes open, she saw the orange sky through the limbs of the withered cherry tree. She knew what would happen next. But that lonely memory did not keep her from stretching out her limbs with a yawn. The heavy weight of sorrow pressed upon her chest as her hand met with a cold stone surface. She knew what it was, what it said. She had been here before 3 years ago. She sat up and gazed at the stone slabs resting in the groomed lawn. Beyond the slabs and the iron fence, purple peaks loomed over the green valleys far below, dark against the fiery sunset. She was in the Bazak Mountains at Heroine's Heart Abbey. She had fallen asleep in the graveyard. Her grandmother was about to come find her and announce that they were leaving and that the prioress was a self-righteous cow whose milk had gone sour. Sadie had never gotten along well with clergy, and Hinkle could hardly blame her. She turned and stared gloomily at the tombstone inscribed with that shameful paradox. Rest thou in peace, Meredith, sister of the Order of Sacred Virgins, and loving mother. But that was not the cause of the bad blood. There were other reasons, much graver reasons, for Sadie to hold the Moraghine Church in contempt. What had happened with Hinkle's mother had only been a byproduct of a greater feud, so she had been told anyway. She had never learned what had really taken place all those years ago. Hinkle stood up and pulled her shawl over her head and heard the crunch of the cemetery leaves as her grandmother approached behind her. But as a gust of wind blew at her back, carrying with it the faint chime of bells, she knew she was not merely reliving a memory from the spring of her 12th year. "Why have you brought me here?" she asked as she turned her face into the wind. "What is it you want to show me?" The wind howled as it picked up, causing the dead leaves to rustle and snap against her ankles. Hinkle held up her arm and squeezed her eyes shut against the gale. When she opened them, she found herself at the back of the Abbey chapel. A great tapestry loomed above the altar, casting a solemn shadow over the silver horn upon it. A Sheely, in the form of a man, hung his head in death, his body marred and lacerated by the brutal scourging at the hands of Selsubil and his Olcary followers. His arms stretched out between the tree of knowledge and the tree of life, shredded and entangled in thorny brambles, his heart impaled with the silver spear. It was a grotesque image, and Hinkle was no less appalled now than she was the first time she had seen it. But that had been in the afternoon, and light had streamed through the stained-glass windows. Now the windows were gloomy and dark, and candlelight flickered on the pews and stone pillars. It was the middle of the night, and the chapel was empty save for a single woman kneeling before the altar in her nightgown. Her black hair hung loosely over her bare shoulders, and her skin was milky and white. Her hands were pressed together in intercession as she gazed up at the tapestry. "Who is that?" Hinkle asked. But she received no answer. Slowly she approached, her bare feet treading softly on the cold stone floor. Her heart throbbed in her chest with the sense of great familiarity. Could it truly be? "Mother?" Hinkle whispered in disbelief. The woman did not respond. "Mother, is it really you?" She stepped around to see her face. Kneeling before the altar, seemingly unaware of her presence as she prayed devoutly to the Moraghine god, was Kerstin. The mixture of shock and disappointment caused her to step back and cover her mouth as she let out an ironic giggle. "What on earth?" But before she could ask why her nefarious aunt had gotten out of bed in the middle of the night to worship a Sheely in the chapel of a cloistered convent, the words of Sir Gilkrist echoed throughout the chapel. "The Order of Sacred Virgins? Your family must be very proud to have such a chaste and virtuous woman counted among their kin. Has she taken a vow of poverty as well?
To which abbey does she belong? If it proves to be along the way, I will make sure that we visit her and have her pray for our travels." It was her lie. This was who she had told Sir Gilkrist that Kerstin was. This was the ideal Kerstin she wished she had for an aunt. But it was not Kerstin. Not then, not now, nor ever to be. It was her mother before she had fled the convent. It was the mother she wished she still had. Hinkle gazed longingly at the woman at the altar. "My mother is dead," she said. "She was a kind and benevolent woman, a consecrated virgin of Heroine's Heart Abbey. But she broke her vow and gave birth to me. Then she got sick. She died 7 years ago." She clenched her fist in anger. "Why are you showing me this? This isn't real. It isn't true. I lied because I wish it was. But it isn't." A violent wind threw open the chapel doors with a slam, causing Hinkle to whirl around. But as she did, she flinched and blinked her eyes. She opened them again and stared at her reflection in a stand-up mirror. A nun of 30-something gawked back at her, her blue eyes wide with surprise. A wisp of golden hair peeked from beneath the white veil that flowed down over her black habit, and a silver thorn hung on a fine chain around her neck. "What is this?" But again she received no answer. Hinkle fanned herself and slumped back into the rocking chair behind her as she continued to stare at herself in the mirror. She was no longer at Heroine's Heart, it was a different convent. She was in a comfortable cell with a desk and a cot. An open window let in the sun and the song of the birds from out in the garden. She leaned her elbow on the window-sill and watched 2 other nuns and a golden shepherd dog herd a flock of sheep over the hillside in the distance. Somewhere a horse whinnied. It was not such a terrible fate. But Hinkle had never once considered entering a convent and becoming a nun, and the notion was somewhat alarming. A lifetime worshipping and praying to a god with whom she had a mutual disregard. Not to mention a life of celibacy would mean she could never have... "Mother!" cried an excited girl as her rapid footsteps echoed from down the hall. Hinkle's breath caught in her chest and tears welled up in her eyes as she was seized by an overwhelming surge of elation. There was a gentle knock at the door and she did not know if she would be able to contain herself. "Mother," the girl politely requested with forced restraint, "may I come in?" "Yes," she answered nervously. Her heart fluttered, and as the door slowly opened, that mere second took 100 years to pass. And then, there she was, dressed in her new summer gown, brilliant blue eyes shining like the sea, her sun-kissed locks unbound and windswept. Her name was Sia. Today was her 16th birthday. She held a bouquet of purple violets in her trembling hand. "Mother, he's come!" Sia exclaimed. "He's really come! He's outside!" "Yes, child." What was this sort of grief that pierced her soul? She felt weak, hollow. She heard muffled voices down the hall. One belonged to another sister of the nunnery showing the visitor inside. The other belonged to him. The urgent stomp of boots thundered closer and closer with the shivering shink of mail, a foreign noise in the corridors of the convent. With each step, Sia's grin grew wider, and so too did Hinkle's feelings of dread and sorrow. Then he cast his shadow upon the open doorway, evoking memories that were not yet hers. Who is he? She wondered. Who is that man? But in her heart, she knew exactly who it was. "Beware," whispered a feminine voice that seemed to echo from the walls themselves. "Beware." The eerie tone chilled her blood and time froze, preserving Sia's expression as a withering smile. "Beware?" Hinkle asked anxiously. "Beware," the voice repeated with growing desperation. "Beware! What am I to beware of? I don't understand." The golden light shining through the window began to fade to a sickly green. "Hinkle! Beware, Hinkle!" Black tentacles oozed from the shadow, haunting the threshold, squirming toward her feet. "No, stay away!" The spasming tendrils shot up at her, coiling around her body, constricting her with an iron grip. Her screams gurgled in the back of her throat as her breath was squeezed out of her lungs. Blood rushed to her head. Blood vessels burst in her eyes. Black pools exploded in her vision. Then all she saw was the empty dark. Hinkle opened her eyes and looked up into the worried faces of the other scullery girls. She was on her back on the kitchen floor next to a shattered stack of plates. Her nostrils were clotted with blood. Before she could ask what had happened, Mab barged in from the hall with a freckle-faced woman-at-arms. "Oi! Tell me I didn't hear what I just heard," Mab frothed, rolling up her sleeves. "It wasn't her fault," one of the girls protested. "She had a seizure. She couldn't help it." The woman-at-arms frowned. Mab twisted the girl's ear. "A seizure don't mean my plates ain't all broke, though, does it now?" "Ow, Mab!" The innkeeper pushed her aside, and Hinkle yelped as she received a hard kick in the ribs. "You little slut!" Mab shouted as she kicked her again. "Can't you do the dishes without smashing up the old cupboards? You brat!" "Mab, stop!" Hinkle croaked, curling up under the innkeeper's fury. Mab climbed on top of her and drew back her fist. "I'll batter the hell out of you, I will!" "That's enough," shouted the woman-at-arms, wrenching Mab away. "What's the matter with you? Let her be." "She's a witch's niece, Isolde, and she's naught but brought bad luck up in here upon all of us. She's accursed, I say, accursed. Even if she is, that doesn't give you the right to knock her teeth out." As the two women quarrelled, and one of the kitchen girls helped Hinkle to sit upright and offered her a wet cloth to dab her nose, a purple petal floated before her eyes, carried aloft by a gentle breeze. It was a petal from Sia's bouquet. "I have to go," Hinkle said absently, stumbling for the hall. Isolde beat her to the door and cut her off. "I don't think so. You're not going anywhere." "But—" The petal drifted around the woman's head and floated down the hall toward the dining room. "No," Isolde said again, spreading her arms to bar the way. "The reinforcements have been called to the wall. I can't let you leave." "But I really have to—" "I said no." The colour drained from Isolde's face as feminine laughter haunted the kitchen for all to hear. Who goes there?" she nervously demanded. "Oh, blimey!" Mab whined. "Now what's she gone and done?" Then came the faint chime of bells. The cupboard doors flew open. The dishes rattled like they were in the midst of an earthquake. "Please," Hinkle pleaded, "you have to let me by." Isolde stared at the jangling cabinets and then looked back to Hinkle. She shook her head. "It isn't safe." The dishes began to hover from the shelves, teetering precariously in mid-air. "Ah, she's bewitched me bowls!" "Spirit!" cried Isolde with a trembling voice. "Show yourself!" "No!" shrieked one of the girls, throwing her hands over her face. "No, I don't want to see it!" Again came the laughter, and Isolde knew what would happen next. "Get down!" she yelled, throwing herself to the floor. The dishes exploded against the wall, shattering into a million whizzing fragments, showering the screaming girls. Only Hinkle remained standing, untouched and unaffected. "Cry, aye! What did I tell you?" Before the woman-at-arms could reply, Hinkle leapt over her. "Wait!" cried Isolde. She dove for the maiden's feet, but instead of catching her by the ankles, her own fist shot back and punched her square in the jaw. She cursed as the girl sprinted off down the hall. "Havel!" she cried as she staggered to her feet. "Stop her, Havel!" The skinny squire and 6 hard-looking men scrambled to their feet as Hinkle charged into the dining room. "You there! Stop!" But Hinkle didn't listen and bounded after the petal straight for the door. "Whoa, I don't think so," bellowed one of the beefier brutes. He barreled towards her, but just as he was about to tackle her to the ground, the furniture flew into motion, screeching noisily as it shifted across the dining room floor. The men yelled in fright and confusion as the tables and chairs slammed into them, knocking them to the ground, tripping them up, clearing a path for the maiden. Isolde bolted into the dining room just in time to see Hinkle dash out the door into the street. She gaped at the groaning men, tangled up on the floor in a pile of chairs and tables.
"Sorry,"
Havel stuttered from beneath a wooden pew.
"She got away."
"Never mind that." Isolde took up her warbow and quiver of arrows on the way to the door. "You men stay here," she said. "I'm going after her." Chapter 18. Sir Gilkrist slashed through the groping cadavers. Stagnant blood spewed onto his surcoat. Innards spilled onto the riverside street. The smell was unbearable. A thick odour of rotting guts and skin. He gagged inside his helm. He could see nothing through that narrow slit, only spastic movements in the dark. All around him was chaos, and every sweep of his blade was futile to halt the deathly advance. Sir Cranmer's instructions had been in vain. Even with headless bodies and severed limbs, the dead still seized the living, snatched them with gushing stumps, dragging them down to their chomping jaws, rending their faces, tearing out their throats and their bowels. His ears were pierced by the squeals of men and boys being torn to pieces and eaten alive. They could do nothing. Their foe was impervious to both pain and death. They had been defeated even as that wicked barge had struck the edge of the canal. Something grabbed Sir Gilkrist from behind, wrapping its wiry arms around his chest. It grated its teeth on his mail coif as it gnawed at his neck. With a yell, he struggled beneath its weight and threw it to the ground. It lashed up at him. He cut off its head. Still the twitching fingers reached for him, wrapping around his ankle. With a disgusted curse, he tried to kick it away, but its grip was too firm. Enraged, he chopped off hands, feet, and all 4 limbs, and left the mangled body in a spasming, messy pile. "This is impossible," he huffed. Another soldier was thrown against him by the rocking tide of battle. Sir Gilkrist hauled the man aside as a corpse lunged for his throat with its gnarled fingers. The body leapt to its feet and dove at him again, but the knight stepped over the man and ploughed his shield into its face. It teetered back, and Sir Gilkrist lopped off its head. To his frustration, it rose again. "My lord," cried the soldier, "it isn't working." "Then we'll grind them into sausage. We'll mince them into pieces so small—" Something crashed into him, knocking him to the ground. The soldier he had just saved dove upon him. "What are you doing?" he shouted. His face was pale and blue. The light was gone from his eyes. He slobbered and snarled as he clawed at his helm. Sir Gilkrist squirmed as the man strangled him with unnatural might. His sword was pinned beneath him. He managed to slide the dagger from his belt, and he plunged it into the man's skull. It did nothing. Now it was stuck, buried in his temple. He tried to wriggle it free. It was no use. His strength was failing. Black spots burst in vision, and his hand slipped from the hilt. "My lord!" The soldier flew off his chest. Sir Gilkrist gasped for air and weakly reached for the buckle beneath his chin and tore off his helm. He rolled onto his side and saw his squire on top of the jerking cadaver, bashing its head to a gory pulp. Sir Gilkrist coughed as he reached for his sword, wondering what had turned the man so quickly. What magic had seized him, and from where did it stem? It wasn't their minds that it possessed, else beheading them would be effective. How else, then, were they being controlled? Perhaps the fog? But no, the fog had not rolled in past the edge of the canal. But surely there was some connection. If only Kerstin hadn't been so reckless. He felt something on his leg. He jerked his head to see a snake coiling around his thigh. His blood froze and he remained very still. It slithered closer, twists of green and yellow scales winding over his groin and belly. Its black tongue flicked his exposed neck and face, tickling his ear and lips. With a hiss, it arched back its neck. Its throat puffed up, and it bared its glistening fangs. It struck, and he swung his sword. In the darkness of the far side of the canal, A pair of blue eyes, bobbing just above the murky waters, glared up at the riverfront through a tangled mess of sopping black hair. Kerstin muttered a slew of unrepeatable curses as she paddled into the shallows and stood up from the river into the cold night air. Shivering and chattering, the witch hauled herself ungracefully from the canal and crawled onto the street like a half-drowned cat. It was still and quiet. There was no one around. Kerstin slumped against a stack of crates as she packed her pipe with quaking hands. After several attempts, she managed to light it, and she breathed in deep and filled her lungs. She tossed back her head with a slow, hissing sigh. She had just swum the whole breadth of the river to avoid that noxious purple cloud, and under water no less. She was not a strong swimmer, and would have drowned 8 times over had it not been for the broom. But she had completely exhausted all of the life forces that she had spent the whole last week collecting. She had even been reduced to relying on her own strength for the last stretch of her escape. As it was, her broom was a little more than a household contrivance. Her power was greatly diminished. It was all because of Zildok's acolytes, the novice magicians who studied in his tower and conducted his research. They were here now in the city, and it was they who were responsible for the night's black sorcery. They were the reason Olgrist had not attacked. He had been waiting for their arrival. She alone knew of their presence and the purpose for which they had come. The Caragol dame had nearly pointed her out, for the warlocks were there solely to deal with her. Though necromancy and perpetual immersion in death had, for the most part, drained them of any sort of human animation, Kerstin suspected that deep down they harboured some great joy at having the chance to get back at her. She chuckled as she imagined how frightened, how humiliated they must have been to have had to report to their master that she had stolen an important volume of his grimoire right from under their noses. She had yet to decipher all of its secrets, for it was written in a series of cryptic riddles, and in Caragol, but she was diligent when it came to such things, and she had spent much time translating it into plain Akosian. From that sinister tome she had learned many dark and powerful rites, and with a helpful contribution from her brother's journal, she had unlocked the mystery of transferring the life force of human souls as a substitute to her own. For that, Zildok would not rest until he had her locked in his tower and subjected to unimaginable tortures, with all volumes of his grimoire safe and accounted for in his library, even if that meant burning the entire city of Klomm to the ground. What that did mean, though, was that if she could get the best of Zildok's acolytes before they could get the best of her, Olgrist would not attempt another offensive until the Grand Mage had sent him some other means to subdue her. They had to be close by, though, for their power was not as strong the further away they were. The witch stood up on wobbly knees and sauntered along the empty riverside street, her sodden shoes and stockings squishing and dripping with every step. As Kerstin scanned the surrounding houses and buildings for a suitable location for her adversaries to hide out and work their spells, a black cat scampered past her in the opposite direction. "And just what, pray tell, has gotten you back up?" she whispered. "Show me. I command you." The cat halted its escape and turned to stare at the sorceress. Kerstin glared into its golden gaze as she hissed the ancient words. Her body went limp, and with the violent whoosh of the east wind she was hunched over on all fours. Assuming the feline mind, she recalled the primal fear and the all-consuming instinct to flee as she plodded by the gloomy basket shop. The ominous sense of evil lurking within that lonely building had raised her hair and driven her away with a frightened yowl. Kerstin had seen enough. A woman's voice echoed in the recesses of her mind with the utterance of mystic authority. "I release you." Kerstin opened her eyes and stared up at the starless night as her spirit returned to her body. She gagged at the fetid taste of raw fish lingering on her tongue, and she felt incredibly itchy all over. Though it had only been a moment, her fingers tingled as she opened and closed her hand and stirred up the blood in her veins. She sat up from where she had collapsed on the cobbled road and tilted her head to the side with a hollow crack.
Those acolytes were in for it. The basket shop was not far, and Kerstin was pleased to find it unguarded. The warlocks had not suspected that she would cross the river and come to them directly, and it was only by coincidence that she had been able to. But other than where she was concerned, they were only a distraction. Olgris had made his move too, it seemed. She would have to finish up quickly so the men at the river could reinforce the west wall. Otherwise the parsonage might fall into jeopardy. Kerstin peeped through a crack in the boarded window of the basket shop and saw 7 hooded figures kneeling in a circle on the floor, with a rusty chain draped across their laps. The candle flickering in their midst cast looming shadows on the wall behind them as they stroked and felt the iron links. Occasionally they twitched and jerked, hissing some foul command. They were in deep trance, controlling their familiars and black spells. They were completely vulnerable. Cautiously, Kerstin tiptoed to the door and delicately turned the knob. It opened without a sound, and a grin spread across her lips as she crept up on her unsuspecting prey. Something triggered in her memory, and she paused and glanced down at the floor. Not an inch from her toe was the black line of a circle drawn in charcoal. It was sickening to think how close she'd come to stepping right inside it. That would have gone very badly for her. She slid her bone-hilted knife and made a tiny incision in the charcoal line. Then she stood up and cut an invisible doorway in the magic circle. She pushed it open as if she were performing a charade and stepped into their midst. "Iak Zalmash," she said in greeting. Her white knuckles cracked as she tightened her grip on the broom. 7 souls would suffice to replenish the power she had exhausted. The sorceress licked her finger and extinguished the candle with a sizzling hiss. Chapter 19. Hinkle chased the flower petal through the alleys, never once taking her eyes off it. Wherever it was leading her had some connection with the vision. Her heart hammered with excitement, but when the thought crossed her mind, the petal vanished from her sight. Hinkle turned in frantic circles, hoping she would see it again, but she did not. She also had never been in that part of the city before, and she had no idea where she was. Not only had she lost the petal, but she had lost herself too. Red plumes of smoke billowed from the rooftops, casting an angry glow across the night. Klomm was burning. She ventured in the direction of the fire, walking at first, mesmerized by the red glare. Then she broke into a run. Her chest filled with lead as she felt a sense of familiarity. She had seen this before. As she came nearer, she heard the screams, shrieking women, braying horses, the click and clang of clashing steel. She felt sick. She emerged from the alley and saw the Caragol forces finishing off the Klomm rear guard and moving on to the women and children who fled from their blazing homes. Then she saw the horseman from her vision at the shrine of Cathahus.
"Kill them," he raved. "Slaughter them to the last soul. Flood the street with their blood until it runs to our knees and up to the knees of our horses. Kill them! Kill them! Kill them!"
His knights rode down the panicking citizens of Klomm, trampling them beneath the thundering hooves of their mounts. Their sabres flashed and their arrows flew as they cut down the weak and the unarmed. The villain threw back his head and laughed as he drank in the violence around him and revelled in his murderous deeds. Then another group of men appeared at their flank from out of the smoke. Their weapons and armour were dark with blood. Their faces were angry and wild. Their commander strode forth and lifted the visor of his bassinet helm. It was Fingal with reinforcements.
"Olgris, you maniac! For your crimes against Klomm and her people, you'll answer to me."
Olgris held up his hand and his men stopped what they were doing. Then the Count turned to face his challenger.
"Stupid old man. If you're in such a hurry to dive into your grave, I'll be happy to help you along." "As if I'd be killed by the likes of you. You're 100 years too early, boy."
Olgris sneered.
"Say that with your dying breath." "We'll see. Now have at ya! Vorhadi! Screamed the Count as he reared up his steed and whirled his bloody scimitar. Vorhadi! The two forces collided in the street, and Hinkle lost sight of the seneschal. He shouldn't be fighting. He was still wounded. She was snatched off her feet as someone seized her from behind. The leather palm of a chain mitt smothered her face, stifling her screams as she was dragged into the darkness of the alleyway. She twisted, struggled, shaking her head and kicking the air, but her assailant was too strong. He took her farther in and around the corner where they couldn't be seen. He pushed her up against the stone wall. Hinkle knew what he was going to do. She squirmed his muscly grip, squeaking through his hand. His breath was hot on her cheek as he whispered in her ear. "Don't struggle," he soothed in a thick accent. "Be still and be calm." "Benny's a river jammin'," she pleaded. "Yap mine." He lowered his hand from her mouth and spun her around to face him. His hair was long and dark, and the alley cast a veil of shadow across his eyes. One side of his grim face was tattooed with daunting thorns and brambles. "What did you say?" "Please don't hurt me," she sobbed again in Caragol. "Don't do it." "I have no intention of harming you," he replied in his native language. "Alas, I require your aid." "What?" she asked. What could an enemy knight possibly need her help with? "You must warn the Duke," he quickly explained. She could see he was distressed. "He must know of what is taking place. Do not have him send men. They will still be needed at the river and will do no good here. Send for the witch of Klomm." "You mean Kerstin?" "Yes," he hissed. "You know her. You must bring her here. Only she can stop this, since it was her who brought this fate upon the city." "What? How is she responsible?" "Girl, there is no time," he shouted, switching back to Ocossian. "You must tell her where we are, so she can halt our advance before Klomm is razed to the ground. Do you not understand? I am trying to save your people. Now go. Bring her here before it is too late." "But I don't even know where we are." "What do you mean?" "I don't know where this is. I got lost. I'm not even from Klomm. I'm from Sweetwater on the other side of the kingdom," she sobbed. "I never wanted to come here. I just want to go home." "That is quite enough," he said impatiently. "Now listen to me very carefully. You will go to the riverfront and find the witch Kerstin. Find Kerstin and tell her Count Olgrus has breached the rear wall and is 4 blocks southwest of the Bazaar Square. Run back the way you came, but keep to the left, and you will reach the riverfront. You will not be in danger, but you must make haste. Is that understood?" Hinkle nodded. "Where is the Count?" 4 blocks southwest of the Bazaar Square." "You there!" shouted a woman. "Behind you!" The Caragol knight whirled around, but did not reach his sabre before an arrow sank into his shoulder. He staggered back a step and grabbed onto Hinkle's arm as he went down on one knee with a growl. "I would not kill a man from behind, so I intentionally missed your heart," said Isolde as she cast her bow aside and drew her sword. "Now unhand the girl, fiend." But the Caragol only offered a stoic glance as he rose to his feet. Isolde flew towards him with a shout, but even with an arrow through his shoulder, his movements were lightning quick, and after 3 piercing clangs he had disarmed her and caught her by her wrist. "Ah!" she exclaimed as she stared up at his tattooed face. His knee shot up into her stomach, and she lurched over with a squawk. "She'll live," he said as he lowered the unconscious woman to the ground. "Now go on, go." Hinkle sprinted away from the Caragol knight. She was certain she could trust him. She had seen Count Olgrus and she had seen the city burning. If he wasn't stopped, there would be nothing left of Klomm. The realization that the fate of the whole city rested upon her shoulders dawned on her with frightening gravity. She pushed herself harder. Her breath burned in her lungs. Her calves and thighs begged her to ease up and slow down, but she didn't dare. Each extra moment she took came at the cost of another life. She kept to the left, and she was soon running across the empty Bazaar Square. She flew past the great statue of Angeth Clomentus, where burning light from the glowing sky danced on the graven face of the founding lord. As she pressed eastward, she heard more fighting echoing from the conjoining streets, and the shadows of moving men flickered on the half-timbered houses. Her legs were numb and her side was cramping badly. But at last she saw the torches and the silver gleam of steel against the open blackness over the Vidal River. Panting, she slowed to a jog as she approached the waterfront. There was a battle raging here as well, but this fight was different. She realised as she tried in vain to spy some sign of her aunt amongst the churning melee that no one wore the Caragol colours. "You there, girl," called a monk. He was dragging a wounded soldier away from the battle, and his robe was soaked in blood. "Come here and give me a hand." Hinkle hurried over and stooped down to pick up the man's feet. "No, I can move him. Help him hold his guts in." "What?" "Help him hold his guts in." Hinkle knelt beside the pale, shivering man. His innards bulged from his yawning abdomen. Her mouth went dry as she reached for his steaming bowels. She took a deep breath as she stuffed his entrails back into his stomach. Bile rose to the back of her throat. "That's it. Now keep pressing your hands on his belly while I drag him in." Hinkle looked away and glanced over her shoulder at the peculiar onslaught. "What's happening here?" she asked. She was trying to distract herself from the whimpering soldier. "I don't see any Caragol standards." "That's because there are no Caragons here. We're fighting our own dead. They sent the bodies across the river in a barge and brought them to life with their foul wizardry." "Necromancy?" "Aye, I don't know how they're using black magic with all the churches and clergy folk across the river." There was a strained optimism in his voice. "Although, believe it or not," he said, "we're actually winning. Something happened and the walking corpses became disorganised all of a sudden. They're still vicious and bloodthirsty, but they're completely mindless." "Murdoch, there's another one!" someone called as they reached the field hospital. The physician wiped his hands on his bloody apron as he came over. He shook his head as he glanced down at the wound. "There's nothing I can do," he said. "Say his rites and fetch another." The monk laid back the soldier's head and began his solemn prayer, and Hinkle ran toward the battle before she could be recruited to help with anything else. She had to find Kerstin. She clambered to the top of a stack of crates from where she could safely survey the battle. Sure enough, the men of Klomm struggled against the animated bodies of the dead. Hinkle quickly picked out the cream and cyan surcoat of Sir Cranmer in the thick tumult, and not far away from him, a burly warrior that could only be the Duke of Klomm. Hinkle saw no sign of her aunt. Further down the river, past the edge of the combat, she saw several soldiers yelling and pointing at something in the water. 2 of them got on their knees and reached down to pull it up. It was Kerstin, dripping wet and swearing in protest as they hauled her out of the canal. Hinkle scrambled down off the crates. "Are you all right, woman?" one of the soldiers asked the witch. "Are you sure you won't see the physician?" Kerstin slapped away his hand. "I'm fine, you idiots. Now piss off." "Kerstin! Hinkle, are you insane? What are you doing here?" "It's the Caragons," Hinkle panted. "And Count Olgrist, they're burning down the city." "Oh, no!" one of the men despaired. "All is lost." "Shut up, you nincompoops," Kerstin hissed. "What do you mean they're burning down the city? They're through the wall?" "Yeah, they broke through the rear guard. I saw him. Count Olgrist. Finkel met him with the reinforcements. Kerstin, he's wounded. He shouldn't be—" "Where?" 4 blocks southwest of the Bazaar Square." Kerstin mouthed an oath as she squinted up at the orange glow above the rooftops. "You'll have to show me the exact spot, then. You," she commanded, pointing to one of the soldiers. "Fetch me a horse, a fast horse." The man darted away without question and soon returned with a page boy who led a certain destrier by the bridle. "Hurry up and get on," Kerstin urged as she swung herself up into the saddle. "But Kerstin," Hinkle protested, recognising the lordly steed even without the black and white caparison. "That's... And so what if it is?" Kerstin snapped. I might take that into consideration when nobility means being able to accomplish more than nothing without my help. But until that day arrives, we have not time to waste. Now get on!" Hinkle felt a tug of guilt at her conscience as she climbed onto Falagi behind her aunt. "Giddy up and fly, you wretched pony!" Kerstin shouted with a crack of the reins. "Hee-yah!" The charger reared up with a wild whinny and bolted forth with a startling jolt, daring the trespassers not to be thrown from his back. Hinkle clung fast to her aunt, and Kerstin cackled with vulgar exclamation as they were borne swiftly away on the furious mount. They galloped through the narrow streets. Buildings flew past them in a blur, and soon they were charging across the bazaar square. Kerstin shouted for directions, and Hinkle reached out and pointed over her shoulder to the street from which she had come. Dread ate away at her as they sped towards the Count of Was. But as they neared their destination, Kerstin yanked hard on the reins and took an unexpected detour. They veered dangerously onto a wider street where the houses were engulfed in flames. The burning homes were so hot that Hinkle leaned away for fear of catching fire. "Kerstin!" she cried. "What are you doing?" But her aunt paid her no heed. Instead, she passed the reins into the hand in which she held the broom. Then she drew her machete from her belt and held it up. Then her guldering voice erupted over the charger's gallop as she chanted the dark rhyme in an ancient tongue. At once the flames lashed out from the blazing buildings and leapt to her blade in a fiery swirl. Around and around her machete the flames twisted, and again Kerstin laughed wickedly. There they were at the end of the street, the Caragons and Acossians still locked in combat. Several Caragons looked over their shoulders and shouted warnings to their comrades as Adestria stormed towards them. Then, letting go of the reins, Kerstin raised her broom as well. With a shriek, she swung her glowing blade and hurled the crackling bolt of fire into their midst. It struck the ground and burst into sizzling tongues, and the Caragons scattered out of her way. "Who dares to venture my wrath?" she shouted as she drew her steed to a halt. The Caragons stared at her and stood very still. What few Acossians remained bent over and panted with relief. No one uttered a sound, and the Caragon foot soldiers shuffled back to make way for the Count. His hips rocked from side to side as his steed sauntered lazily through the men. Several knights followed close behind, and Hinkle saw that one of them was the man with the tattooed face. He nodded discreetly. Gilkrist passed his eyes over the two women and ran his fingers through his sweaty white hair. "Well, if it is not the witch of Klomm, we meet at last." "That we do," said Kerstin, "but I can't say it's much of a pleasure to make your acquaintance." He sucked his teeth as he trotted alongside them. "So rude. I just knew you be a mannerless gutter tramp. But I confess you're not as ugly as I'd expected, even if you're not as beautiful as I'd hoped." "That's all right. I'm sure I pale in comparison to your sister." Gilkrist shrugged. "Natural, unnatural. Why let that get in the way? I do whatever I like, whatever feels good at the time. Surely that's something you can understand." "Well, it's my understanding that it didn't feel so good when they were drawing out your bowels with a hot iron. Consequences, consequences." Gilkrist laughed. "Yes, consequences. You know all about consequences." His eyes flared with dark delight, and Hinkle felt Kerstin tremble. "But," said Gilkrist, "since you're here, it seems you have disposed of the master's pupils, and that means the fun and the merriment of the night has come to an end. Just as well. The men here did not put up such a good fight, and I was becoming bored." "And what?" Kerstin prodded. "You thought I just showed up to scare you off? I've come to kill you." Gilkrist chuckled and shook his head. "That is unlikely. Perhaps if you had thought of that before you arrived. But I am not such a fool to believe that even you could cast such a powerful spell to kill all of my men so quickly before one of them managed to kill you. I might be the first to die, but you know well that you would not escape with your life. Am I right?" Her blue eyes burned with anger, but Kerstin said nothing in reply. "As I thought." The Count whirled his hand above his head, and the knight with the thorns tattooed on his face shouted the order to retreat in formation. The Caragons fell into rank and marched off into the night, back into the smoke and ash from which they had come. As he turned to ride away, Olgrist glanced approvingly at the smouldering destruction and corpses littering the street. "If you ask me," he said, "this is quite a steep price for such a small book. In the end, I am not sure your betrayal will have been worth the trouble." With a wicked laugh, the Count of Waz galloped into the darkness after his men. After he was gone, people started to gather around the two women. "Witch!" a man exclaimed as Hinkle and Kerstin climbed down from the warhorse. "You've saved us! You've saved us all! You hear? Kerstin saved us!" The survivors began to cheer and shout out their thanks. "That really isn't necessary," Kerstin objected. But as the citizens of Klomm began to applaud her aunt for delivering them from the hands of Count Olgrist, Hinkle could not evade the feeling that Kerstin was far from their saviour. The knight with the tattoo on his face had said it was because of her that Klomm had been attacked in the first place. And what had Count Olgrist just said about a book, and the master's spells, and her betrayal? The more she thought of it, the more sense it made that Kerstin had done something to provoke this massacre. But as much as Hinkle wanted to be angry, she felt sorry for her aunt, and could only think of how truly lonely she must be. "What now?" someone asked. "We must report to the Duke and tell him that we've routed the enemy," said Kerstin. "You," she said, pointing to the freckle-faced woman-at-arms staggering from the alley clutching her ribs. "Go see to it. The rest of you, gather up the wounded and put out those bloody fires. And somebody find out where Fingal is." As the men and women scrambled into action, Kerstin squeezed Hinkle's hand. "Hinkle?" she asked with rare sensitivity. "Do you think you can sleep at my place tonight?" "Of course." "Kerstin!" Both women looked to see a girl helping Squire Gothard towards them. Hinkle's breath caught in her chest as she saw what he cradled. A dented helm in his arms. It was stained dark with blood. "Oh, no," she whispered. "Gothard," said Kerstin. "You shouldn't be walking around with a wound like that. And where's Fingal, anyway?" Tears glistened in his eyes as the squire presented her with the seneschal's helm. "What's this? Go give it back to him yourself. You're his squire, not me." Gothard steeled himself and stood straight as he could bear, and with great effort he said, "I'm sorry, Kerstin." "What are you talking about, Gothard?" Her voice was shaking. "Go find the man and give him back his helm if you insist on walking. Go on!" "Kerstin, please," said Hinkle. "Don't make this any harder." Kerstin looked like she was about to vomit as she reached for the battered helm with trembling hands. She couldn't bring herself to touch it. "No," she gasped. "Not Finn. Anyone else, just not Fingal." "He's gone, Kerstin," Gothard croaked. Kerstin clapped her hands over her ears and started to walk away. She didn't get 5 steps before she sank, trembling, to the cobbled street, and her shrill, devastated cry rose up into the night. It was a wail of remorse. Chapter 20. Hinkle woke up alone in Kerstin's bed and squinted at the sun peering through the window. She had slept too late into the day again. Her aunt's room had gotten stuffy and hot, and she kicked off the sheets and reached for the jug of water. Then she remembered that Fingal was dead. Kerstin had cried all the way home, and once they had gotten back to the house, she slouched down on the couch and just sat there, staring off at nothing, her face frozen and white. Hinkle had hugged her, held her hand and shed her own tears. But when she asked her aunt if she wanted to talk about it, she had only shaken her head in silence and said nothing, until half an hour later when she decided she was going to have something to drink and that she wished to be left alone. Kerstin? Hinkle called as she got out of bed. Kerstin, are you here? No answer. She went downstairs to check on her. There was no sign of Kerstin save the 2 empty wine bottles on the living room floor and the lingering smell of vomit. Hinkle hoped she wouldn't be gone for long, especially in such a miserable state. She cleaned up the bottles and emptied the pot Kerstin had thrown up in, then fixed herself something to eat and wondered what she should do next. The considerate thing to do would be to wait for Kerstin to come back, but who knew when that would be? She couldn't go back to the Emerald Empress. After the incident with the floating dishes and the furniture moving all by itself, Mab was sure to skin her alive the first sight of her. Not to mention that word had likely got around, and somebody would almost definitely give her a thorough questioning on the matter, and that somebody would probably be Sir Gilkrist. As much as she had wanted him to take her back into his service, she was certain that by now he thought the worst of her. She had no desire at all to try and explain to him the night's occurrences, when it meant either lying to him again, or admitting that she had lied before. She decided to go and see if she could help at the hospital. That way, she wouldn't be at the house in case anyone came looking for her, and it was more useful than mopping the hall and changing bedsheets anyway. Hinkle left the house and headed toward the riverfront, where the field hospital had been. But on the way there, she found that all the wounded had been moved to the Bazaar Square. Hundreds of coughing, moaning men and women lay strewn out in the square around the statue of Lord Angeth Clementus. The bag-eyed surgeon and his assistants hovered over the scattered array of bloody bodies, inspecting wounds and changing dressings, while the clergy offered blessings and water. There were sentries there too. Under their turbans, their faces were concealed behind scarves and veils. Only their eyes could be seen. There was something unsettling about the way they watched their wounded, and everyone gave them a wide berth. "Hello there, young miss," said an old man. "You looking to help out?" "Hello, yes, I was just wondering what I should—" She was cut off by a woman's shriek as a wounded man lashed out at one of the surgeon's assistants and sunk his teeth deep into her calf. The guards swiftly moved in on him. One of them skewered him in place, while a second struck his head from his body. A third approached the surgeon's assistant. "No, wait, please," she pleaded, staggering away on her mangled leg. "I'm sorry," the sentry said coldly, his voice muffled behind the scarf. "We can't be taking any chances. Make your peace then, if you will." "No, don't!" she screamed, but her voice turned to a sickly gurgle as the other guard ran her through from behind. Then she too was promptly beheaded, and everyone signed themselves as the 2 bodies were dragged away. "What's going on?" Hinkle asked. "What did they do that for?" "It's because of the dark magics used against us last night," answered the old man. "They made us fight our own dead, and the power still lingers on." "That's right. I heard there was necromancy involved. I suppose Kerstin dealt with that." "The witch, you mean? Who knows? She fell in the river and we all thought that was the end of her. Next thing we know, them serpents weren't nearly as deadly and the dead were all befuddled like." "Serpents?" "Oh, aye," he said. "They were the worst part. It was the venom from their bites that turned them into them slavering creatures." "But if it was the poison, then why'd they just kill that girl?" "Being cautious. The Duke ordered it so at the advice of Sir Cranmer. We know that getting bit by a serpent makes them that way, but we haven't determined yet that getting bit by an ensorcelled living dead body doesn't. The curse is only half broken, it seems. No one knows how to get rid of it entirely. No one knows where that witch is right now, but we could sure use her advice. It was that Sir Lothellae who was the first to kill one of them serpents and discover it was the venom that turned 'em, and then he went to spread the word. But then some crazy foreigner even went so far as to catch one of 'em, right with his bare hands he did, just so the witch could have a look at it. Though they say he's a hired sword, so he might just have done it to see if he could get the extra pence or 2. Was it Walgor?" "Eh? Well, now, I don't know who he was." Hinkle wagered that if Walgor had actually managed to trap one of the serpents used in the spell, Kerstin would be unable to resist examining such a creature. That she hadn't was a strong indication that she was not in Klomm, but that meant that the guards would continue taking no chances. Innocent people would be killed when it might not be necessary. If Kerstin wasn't going to investigate the matter, the only other person capable of looking into it was herself. Of course, she knew little about black magic and practically nothing about necromancy. However, she knew the best place to find such knowledge. "There's something I have to take care of," she said. "I'll be back as soon as I can." "Well, all right," the old man replied. "I'm sure there'll be plenty left to do." He scratched his head as she ran off down the street. Hinkle did not expect Kerstin would be home when she returned to the house, but she hollered her name and checked each room just to be sure. Her aunt would not be pleased with what she was about to do. With justified determination, she approached the heatless fireplace. The ward Kerstin had used to seal the entrance was powerful enough that it could not be broken unless it was properly removed, but simple enough that it was obvious to anyone who knew the first thing about magic. She took a deep breath, and for a moment she wondered if she really ought to do it after all. But she had already decided, and with guttural exertion she invoked the names of the spirits of the earth. "Arma! Aldrineri! Iega! Loftus! Vatun!" The fireplace rattled and creaked, and the illusionary flames were snuffed out as the stone back of the hearth slid to the side with a noisy grinding. A ghostly yawn escaped from the cavernous maw as imprisoned air fled out into the world, and Hinkle found herself staring down a cobwebbed staircase that could have been the way down to any tomb or sepulchre. Tiny candles on each step led to an arched doorway at the bottom of the stairs. A soft glow from that lower chamber dared the unsurely visitor to pass over the threshold and bear witness to the forbidden secrets within. She gingerly presented her bare foot to the cool stone, shivering with excitement as she began her descent. The chamber below was littered with dusty books. Tomes were spilling off shelves and piled high in precarious stacks. An assortment of herbs and worts hung from hooks in the ceiling around a black cauldron. On the floor around it was a neat row of dirty jars stuffed with various unknown specimens. A human skull on a niche in the wall stared at her with a macabre grin as a candle flickered from behind its eyeless sockets. A grisly bear fur was draped over the high-backed chair in front of Kerstin's cluttered desk. Mounted on the wall above the desk was an oil canvas map of Klomm and the surrounding area, with all the locations of various herbs that grew in the valley forest neatly marked and labelled. Kerstin must have gotten it from the Duke, for it was very beautiful. Hinkle gazed at the map for another moment, then tied back her hair and began to sort through the endless heap of books for something that might give her insight into the spell from the previous night. Most of them she had to wipe down and blow the dust off the cover just to see the title, and the longer she searched, the more she sneezed and coughed. Nearly all the books were on astrology or alchemy, and it became evident that Kerstin had at one point been trying to turn water into gold, without success. She picked up a few radical musings from an obscure philosopher, and at the bottom of one pile she found a mouldy Caragol lexicon. To her astonishment, she even found a prayer book that had seen frequent use. It made much more sense when she found the pages had been glued together and hollowed out to conceal a stash of crushed poppy seeds and tobacco, a leftover relic from her aunt's upbringing in the Sisters of Guarded Virtue Priory School. It did not seem that Kerstin had any books on the forbidden arts. With a sigh, she tossed the final tome back on the pile with the others. She wasn't going to be of any use after all. There was a thin reddish-brown book on the edge of the desk. It had no dust on it, and it had been handled recently. A familiar F was etched on the front cover, and she knew even before she touched it that this book had once belonged to her Uncle Fistrom. Hinkle curiously untied the leather cord that kept it closed, but as she opened it, numerous pages fluttered out onto the floor. "Oh!" she cried, and slapped it shut as she knelt down to gather them up. Luckily, each page was numbered and had the date in the margins. She noticed, however, that there was a loose leaf of vellum parchment pressed between nearly every page in the book. The handwriting was different too, the original being the refined, fluid pen strokes of her uncle, and the loose additions being Kerstin's hen-scratch cursive. Hinkle realised, as she tried to file the fallen pages into their proper place, that Kerstin had been inserting comments as she read her brother's journal. Curious, she turned to the beginning where Kerstin had even scribbled in a foreword. "I cannot fathom why that corpulent old duke insists that I continue on with Fistrom's research when he has already written him time and time again that he does not believe bodily immortality to be attainable. 'Tis not but a foolish waste of time, and his grace well knows that my brother has committed innumerable atrocities for the cause of his investigation. I cannot say that he was at all undeserving of the ghastly end with which he met." Hinkle frowned. Fistrom had drowned in a fishing accident along with her grandfather. Surely that wasn't the end which Kerstin referred to. She turned over to Fistrom's first entry, but was disappointed to find him quite technical and scholarly in his discussion of elixirs, reagents, constellations, and elemental compounds. She skimmed over the majority of it without finding anything that alluded to what had actually happened to him. She soon discovered, though, that towards the back a significant number of entries had been carefully clipped out, and that the journal abruptly ended with another of Kerstin's own additions. "Though my brother offers substantial insights into the craft of white magics, 'twas increasingly obvious to him that the positive energies induced in white magic rites be necessarily inadequate for the purposes of achieving immortality. The reason for this being that the corporeal existence be a finite one with both beginning and end. The earth is in perpetual motion. The death of old life in the winter season and the birth of new life in spring be integral to the natural cycle. Thus, immortality would require a deliberate corruption of the created order." 'Twas with this realisation that Fistrom began to delve into the black arts. Rightly so, he forsook the investigation of literal immortality, which he, and I fully agree with him, believed to be an impossibility. He does suggest that perhaps if the seal of the Olcery were undone, and they themselves unbound and restored to their full might, that it might be within their means to grant such an alteration as to elongate a mortal life far beyond its natural duration, though for what price I cannot begin to say. Despite the Duke's persistent warning, he entered into correspondence with a man whose name I dare not utter in written word. My brother found him to be quite knowledgeable and certainly admired him greatly, for he begins to rave like an infatuated lover of the rapid progress that resulted from their collaboration. 'Twas at this time the Duke terminated his contract with Fistrom, for, as his Grace told me in person, he was unable to condone the heinous deeds that rumour attributed to my brother. This was the catalyst in Fistrom's downfall. My brother repeatedly accuses the Duke of reporting his activities to the Church once they launch their examination into his affairs. The Duke has denied this, and I believe him. I am convinced by his last entries that my brother was tormented by dark spirits, which drove him to further madness and debauchery, and without the Duke's funding and protection his actions were more than conspicuous. Although how the Church actually managed to find his whereabouts is beyond me. I have removed the final entries of my brother's journal, for their contents are far too explicit and dangerous to keep so close at hand. I shall inform his Grace that my investigation will begin with this accomplice of whom Fistrom speaks. 'Twill be a great adventure, I am sure." Hinkle closed up the journal, put it back on the desk, and slumped into the grisly bare chair with a sigh. Her uncle had not drowned after all. He had been a black wizard, and had been apprehended by the Morrigan Church, and had probably been executed. And now Kerstin was continuing his search for immortality or elongated life, or whatever her uncle had been working on. Then it struck her. The broomstick. The book she had that Count Olgrist had mentioned. The Master's Spells. It was Fistrom's contact. Kerstin had looked into it and had begun working with him, but had then betrayed him. But she hadn't seen any book that had looked particularly special. Nothing that would help with the spell, anyway. She leaned her head against the back of the chair and looked up at the map on the wall. She hadn't found anything helpful about the spell or the serpents, and hadn't succeeded in anything other than trespassing into Kerstin's private sanctum and discovering that every person in her family was a pariah. Hinkle grunted in frustration. It was a dead end. She should have just stayed to help at the bazaar square. Then she noticed something funny about the map. All the places of general interest had been labelled by the meticulous hand of the cartographer, and Kerstin had marked and labelled the locations that she herself deemed important. But one location had been labelled twice. Several miles northwest into the forest, the map showed the ruined chapel. For some reason, Kerstin had also labelled it, repeating the same name just below the original label. Hinkle wrinkled her nose as she tried to imagine why her aunt would see fit to make such a redundant repetition. Then the words Kerstin had written at the end of Fistrom's journal came to mind. Their contents are far too explicit and dangerous to keep so close at hand. Of course. The pages of Fistrom's journal, the book Olgris had mentioned, anything to do with black magic was incriminating evidence that would not only prove her involvement, but the late Duke of Klomm as well. She would have hidden them someplace safe and out of the way, where people hardly ever went or were afraid to go at all. The ruined chapel would be the perfect location. Hinkle's heart pounded. She had to go there. She needed to. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to break the spell that had brought the dead to life. Or at least that's the excuse she planned to use. The reality was that she was desperately curious to find out what Kerstin was really involved in. She scanned the map for the most suitable exit. Getting out of the city would be her greatest challenge. The gates were all closely watched and guarded, and no one was going to allow her to leave for no apparent reason. Sneaking out of Sweetwater was one thing, but under martial law the sentries of Klomm meant business. She was just about to give up altogether when she realised something else strange about the map. What she had initially thought to be more streets was actually the vaulted sewer network beneath the city. They were how the Caragons had captured East Klomm. She followed them with her finger to several possible locations where the enemy army might have entered. The sewers ran right beneath Kerstin's house as well, on a route that eventually exited into the forest. But Hinkle didn't know how to get into the sewer, and she was not about to open the grate in Kerstin's lavatory and hop down into the reeking dung pit just to find out. There had to be a proper way in, though. It was practically attached to the parsonage. Then she leaned in closer as she squinted at the map again. It was attached. Hinkle frowned and twisted herself around in the chair to look at the wall at the back of the sanctum. According to the map, that wall shouldn't have even been there. Another hidden passage, perhaps? She got up and pressed her face against the cool stone. She couldn't hear anything, but she did feel a slight draught on her bare feet coming through a crack at the bottom of the wall. She was correct in her suspicion. There was no ward on it, though, and Hinkle felt around for a switch or a pressure plate, but was unable to find such a thing. She began to think that maybe it wasn't a secret door after all, and that the way through might just have been walled up for one reason or another. Then she saw it. Ah, Kerstin! She snatched her aunt's red shawl from where it was hung on the lever. She pulled down the lever and part of the wall began to shake and shuffle backward. Then it slowly swung outward into a black corridor, letting in the sound of trickling water and the pungent stink of the entire city's waste. Hinkle gagged and clapped her hand over her mouth. It was the way into the sewer, all right. She pushed the lever back up again and shut the passage as she planned out her course of action. She turned back to the map and sketched up a quick copy of the forest area around the ruined chapel. She would be gone for several hours, especially if she was going to stay there and investigate anything she found. It would soon be supper time, and Hinkle went up to the kitchen and gathered 2 seed flask cakes, a bunch of dried grapes, a pickle, and half a round of cheese. She wrapped it all in a checkered cloth and put it in Kirstin's wicker basket, along with a bottle of her aunt's blackberry wine, since she was sure to get thirsty in the forest. She went upstairs to get the lantern from the hall and her blue hood and flint knife. While she was in Kirstin's bedroom, she had the idea to rummage through her excessive perfume collection. She found one she believed to be potent enough for the task and applied a healthy dose to the red shawl before tying it around her face. Then, with her basket in hand, her lantern lit, and measures taken against the sewer stink, Hinkle was ready to begin her excursion. She cranked the lever to open the way and ventured into the reeking darkness. The sewer was a round stone tunnel with a narrow ledge on either side of the sickly green current, wide enough that a single person could walk along it. Hinkle peered down into the murky sewage water and wondered how deep it was. It was flowing from the lower vault under the canal, which she understood to still be flooded to prevent passage beneath the river. She needed only to follow the current to where it drained out. After nearly an hour of carefully navigating the slippery walkway, the sewer became narrower, and Hinkle had to stoop down as she approached the pinprick of light at the end of the tunnel. To her vexation, the ledge tapered off, and she pulled up her skirt and held the basket up high as she sloshed through the putrid muck and slop, cursing and whining the whole way. Finally, Hinkle docked beneath the rocky overhang and stepped out into the daylight. She was waist-deep in water at the bottom of a steep ravine, shaded by whispering hemlocks. The sun shimmered in the shallow stream as the evergreen boughs swayed softly in the summer breeze. The scent of mountain pine and valley earth was sweet and fresh after her last 2 weeks in the city. She blew out the lantern and set it up with the basket on a nearby boulder and washed the filth from her legs and feet as she surveyed the ravine for a suitable place to climb out. It was a good 30 feet high and the rocks looked mossy and treacherous, but she saw a place where she thought she could manage. She waded over with her arm through the wicker basket handle and began to scale her way up, trying not to think of how badly she'd be hurt if she fell. But she didn't, and she was relieved and proud as she pulled herself up over the edge. Hinkle did realise, though, that the sewer outlet was indiscernible from above, and she tied Kirstin's red shawl to a low branch so she'd know where to climb down again on her return. Then she set off through the forest towards her destination. Though it was only several miles, it took her well over 2 hours to find her way to the ruined chapel. There was no path, and every so often she had to glance up at the sun to get her bearings. And she was glad she had brought along the little map she had sketched out. Also, she had stopped at a fallen log to eat one of the seed cakes and the dried grapes and some of the cheese, and to have a swig of her aunt's blackberry wine. And then, just as the sun began to set, Hinkle arrived at the crumbling stone wall. The wall was old, centuries old, and time had worn hard upon it. At parts it had been broken down into almost nothing, and what was left was covered in weeds and moss. A rusty gate creaked in tune to the groaning trunks and the limbs of hushing trees. It was an ancient cemetery, a sacred burial ground from long ago. Hinkle peered through the tarnished iron bars at the crooked green slabs that marked the hallowed resting place of those whose age had long since passed. Therein was the ruined chapel, dim and dark and beneath the shade of a black spruce grove. The glass was gone from the tall windows, and the wood roof had rotted away, leaving no shelter to speak of from rain or storm. A tree had grown up right through one of the walls, and the whole side had collapsed into a heap of rubble. The decrepit doors sagged on their rusty hinges and were about to disintegrate at the gentlest touch. It was the perfect hiding place, for certainly none of the common folk ever ventured near the foreboding structure. Hinkle shuddered herself as she pushed open the squeaking gate. She trod across the sacred earth and ascended the grimy steps. The rickety chapel doors wobbled open with a mournful groan. Bird droppings besotted the stone floor and the dirty carpet that might once have been red. The wooden pews were black and rotten. The chapel was vacant of the familiar images and statues of Morag and the Asinti, and all the usual curtains, tapestries and reverent decorum. It was lonely and bare.
It was a forsaken place, and the stone altar at the head of the sanctuary was cleft in two, right through to the bottom. She knew as soon as she saw it that it was where Kerstin had hidden the items of her craft. Hinkle found the dark irony disconcerting, and she felt, as she approached the altar, that she should leave at once. But as she crept nearer, and as she stared into the black cleft, her curiosity would not let her turn away. She had to know, and she slowly reached her hand down into the shadows. The altar was hollow, and she had to lean in all the way up to her shoulder. Her fingers brushed against a leather sack. Her heart raced, her stomach churned, and with a breathless thrill and a pang of guilt, Hinkle quickly dredged it up. Its contents were heavy and hard, and she dumped them out onto the chapel floor. Out clanged a ceremonial dagger and a silver horn used in the sacred rite of the church. There were also several sticks of chalk, the missing pages of her uncle's journal bound up with string, and 4 books. 3 of the books were old and ragged. The 4th was a massive black leather-bound tome with iron clasps embedded with amethyst. The cover bore no sigil or title, save for the numerals embossed in iron. V.I. It was the 6th volume of a grimoire of black magic spells. It must have belonged to Fistrom's accomplice. Kerstin had looked into him as she had written she would in the journal, and had stolen it. Surely this was what Gilkrist had meant. This grimoire was the reason Caragol had invaded Klomm. But that meant that whoever her uncle had been in league with was not only a black wizard, but also commanded great influence and power. Hinkle was unable to take her eyes off the grimoire lying on the chapel floor. She should leave. Now. She should forget all about this dark business. But it was too late. She knew too much. She had already crossed the point of no return. And as the waning sun sank deeper into the west, Hinkle took the tome upon her lap and learned of forbidden knowledge. Chapter 21. Sir Gilkrist sat in a dark corner of the Emerald Empress, gulping cool ale. He wore only his brays, green hosen, and a grey-quilted tunic with laced sleeves, but his body was stiff and heavy, and he ached all over from the bruises he'd gotten during the battle in the night. He winced as he shifted his weight in the pew and glanced again at the door. For the past several hours since he had risen, Sir Gilkrist had been waiting for Hinkle to come to begin her kitchen duties. He'd been meaning to speak to her as it was, but now with the incident that had taken place in the night, he had all the more reason to question her. But the maiden had not arrived, and he decided it would be worth his time to seek her out. The squire emerged from the hallway with his sword and scabbard. "My lord, I've finished oiling your weapons and mail. Shall I arm you, sir?" The knight accepted his sword and belt, but shook his head as he set them in the pew next to him. "No, but ready my horse." "As you will, my lord." As the squire left to see to his task, Sir Gilkrist scowled at the memory of overhearing some guffawing foot soldier recount to his peers how the witch had "stole right off on Lothellae's mount, rid him hard and proper too, she did. Then whipped the count, doused the fires, and saved the whole of Klomm again." He had given the man a dire thrashing for such extravagant rumour-mongering, only to discover it had not been a word of a lie. Were it that he knew her whereabouts, he would have that impudent wretch of a reprobated she-devil flogged within an inch of her life, witch of Klomm or nay. Daring to handle the noble steed. The offence. The audacity. He took a deep breath to compose himself, and lifted his mug for a drink of ale, when voices in the hall caught his attention. "Why? Is Hinkle in trouble?" "I don't know. There is much that remains to be explained. But for now, I only want to be certain that she's safe." "Oh, I do hope she's all right. She might have been afraid to come back here after what happened. Did you try the witch's house? She may be there." "The parsonage? I haven't yet. I'll go straight away. Thank you." "Yes, ma'am." The woman-at-arms strode out through the dining room towards the door,
and Sir Gilkrist quickly finished off his ale and took up his blade from the pew as he went after her. "Woman," he said as he stepped out into the street. The woman-at-arms wheeled about on her heels. She was a freckle-faced woman in her 30s with a puffy yellow bruise on her cheek. Upon seeing the knight, she stomped to attention and threw her fingers up to her forehead in salute. "Sir." "Your name, soldier?" he asked, fastening his sword belt around his waist.
"Woman-at-arms Isolde, sir."
She stood very still, looking straight ahead.
"At ease, Isolde."
The squire brought Falagi around from the stable.
"I am Sir Gilkrist of Lothellae, as I'm sure you know. I understand you seek the maid Hinkle."
"Yes, sir."
The knight put his foot through his stirrup and swung himself up into the saddle.
"Then I shall accompany you, for I would speak with her as well."
Sir Gilkrist followed the woman-at-arms to Kerstin's parsonage and waited as she knocked on the door, calling both girls by name. After several attempts, there still was no answer. She tried the latch.
"It's unlocked, my lord. Something is awry."
"I agree." Sir Gilkrist leapt down from the destrier and unsheathed his sword.
"That woman has a great love of privacy."
Isolde stepped aside as he approached, and after a suspicious glance up at the abandoned parish, the knight pushed open the parsonage door. He entered cautiously, Isolde following close behind him, her hand hovering over the hilt of her blade.
"Hinkle! Witch!"
called Sir Gilkrist. He frowned. At the back of the fireplace in the living room, a secret door had been left wide open, a hidden passage leading down into the unknown. Sir Gilkrist neared the fireplace and stared down into the dim candlelit stairway. A lump formed at the back of his throat.
"I would not hold it against you should you wish to come no further," he said. "We are likely to the witch's lair."
"No, my lord, I am with you."
"Then let us descend."
Anxious excitement squirmed in his stomach as he crept down into the sanctum and beheld the wares of the witch's craft. He wished to delve into those dusty tomes and unearth her secrets, to learn of the power of magic. But the draughty darkness of the opening in the wall filled the chamber with the ungodly stench of what could only be the city sewer. Their hunt had only just begun.
"Touch nothing," he said,
more to himself than to the woman-at-arms, as he moved toward the blackness. Isolde lit a torch as she followed him in, flooding the sewer with a wobbling orange glow.
"She may have ventured into the forest, sir," she suggested. "She would need have only followed the current to the outfall."
"But to what for?" he muttered. "Come, let us make haste."
It was already the golden hour by the time the knight and woman-at-arms waded out from the sewers into the ravine, with their weapons held above their heads, and the two were concerned they would not find the girl before darkness fell.
"Did she truly climb out of here?"
remarked Isolde as she examined the rocky side.
"What was she thinking? One slip and—"
"Look there," said Sir Gilkrist, pointing to the red scarf at the top of the ravine.
"Unbelievable. Reckless girl. I'll go first, my lord, if it pleases you."
He nodded and watched her begin her slow ascent, not relishing the thought of scaling the rock face himself. Nor did he envy that the woman-at-arms still wore her coat of mail. To his surprise, she made it up over the edge without much trouble. She turned around and lay on her stomach to watch him take his turn to climb. Reluctantly, Sir Gilkrist reached for the first hold. The rock was slimy and wet, and as he pulled himself up from the pool, he gritted his teeth as he realized how precarious the task truly was. If it weren't for Hinkle... He chuckled angrily as he imagined her scaling up the ravine in her bare feet. He would have a harsh word with her on the matter, to be sure. He was more than halfway up to the top, but his body bade him go no further. Every upward advance was counterintuitive. His movements stiffened. He wished he was still at the bottom, or already up and over the edge. He growled and raised his hand for the next slippery niche.
"Only a few more feet, sir," said Isolde, reaching down towards him.
He pulled himself higher and grasped the woman's hand. With a heave of exertion, she dragged him up, and at last he climbed over the top next to her.
"Damn that girl," he huffed as he crawled away from the edge. "I have little fondness for high places. Little fondness indeed." Isolde knelt to examine the earth. "She won't be difficult to track, at least," she said, motioning to a damp impression of the maiden's foot and toes. Sir Gilkrist stood up and caught his breath. "Let us be on, then." The woman-at-arms made quick work of taking up the girl's trail, and Sir Gilkrist jogged behind her as they pursued their quarry through the forest. Suddenly, Isolde froze. "What is it?" he murmured as he stopped alongside her. Her face flushed white with fear. Isolde raised a trembling finger and pointed to the black cat plodding across their path, its tail stuck up in the air as though it were entirely unconcerned with their presence. "Woman," Sir Gilkrist whispered grimly, "we must apprehend that creature. We cannot afford more ill luck. It is imperative that you and I both pet its fur 7 times backward to revoke our misfortune. Do you understand the gravity of our situation?" Isolde nodded. "Then, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Sir Gilkrist and Isolde lunged for the cat, but at the last second it darted away with a frightened yowl. "Quickly, give chase!" shouted Sir Gilkrist as he charged after it through the trees and brush. His eyes locked on the racing black animal, he sprinted furiously, gaining on his prey. The little beast scampered up a steep slope and ran along the ridge. Isolde soon fell behind, weighed down by her armour and mail. But Sir Gilkrist managed to overtake it, and as he closed in upon the cat, he dove for its tail with a desperate cry. "Gotcha, beast!" he roared as he snatched the hissing creature in his arms. He cursed and grunted as the terrified cat raked his chest and arms as he stroked its fur the wrong way 7 times. But as he struggled to hold the writhing cat for the woman-at-arms, there came a sharp cry from some distance behind him. "Isolde!" There was no answer, and the cat landed a healthy swipe on the man's cheek. "Damnation!" he hollered, clutching his face. The animal broke free and fled away into the wood. "Bloody cat!" He stood up and looked at his red, bleeding forearms, pressing his hands to his searing cheek. "Isolde! Isolde!"
"Here, sir,"
came her distressed reply. He jogged back along the ridge to where he had heard the woman's call. "Where are you?" Then he saw her at the bottom of the slope. "Are you all right?" he asked as he stumbled down towards her. Her leg was bent in a place it should not have been. "Not so, my lord," she said. "I tripped and tumbled down the hill. I landed funny and hit my leg on a tree or something hard." She took a deep breath. "I haven't looked. It's broken, isn't it?" He ignored the question and began to feel around beneath the woman's head and neck. Aside from the obvious pain and anxiety, she was not incoherent, nor did she seem to be losing any blood. He patted down the rest of her to check for further damage before examining her disfigured leg. He drew his dagger and cut away her clothing above the thigh to expose the injury. In her lower leg, an additional joint bulged from her skin in the form of a purplish knob. "It is broken, yes. I'm going to have to set the bone and make a splint." "My lord," seethed Isolde as he tore the cloth into long, thin strips. "You must make sure she's safe." Again the knight ignored her and unfastened her belt and slid it from her waist. He bunched it up and offered it to her. "Put this in your mouth," he said, "so you don't bite off your tongue and simultaneously alert any Caragol scouts to our presence here in the forest." She bit down on the belt, and Sir Gilkrist firmly pressed his knee down on her stomach to brace her as he lightly gripped her leg on either side of the fracture. "This is really going to hurt." Isolde shut her eyes tight and huffed several short breaths as she steeled herself. Then, touching her forehead, lips, and heart, she nodded once. There was a grinding pop as he shifted the bone into place. The woman went limp. Sir Gilkrist lashed the splint to her leg and checked the pulse below the fracture to ensure she still had circulation. Then he removed the belt from her mouth. Slowly, her eyes opened as she came to. "If you cut me a crutch, sir," she said weakly, I'll hobble back to the gate, but please, go after the girl." "You'll be able to make it if I leave you then?"
"Yes, my lord."
"Very well." Sir Gilkrist rose and hacked off a sturdy tree limb and stripped it of its smaller branches. "This should do," he said as he helped the woman stand. She leaned on it and hopped a few steps with it under her arm, wincing with each landing.
"I'll be fine with this, sir. It's not too far."
She looked up at the sky.
"There is a cemetery out this way, my lord, and the ruins of an old church. Keep northwest. I fear that's where you'll find her." A chill ran down his spine.
"Worry not. I will find her."
"Morag's blessing, sir,"
said Isolde with a salute, and she began limping her way back to the city. Sir Gilkrist resumed his search alone, heading north-northwest in the direction of the ruined chapel. What purpose did Hinkle have there? What did she among the graves of old? But the answer echoed in his mind like a seductive whisper, and curiosity festered in his heart with the waning of the sun. By the time he reached the crumbling stone wall, the sky was all but completely dark. The iron gate was wide open, a beckoning challenge, and from where he stood he could see the faint glow from the glassless window of the gloomy structure. The girl was inside. He knew it. He knew also what he would do if he went in after her. The path was simple. Either he would continue down this way and pursue the alluring attraction that so enticed him, or he would go back and leave the maiden overlooked and undisturbed. The rusty gate creaked as he pushed it open, and somewhere in the blackness behind him a crow mocked him with a jeering caw. He crept warily past the ancient sepulchres. There was a wrongfulness to every step, an instinctive warning, the mortal dread that gnaws at the mind of a condemned man. Yet onward he pressed, smothering the little voice inside that begged him to turn and flee. From the corner of his eye he saw movement behind a crypt, and again in the black recess of an open tomb. The shadows were watching him. They had come to witness his descent. He wrapped his hand around the hilt of his sword, and with anxious haste tramped across the graveyard path and up the grimy, vine-entangled steps, until he stood at the open threshold of the rotting chapel door. Chapter 22. Hinkle was hunched over in a decrepit pew, with a lantern glowing at her side, staring down into the pages of a massive tome with feverish curiosity. At first she was too enraptured to notice him, but after a moment she looked up very slowly, as if she felt a dark and heavy presence lingering at the chapel entry. She gasped in startled terror at the sight of her former master and bolted to her feet, knocking over the lantern and dumping the book to the floor.
"My lord!"
"What is this? What are you doing?"
I was just..."
she stammered, no doubt scrambling to find the right lie. Eyes wild with fear, she trembled like a cornered rabbit as Sir Gilkrist snatched the book from the filthy floor. "Reading. Quite the usual pastime for a peasant. Just what is this book you have?" He flipped through the oily vellum pages, looking over the fluid, elegant letters etched in what he suspected to be human blood.
"It's Kerstin's. I found it in there, in the altar."
Hinkle pointed to the head of the chapel where the stone altar was cracked down the middle.
"I thought it might tell us how to break the curse. Please, my lord, I beg you to understand. I was only trying to help."
But he paid no heed to the girl's plea. He took out his spectacles and sat down in the pew to examine this mysterious book. He could not read the tome itself, for it was written in an ancient tongue, and he had never been one to devote himself to scholarly pursuits. But he knew one who had, and to his glee he found there was an insert between nearly all the pages, translating their contents into plain Ecossian. It was a book of spells, a compendium of the Blackest sorcery. His eyes darted from one insert to the next,
his heart pounding with intense fascination as he squinted at the titles, barely able to decipher Kerstin's hen-scratched cursive. Then he saw it. A rite by which the presider may commune with spirits of the dead. His mind raced as he considered the potential, the wisdom which might be gleaned from those who had passed beyond. Yes, here was a power which might be worked. It was this for which his dark lust yearned. He pressed his finger on the page. "You will cast this spell." "What? My lord, no. It's just as I said. I was only trying to find a way to break the curse. I admit I got curious and read more than I should have. But, my lord, I swear I do not practice witchcraft." "You're lying to me again. I know your secret, girl. Now you will do as I bid."
Hinkle laughed nervously, wringing her hands.
"Sir Gilkrist, I know I lied to you about Kerstin, and about my grandmother. Okay, I mean, I've brewed some potions, and I guess I know a couple spells, nothing special. They're harmless. If you want, I could show you."
"I have no need for your petty folk charms. This is what I want."
He snatched the insert from the tome and dangled it in her face.
"I would speak with the dead. I seek their knowledge."
Hinkle stared at the rite, then cast her eyes to the ground.
"I can't,"
she said quietly.
"I'm not sure that I understand."
"I can't,"
she repeated, and then added more bravely,
"I won't do it."
Sir Gilkrist inhaled slowly through his nostrils as he stared at her down his nose, dismissing the initial surge of anger that came with her denial. Of course she would refuse. She must. She believed it to be a foul thing he had asked of her, and for his own sake she would not assist him in committing such an act. She was only demonstrating her loyalty. Yes, that was reasonable. She did not understand that what he desired was for the good of the kingdom, and therefore an excusable evil. Witch or no, she was still only a naive peasant girl. He could not hold her ignorance against her.
"It is only natural that you would fear me asking you to perform a spell of black magic," he said patiently, "for it is indeed a grave and solemn crime. I also understand that you would show your devotion by attempting to dissuade me from committing such a dire sin. And, for such a commendable act which requires no small amount of courage, I can only conclude that you truly are my faithful servant, and that I was wrong to cast you aside."
"My lord!"
"There is no need to thank me, for it was you who convinced me of your worth."
She backed away from him, her blue eyes wide and frightened.
"Sir Gilkrist!"
He slid his sword from the scabbard, and the blade gleamed in the flickering light as he held it between them.
"Hinkle of Sweetwater Cove. I, Sir Gilkrist of Lothellae,
"Wait, my lord, please!"
reinstate you into my service."
She hung her head. He had her. He was once again her lord and master, and she his lowly servant, subject to his every word. Surely now she would obey him. A pair of tears glistened in the lantern light as they fell from the maiden's lowered eyes and dampened the soiled carpet.
"What is it you wish of me?"
she asked, without looking up from the floor. Sir Gilkrist sighed. This was how he expected his thralls to answer him, with absolute compliance.
"I would have you assist me in performing this rite. I am unfamiliar with sorceries and the like, and I am in need of your guidance."
"My lord, what you ask is truly perilous. As your servant, I must inquire on your behalf, sir, why you would have me do such a thing."
"I seek counsel with the dead," he said impatiently.
"And why do you seek their counsel?"
She shrunk away from him as his shadow crept up the stone wall behind her.
"I seek their counsel," he said, "because Ashili has forsaken me."
Hinkle said nothing and continued to avoid his gaze.
"Ashili has made it abundantly clear that he has taken his spirit from me,"
he went on. Last night, before the battle, when the priest and nuns offered the men the rite of the silver horn, I was skipped. Skipped! The sacred honey wine was not given to me. What could be a more obvious sign? He has abandoned me. I must fend for myself as a man and hew my own fate. That is why I turn to the dark magics. That is why I seek wisdom from the dead. Because of the unavoidable evidence that I will receive neither help nor salvation from the god of Morag.
"Me lord," Hinkle whimpered, "that is nonsense."
His jaw drooped as he stared down at her in bewilderment. What did you just say? She trembled, then looked at him in the eye with a sudden boldness.
"It's just, that's a pathetic excuse to come to that kind of conclusion. You're so intent on believing Achilles left you that it doesn't matter how stupid your reasons are. You want him to abandon you. Your need for control has incapacitated your ability to have faith in anyone but yourself. Achilles hasn't forsaken you, Sir Gilkrist. You have forsaken him."
He wound back his hand and slapped her hard across the face. He hit her again, and once more, clenching his fist and punching her in the jaw, bowling her over onto the ground. Sobbing, Hinkle covered her face and head with her arms and curled up into a ball. How dare you speak so brazenly? Who do you think you are?
"I'm sorry. I beg you, me lord, don't hurt me, please."
Do you know better than I? Are you wiser than the master who owned you? Impudent worm, you are nothing. Nothing. I bought you for a shilling, the same price I'd pay for a pig at the market. By my whim I may let you wallow in the mud or lead you to the slaughter. Your life is contingent upon my will. He snatched her by the arm. Now get up. He yanked her to her feet and pressed her against the wall. Again, I will have you assist with this rite.
"Sir Gilkrist, please don't make me do this."
The man felt a tug at his heart. Her blue eyes shimmered brilliantly, full of tears, crystal beads streaming down the delicate curves of her face, over the pink inflammation left on her cheek from the harshness of his blows. Blood trickled down her chin from the corner of her mouth. She was in pain. She was afraid. She was beautiful. How had he come to this point, where he had so mistreated his maidservant when she only wished to veer him from destruction? Was she not utterly dependent on him for everything? Should he not care for her as her master? Should he not cherish her? As a knight and as a man, should he not treat her with integrity and purity, with decency and consideration? What had he done? How he had wronged her? How he wished it could all be reversed. But it could not be, and with shame and disgust, he lifted his hand and wrapped his fingers around the girl's throat. He could hardly bear to see the injured look in her eyes. Even still, he uttered his black threat. Hinkle, if you persist in your defiance, I will squeeze out your breath until you are dead. He hated himself as he heard his words leave his mouth. But was it true? Would he really murder his own servant girl? Would he actually kill her out in the dusky forest, where she was all alone and at his mercy? His tongue turned to ash as the answer was dredged up from the darkness of his heart. Hinkle's lips moved as she offered him her reply, but he heard no sound. Her voice did not reach his ears. Her visage began to fade as he floated away, overtaken by the memories that had haunted him ever since he had met the forces of Codzia in the Battle of Morua and liberated the islands of Samar. Ash stung his bloodshot eyes as he stared blankly at that terrible field. His nose was full of smoke and the stench of burning hair. His mouth was caked with dirt and dried blood. His body was racked with pain. How many days had it been since he slept? Since he'd eaten? Since he'd felt a drop of water on his tongue? A blaze of orange hair caught his eye as the Countess rode up alongside him. "Give the order," she said.
He turned his aching head and stared at her, dumbfounded. Somewhere a woman wailed. "Give the order, Sir Gilkrist," she said again. He could hear the exhaustion in her voice. "Let us put a stop to this for the sake of our men, for the sake of the throne. Let's end this today." He turned back, and as his heavy arm went up, he met the pleading gazes of his men. They begged him with their eyes not to command them to do such a thing. But then, like the final leaf to fall from an autumn tree, he cast down his hand. 4 days later, Codsea withdrew their forces from the Samar Islands. "I said I'll do it! My lord, I'll do it!" Hinkle screamed, clutching his wrist as she wriggled in his grip. "My lord!" He snapped back to reality with a gasp and at once let go of the girl's throat. He stepped back in confusion. "I'll do it, my lord," Hinkle whimpered, falling to her knees. "I'll do whatever you say." "Then it is well with me." But as he looked down at the frightened girl, he was pricked with fright and dread. What he was doing now was perhaps even more evil than the rite itself, and he could not avoid the unnerving sensation that he would be called into account. From the judgment that awaited him there would be no escape. It would be better for him to have an anchor tied around his neck and be cast into the sea. Chapter 23. The spell could not be worked until midnight, when the moon was at its peak, and while Hinkle prepared for the rite, Sir Gilkrist went off alone to contemplate who among the dead he wished to summon, and what questions he would pose to them. He would be allowed to call upon only 3, and though there were many with whom he longed to inquire, not least of all his late mother and sister, he dared not speak to them through such means. No, he would limit his conference to only those whose knowledge he believed would benefit the immediate situation, and after thorough consideration, he was sure of those he wished to conjure. At last the hour drew near, and Sir Gilkrist stumbled blindly through the darkness back to the chapel. His stomach squirmed with consternation. A heavy weight pressed against his chest. There was no wind in the woods, and the night air was stifling, suffocating. His damp tunic clung to his skin, and as he crossed the ancient graveyard once again, he was sick with dread. Hinkle awaited him in the abandoned sanctuary, her eyes cast sadly to the floor. The glow of innumerable candles filled the chapel as if for a compline prayer, a bright beacon to beckon the things of the night. The solid carpet had been rolled back into the aisle, the bare stone beneath swept clean, and in its place a circular labyrinth had been drawn in chalk, an intricate formula endowed with many runes and symbols he did not understand. At the centre of the maze was a wooden reading easel containing 2 yellowish parchments and an elegant dagger. Across from it the silver horn sat on a little stand. Sir Gilkrist noticed that Hinkle wore a cluster of bells on each wrist, bells which were usually chimed in unison by the priest to announce the consecration of the sacred honey wine in the rite of the silver horn. "My lord, the witching hour approaches," said Hinkle. "Are you ready to begin?" He placed his spectacles on the bridge of his nose and glanced at his surroundings once more, as though it would be the last time he would ever see with his own eyes. Then, swallowing hard, he nodded. With a certain absence in her voice, Hinkle briefly went over what would happen in the rite to make sure he understood what he must do and say, and when. "I am ready," he said once she was finished. "Let us begin." With a trembling breath, Hinkle turned away from him and stood at the entrance of the chalk maze. She let down her yellow hair, then slipped her shoulder from her sleeve and allowed her dress to drop around her feet. She had failed to mention this part of the ritual, and blood rushed to his cheeks as the girl stepped out of the garment and turned to face him. After a moment, she lowered her hands to her sides, and he breathed in long and deep, unwilling to allow himself to lose his focus. Hinkle blushed as he approached her, looking away with an awkward giggle. Then, composing herself, she took his hand and spoke what he knew were the first words of the ritual. "Welcome, Gilkrist. Come, follow me." With lax compliance, he let her lead him to the entrance of the labyrinth, and as soon as he stepped into the chalk-drawn path,
He felt it. A tangible barrier, cobwebs against his face and a dark weight upon his shoulders. A heavy mantle that didn't fit right. He accepted his growing unease and concentrated on the sway of the girl's bare hips as she guided him through the elaborate maze. His eyes wandered over her body, and it seemed to him that without her lowly garb to tell her class, she could be princess or priestess as easily as she was a peasant. After all, she was not unlearned. What simple-minded village maid could have prepared this ritual? She was his servant, yes, but she was no mere peasant. Indeed, she was precious, worthy of admiration. He had been foolish to cast her aside. He would not be so careless in the future. Hinkle brought him to the centre of the labyrinth, and Sir Gilkrist let his hand slip from hers as he knelt before the reading easel. The girl stood close behind him, her hands raised to the sky. She paused, and Sir Gilkrist glanced quickly at the parchment before blurting out his line. "I, Gilkrist, initiate the right to commune with the dead."
"Then I," said Hinkle, "shall be the medium of your communion."
The girl flung her arms forward over his head and chimed the sacred bells on her wrists, once, twice, and again. The chalk lines of the labyrinth began to hiss, wafting away from the stone floor like smoke from an extinguished flame. Only the outer circle remained, emitting a cold and eerie glow, like the warmthless light of the winter sun. With a charisma he did not expect, Hinkle called out in a loud voice, "Those whose eyes no longer see, whose ears no longer hear, and whose mouths no longer speak, I offer unto you my sight, my hearing, and my voice. Take me as your vessel within this mortal realm. Witness now the completion of the circle. Hear the bells of mediation as they ring. Partake in this grave melody. Join in this solemn dance. That our unity might be fulfilled, and that you shall be one with me." Cold beads of sweat formed on his brow. Hinkle had offered her body as a host. It was truly happening. The ritual was already under way. What had he done? What had he done? But it was too late for reservation, too late for regret. It had begun, and now he must see it through. No matter how dark and foul or frightening, he must see it through to the very end. Hinkle threw herself into motion, wildly skipping and dancing around the circle. Her footwork was swift and intricate, her hair swirled and swayed. Every thrust and toss of her wrists shook and shuffled the bells in the entrancing rhythm. Shishaka, 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 shishaka. Sweat glistened on her body, her skin gleamed in the candlelight. But after her third time around, Hinkle stopped. She stood on the other side of the circle with her back to him, facing the cracked altar, and thrusting her hands up to the sky. She shrieked, a violent, blood-freezing scream, a summons, a call for the deceased that they might return to the mortal plane. Then, spreading her arms as if for an embrace, with her eyes closed and her head tilted back in a sort of weird tranquillity, the girl turned away from the east and faced the west. Silence followed until... boom! The deep resonance of a mysterious drum sounded from nowhere and from everywhere. Boom! The hair rose on the back of Sir Gilkrist's neck, and an icy chill coursed through his blood. Boom! Hinkle's eyes snapped open, and once again she pitched herself into her frenzied motion. Boom! Shishaka! Ba-boom! Shishaka! Ba-boom! Shishaka! Ba-boom! Shishaka! The dead were beating their drums, and Hinkle was dancing to the rhythm. She was no longer herself. Her eyes were distant, glazed. She was caught up in the dark fervour of the spell as she twirled and spun around the magic circle. After she had traversed around for the 9th time, she threw herself down in front of him, sensuously groping and pawing the ground before him as the deathly drums continued to sound in the night. Boom! 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 Sir Gilkrist knew he must begin his part in the ritual.
He resituated his spectacles as he took the parchment from the easel and held it up with a trembling hand. Gathering his courage, he cleared his throat and chanted the spell with a deep, goldering voice. "Patrons of the east wind, hear me now. By the name of he that makes you tremble, I invoke the right that unto me should flow, thy powers dark and diabolical. Issue forth by unseen tides the black host of they who defy the throne of heaven. However terrible may be the cost, I shall not deny what shall be taken." He reached for the dagger and the silver horn. The drums began to beat faster, louder, mimicking the pounding of his heart. Then Hinkle looked up, and for a mere second she was once again herself. He saw the pain of betrayal in her eyes as she offered him her wrist. Guilt gnawed at the bottom of his heart like burrowing maggots, but even still he held out the horn and hovered the blade over her veins as he continued. "I offer up this contract to the horde of the cursed spirits who dwell in shadow, that by the seal of blood thou shalt afford to sign this pact and unto me bestow." The girl yelped as he slit open her wrist in a flash of steel and blood, splattering the stone floor and filling up the silver horn with trickling scarlet. Tears streamed from her eyes as he held her hand in place, draining out her lifeblood for the rite of unholy communion. Once the horn was nearly full, he released her and spoke the last lines with a faltering voice. "The right and means to speak to those who wait beneath the earth for judgment and their fate." He cast aside the bloody dagger and raised the horn with both hands. He stared into the dark fluid as he lifted it up toward his face. His own reflection in the girl's blood glared back at him in accusation. His conscience screamed, begging him to desist, but it was far, far too late. He closed his eyes, the silver rim touched his lips, and the darkness in his heart laughed at the good in his soul. It was nauseatingly warm and thick, and he resisted the urge to gag as he gulped down the entire horn. Yet the sensation which overwhelmed him, one of true power. The demonic notion that he might drink the blood of his servants and that the dead spirits might gather around him with their knowledge. He was dominant, sovereign. He had become like God. It dribbled down his chin, sticky and sweet, and he tilted back his head as he drained the final drop. He afforded a wry chuckle as he surrendered to the feeling and let the horn clatter to the stone floor. He had not missed the sacred rite after all. He came back down from his revelling and opened his eyes to find Hinkle staring at him, ghost white. She panted in short, frantic breaths, clutching her bleeding wrist. He frowned, but the girl had barely opened her mouth to speak when the breeze began to rustle the black leaves and branches of the forest. He felt it, cold and thin upon his face. It was the east wind. Chapter 24. A howling gale blasted the crumbling sanctuary, snuffing out the candles, smearing the stone walls with the black of night. Sir Gilkrist's hair flew up, and he held his arm before his face. Hinkle shrieked, her body jerking and shuddering involuntarily. She screamed and writhed, clutching her face and hair. Then she stopped, and all was still and quiet and dark, save for the dim glow of the magic circle. Sir Gilkrist stared at the girl lying limp on the stone floor. A moment passed. She neither moved nor breathed. "Hinkle," he whispered. Nothing. A terrible dread descended upon him as the possibilities became narrower. Then her stomach twitched and the girl gasped. To his trepidation, she sat upright, her arms outstretched, drawn up by invisible strings. Her eyes were vacant, staring at nothing. Then she spoke, and he knew it was no longer Hinkle before him. "Thy call hath been heard," said the stranger, speaking with Hinkle's voice. "With whom, then, wouldst thou speak?"
He breathed slow and deep. He shut his eyes and steadied his quaking hand on the hilt of his blade. The spell had worked. The dead would come unto him. He would speak to them, and they would reveal to him what he desired to know. I summon the first Duke of Klomm, Lord Anguth Clementus. At once the girl slumped back to the ground and the air seeped from her lungs with a quiet hiss. Another moment passed in silence. Then the hair stood up on the back of his neck. A translucent spectre floated up from the flagstone floor. The sight chilled his blood, but he dared not look away. The greenish phantasm of the patriarch of Klomm looked haggard and worn in death compared to the statue of his image in life. His beard was scruffy, sparse, and dangled over his sunken belly. His ancient burial robes were ragged and loose on his withered frame, and his empty eyes were sad and longing. He stood over the girl's body, hunchbacked and feeble, far from the heroic champion he was remembered to be. It was a strange thing to hear him speak, for it was Hinkle's voice he borrowed, and her lips moved in unison with his from where she lay. Nevertheless, Sir Gilkrist was startled by the hostility in his tone.
"Gilkrist, thou hast sinned greatly. Why hast thou coursed upon me?"
"O great Duke."
"Speak thou not of titles to the dead. All men be equal beyond the grave. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust."
"Anguth," he said, "Klomm is under siege. Through sorcery and deception, the forces of Caragol have taken the city east of the river, and those of us who remain struggle to hold the west side until the Count of Igornell arrives with reinforcements. But I fear our strength is wearing thin, and we will not last. Our foes employ dark magics to smite us with unspeakable horrors and curses. It is for this reason I have awakened you from your slumber to seek your wisdom. Will you offer your guidance?"
"The cries of Klomm hath reached me in death," said the spirit. "But the dead care not for the trials of the living. Even so, by thy wicked sorcery I am bound to speak. Ask thou thrice, and I shall answer thrice."
"Will Klomm prevail?"
"It cannot be known."
"Then what will be our greatest obstacle?" he asked anxiously.
"Above all else, Castle Klomm will surely prove the fiercest challenge, for she be a hearty bastion indeed, and is defended by one truly skilled in the art of warfare."
"Count Olgris. How then might the castle be taken?"
"To assault the ramparts will be a dire and perilous affair, but it must be so. The lower vault of the sewers hath been flooded. They can only be entered once the east bank is reclaimed. But the passages be known to the enemy, and the ways into the castle be all narrow and guarded well. Only one hath remained a secret, kept even from all the dukes and duchesses who hath succeeded me. The Duke's door."
"If the Duke's door remains a secret to all but you, then it would remain unknown to everyone still."
"Aye," said the ghost. "There be many secret doors and passages which I made built within the castle, all which were known to my family and our closest servants. But the Duke's door was known only to me. My time was an uncertain one, and I had enemies on every side, within and without the castle walls. I feared that one night I might have to escape with my family and go into hiding, and the Duke's door was the only route I trusted there would be no men waiting to cut me, along with my wife and children. All knew of it, but none kneweth of its location, not even the architects who built it, for I saw that every day they were sent to work on a different part of the castle, and there were more than a dozen plans of its design, none of which were exactly the same. No, I carried the secret to my grave. It hath never been discovered since, but I shall tell thee of its location, that thou might enter into it and bestorm the keep by the same."
"Then you have my perpetual thanks and gratitude, and that of the people of Klomm as well."
"Thou must enter the sewer by the oldest water-mill in the city. My descendant shall know of it."
Hasten thee north, then east after the third corridor. After 47 paces thou wilt find an unevening in the bricks of the southward wall. 4 bricks from the floor thou wilt find a niche with no mortar in between. Put therein the key of Klomm, and the way that thou seekest shall be revealed.
The key of Klomm? I have not heard of such a thing.
Thou hast asked thrice, and I have answered thrice.
Wait, but—
My business with thee hath ended, thundered the ghost. Whom shall I send thee in my place?
It was no use, but at least he had gotten so far. He now knew enough to make conference on the matter. Perhaps Lord Kendrick would know more about the key of Klomm. It was not necessarily so much a secret as the Duke's door. He would move on to his next 3 questions.
I call up Lady Vollerina, Queen of Caragol.
As thou wishes,
answered the spectre, slowly seeking down into the floor.
Fare thee well, Gilkrist of Lothellae.
Then he was gone. It was though he had not been. All was quiet and still, and as several moments passed, Sir Gilkrist began to wonder if Lady Vollerina would come at all. But then, just as the ghost of Lord Angeth Clementus, the second spirit seeped up from the stone. He had seen her twice in life, once at the court of Caragol when he served as his father's page boy. The other was 5 years ago in the city of Allua, when Lady Camilla had thrown an extravagant week-long feast to celebrate the liberation of the Samar Islands and the return of King Torg and the Ecossian warband from the campaign in Codzia. Lady Vollerina had come to pay homage to the victorious king, along with the princes and princesses of Caragol. That moment had been vividly captured within his memory, but the rest of the week had been a drunken blur. He had just returned to Akos, an honoured veteran of the war in Codzia. It was a time of merriment and festivity, of mirth and joyful indulgence. No one would have expected that less than 2 months later Vollerina would face Olgris on the field of battle, or that 2 years after that she would die of the wounds he had inflicted on her. Nor had anyone suspected the disappearance of Princess Lemphina, King Vashian's half-sister, at nearly the very same time. The once tall and bodacious queen was shorter and thinner than he remembered her, and she no longer held that royal air about her green and sallow visage. Her hair was matted and stringy, no more the long and glossy black mane she had been known for. Her milky skin was now cracked and wrinkled, and there was a frailty, a weak and lowly resignation about her eyes. He knew it well enough, the look of one who had wasted away and finally succumbed to death. But as meek and faint as she now appeared, she had no lack of zeal. Her spirit retained that same turbulent fire of compassion and justice she had had in life. For as she graced the maiden's tongue with her royal accent, the ghost of Lady Vollerina at once lashed out at him in judgment.
Gilkrist,
she shouted furiously, glancing down at where Hinkle lay.
How dare you summon me in this manner? What is it you so desperately requires that you must do this terrible thing?
Lady Vollerina, he began, unable to look the righteous queen in the eye.
Do not speak of titles to the dead, said the spirit. All lives are born into the world in the same way, and so also are they equal once they pass beyond it. Truly, the soul of this girl, Hinkle, is worth no less than my own. Just as all men are sons of Ashili, so too are all women the very daughters of the Most High. And how you have scorned her, Gilkrist.
Her words pierced his heart. He had indeed mistreated her, used her for his purposes. But there were things that must be known. It was for her good and the whole of Klomm. No, that was a petty excuse. It was for his own sake, for his own security. He would not deny it. He would not lie unto himself. He had known exactly what he had been doing all along, but he had come this far. He would not allow guilt to weaken his resolve. "Spirit," he said, "I have summoned you by dark and powerful magics. I am more than aware of my own foul deeds, and they have been done in pursuit of certain knowledge.
You are bound to hear me speak, and to speak to me in turn."
"I am bound indeed," said Lady Vollerina. "Ask thrice, and I must answer thrice."
He calmed himself with a deep breath before posing his first question. "I would ask of the final foe you had in life, Count Olgris Waziga."
"As surely have mercy upon him for his many sins,"
the ghost said dismally.
"What would you know of him?"
"How is it that Olgris still lives?" The spirit shook her head.
"Gilkrist, you deceive yourself. It is not how he lives that troubles you. It is that he lives. Do not seek answers which will help you not."
He ground his teeth in frustration, stroking his brow as he reconsidered the questions he had prepared. "Is Olgris a mortal being?" he asked, revealing his greatest concern. "Can he be vanquished by earthly means?"
"He cannot,"
answered Vollerina.
"His life is sustained by unnatural means, not merely by flesh and blood, but by a dark power. He is like the Scaravisi."
His heart pounded. It was as he feared. This was unwelcome news indeed. He swallowed nervously and resituated his spectacles on his nose. "The Prince of Stelkargard sewed his own head back onto his shoulders after it had been struck off," he said. "But Olgris was drawn and quartered for high treason. He was emasculated. His bowels were drawn out and burned with fire. His arms and legs were dismembered from his body. Then, finally, he was beheaded. Surely he did not sew his head back on along with all 4 of his limbs, his privy parts, as well as stuff his smouldering guts back into his belly and stitch it up. Spirit, that is absurd." The ghost of Lady Vollerina remained infuriatingly silent, making no indication of denial or confirmation. "Very well," he seethed, moving on to his most important question. "How, then, may he be overcome?"
"He cannot be overcome by earthly means. The justice and order of this world condemns him, but it cannot fulfill his sentence. Only by the order of the next world can all be made well."
"What is this nonsense? The order of the next world? Enough with these riddles. Answer me plainly."
"You do not understand because you are deaf and blind to the truth."
"What truth?"
"I have answered your questions, Gilkrist. Whom shall I send in my place?"
The knight cursed and clenched his fists in anger. He would get no further with her. She had been known to be stubborn, and she was no longer bound to his word. Nor was she likely even permitted to speak any longer. He would call up his final apparition. "Fine. Then I summon the blessed lady of old, the ancient heroine Morag." But to his distress, Lady Vollerina threw back her head and laughed.
"Gilkrist, the heroine will never come for the likes of you. Choose another for me to send. Morag will not ever come for you."
Her words struck him with the blunt force of utter rejection. He was unworthy, foul, wicked, damned. Ashili had forsaken him, and so too had the heroine Morag. The notion was almost too much to bear, and he squeezed his eyes tight to hold back his grief. He had barely even received anything useful, only confirmation that his fears were true, and advice that was so vague it was little more than nonsense. Then he had an idea. Sir Gilkrist of Lothellae would not be foiled. "If the heroine will not come to me," he said, "then I call up the one who keeps you." The spirit at once ceased her mocking laughter.
"Do you know what it is that you ask?"
"I do."
"Are you sure this is what you want?"
"Yes. Will you not send for him?" The spectre nodded.
"I will send for him," she answered as she sank into the chapel floor. "Fare thee well, Gilkrist of Lothellae. Truly, thou art as bold as thou art shrewd."
Then she too was gone, and the silence that swelled in her absence was sickening. He was doubting his decision already. The next visitor would come, he was certain, but as that fleeting moment hung like lead in the night,
Fear began to breed. The gloomy glow of the magic circle flickered, then again, and then was snuffed out with a hiss. It was dark and utterly black. "Hinkle?" he whimpered. "Are you awake?" But he could neither see the maiden nor hear her breathe. He wrung his clammy hands as he looked back and forth in the lightless void. The air grew heavy and thick. It was difficult to breathe. He heard quiet, incoherent whispers, hushed, incomprehensible voices near and far. Then it became truly, truly cold. The man shivered in the frigid stillness, hugging himself tight, losing faith in his choice and in himself. Then he felt it, a terrible, monstrous presence. As he looked ahead, he saw its source, a looming pillar of shadow, blacker than the blackness all around him. "No," he wailed, pressing his palms tight into his eyes. "No, I cannot bear to see your face." But the presence continued to swell, and the man fell prostrate and wept in silent fear. An icy tendril tore into his mind. "Behold, I am the destiny of all men. Why hast thou summoned me unto thyself, Gilkrist?" "My lord," he whimpered, "I would seek the counsel of the mightiest and most dreadful of spirits." "Ask thou thrice, and I shall answer thrice. At what hour will you come for me?" "I am not permitted to impart such knowledge unto a mortal being as thou." "Spirit, you must answer me." "No, it is forbidden." "Then tell me, how shall I meet my end?" "It will die by thine own sword." "What? This cannot be." "It shall be so. It is ordained." "But—" The knight began to chuckle. It was too much. He began to laugh with newfound optimism. He was to fall upon his sword. He would take his own life. Yes, this knowledge was more than he could have ever hoped. He would die at the time of his own appointing. Naught else could touch him. Naught else could harm him. He was all but invincible. "Ask thou thy final question." There was one more thing he might ask, but what else was he to learn? He already knew the manner of his own death. What else would he— Still covering his eyes, the knight asked, "Is the Princess Lemphina among those whom you keep?" "She is not." His heart fluttered, and his thoughts raced as he considered the implications. His quest was not in vain after all. The kingdom. The throne. "Spirit, is this true? She lives still?" "Thou hast asked thrice, and I have answered thrice. I take my leave of thee, for now." At once the sweltering summer heat routed out the bitter cold of the grave, and the whispering voices receded into silence once again. No more did he feel the crushing weight of that ominous presence. The sun was coming up over the trees, casting purple streaks across the horizon. The bluish light of the coming dawn illuminated the cracked altar at the head of the chapel, and as Sir Gilkrist stared into its black cleft, his mind was awhir with all the things he had been told. Chapter 25. Hinkle blinked up at the rafters in Kerstin's bedroom. Rain rattled against the window pane. The last thing she remembered was Sir Gilkrist drinking her blood from the silver horn. She was certain he would have killed her had she continued to refuse him. His dull, glazed eyes, the pressure of his fingers squeezing her under the jaw as he gripped her by the throat. It made her sick to think she'd so wanted him to take her back into his service. Now that she was, she never wanted to see his face again. But now he knew about the grimoire. She had hidden it again in the cleft of the altar, but its secrecy was compromised, and Sir Gilkrist didn't understand its significance in the invasion of Klomm. She needed to speak with him, soon, and she would have to tell him everything. Kerstin was going to murder her. She decided she would go to Sir Gilkrist right away and get it over with. Somebody at the Emerald Empress was likely to know where he was if he wasn't there himself, even if going there meant risking Mab's fury. Her ribs were still bruised from the last incident, and she doubted that being taken again into the service of a knight would be enough to dissuade the ornery proprietor from dishing out a second helping. She would have to avoid her notice if at all possible. She tied on her blue hood with an anxious sigh and had a quick look around the house to make sure Kerstin was still gone before she ducked out into the rain. She was drenched within seconds, but the streets were no less busy than usual, and Hinkle had to weave among soldiers, mounted men-at-arms, and labourers carrying materials and supplies, as carpenters shouted down to them from the trusses of houses in repair. There was a false incentive about them. They were working for the sake of keeping productive. However, as she neared the inn, workers began to cease what they were doing and look up, and everyone looked to the west as a furious clop of clacking hooves grew nearer. "Make way! Make way!" hollowed Squire Gothard as he careened through the street. He drew his steed to a sharp halt before the inn, leapt from the saddle, and dashed through the door, clutching his bandaged side. He'd left his palfrey in the middle of the road. Faintly in the distance, like waves crashing over the rain, came the thunder of 10,000 boots marching in unison to the deep pounding of 100 drums. Then, from far away, a high blast of a trumpet. "Do, da-do, da-do." "They're here! They're here at last!" someone cried. "Klomm is saved!" shouted another. "Hurrah! Hurrah!" Hinkle squinted through the rain as the clatter of approaching cavalry became discernible. She remembered what now seemed like so long ago, when Sir Gilkrist and Sir Cranmer had sent Sir Rowan's daggerman to Igornell to warn the Count. It seemed he had completed his mission. Help had come to Klomm. Lord Kendrick burst from the inn door with Sir Cranmer, Sir Welby, and Gothard close behind him. The Duke bellowed triumphantly as he heard the horns. "Ha! Good, good. Everyone make room. Make room for them," he said, motioning for the people to clear off the street. "They're coming up this way." But a crowd began to amass as more curious citizens stopped what they were doing and came to investigate the commotion. Mab, too, came out of the inn with the girls, fussing over the broken coronet of Klomm, as one of them carried it on a cushion, until Sir Cranmer told her to leave the girl alone and to go stand out of the way. Hinkle strained to see if she could pick out Sir Gilkrist among the gathering multitude. She figured he would be standing with the Duke and the other knights, but he was nowhere to be seen. 2 columns of horsemen rode into view. They wore blue surcoats and silver sashes. Their shields were blue, emblazoned with a silver panther with green eyes. Their lances flew blue and silver pennons, and their chargers foamed and frothed beneath fluttering blue caparisons, all drenched and dark from the summer rain. They were knights of Igornell. They parted and reined to a halt before the Duke, as 2 more important riders cantered to the front. The man on the left was another Igornell knight, but he rode a cream courser and wore a silver cape, and his helm had a golden plume. The other, on the right, was a tall, sturdy man in his early 30s. He had on a leather jerkin over a shirt of mail and a wine-coloured tunic. He wore no helm, and beneath his damp wool cloak wet waves of auburn hair stuck to his weathered cheeks. His beard was thick and full, and his smoky eyes were clear and calm, full of wisdom bought with pain. There was an air of kindness about him, tenderness, but also a sobering sense of strength and supreme authority. He had a golden circlet on his brow and a signet ring on his hand, bearing the jewelled seal of... Hinkle's breath caught in her chest. Everyone around was getting down on their knees as they murmured in astonishment, even Lord Kendrick and the knights. She, too, dropped down to the watery road and touched her forehead as she continued to stare at the enchanting newcomer. It was none other than King Vashien himself. "Your Majesty," exclaimed the Duke, "you honour us with your presence." We had not expected to receive you with aid from Igornell."
"What ho, Lord Clementus," said the king. "I was told in a dream that I must hasten to Castle Igornell. I knew not why, but I set out with a dozen men-at-arms the very moment I awoke. We arrived at our destination not 1 hour before hearing news of your peril."
Hinkle had heard rumours that King Vashian was a mystic, that he often fasted for long periods of time, lying prostrate for hours in the giant cathedral in Amarel, praying that the missing princess might be found. He was said to frequently be in the company of wise hermits and scholarly monks, and that he was almost always hosting someone like that in the palace. Some people even believed him to be a prophet, but Hinkle's grandmother had always scorned such assertions as fond and foolish talk. There was, however, a reassuring clarity in his voice that seemed to affirm that whatever he said was right and true.
"Praise be to Ashili that you are here, O king," said the duke with a second bow.
"Praise to him indeed," said King Vashian, "and I am glad to have come so that I might take part in the mourning and the hardships of Klomm. But it is Lord Magnus who brings aid to the city."
The knight next to him removed his helm. Lord Magnus Igornell was the oldest son and heir of Count Igornell, but he was the third child of the family. Hinkle could not remember the names of his other siblings, but she was certain his oldest sister was married to a nobleman in Amarel. She was unsure how her grandmother managed to keep track of the interrelations of the peerage, or why she found such a thing necessary to do when they were both of the lowest class. Hinkle developed a sudden suspicion that it was because she had deemed it would be useful for the maidservant of a noble knight to know, and that her grandmother had been implementing her devious design for far longer than she had expected. As she considered this, Hinkle's attention was drawn to the silver panther with the green eyes on the Igornell crest worn by the knights. She felt like she had seen it recently, but she was unsure of where. But the connection stumped her, like a word hovering at the very tip of her tongue that she just couldn't remember.
"Good morrow, Lord Kendrick," Lord Magnus greeted cheerfully, revealing a wide gap between his front teeth. "We've come with 7,000 men and 2,000 horsemen. We sent riders out to the villages and hamlets along the way, too, since we heard you were not able to get your heralds past the Caragons. We expect another 3,000 to 4,000, but this is only a preliminary reinforcement. Word was dispatched up to Puel and to the Dowager Countess of Colmaya, and by now the rest of the kingdom knows. My father believes to have an army of 30,000 strong gathered and ready to march within 3 weeks' time. We received a message from Dame Tanith the day before we left that she herself would ride down to assume command, since my father's gout prevents him from moving about very much." "Welcome tidings, Magnus," said the duke. "You bring welcome tidings indeed. We've suffered heavy losses here. Many good men have died, women, children. Fingal was killed just the other night, bless his soul, and my own brother fell in the initial assault."
Lord Magnus gaped. "Their duke is dead?" King Vashian glanced at the severed diadem on the cushion in the girl's hands.
"I am truly, truly sorry to hear this," he said. "Then you have succeeded your brother as the Duke of Klomm?"
"Yes, my king."
"I, King Vashian of Arkos, recognize this succession under the god of Morag." "And I, Lord Magnus Igornell, the 14th, Count-in-Waiting, also recognize it."
Everyone present quickly touched their foreheads and shouted in unison,
"Long live the Duke! Long live the Duke!"
Lord Kendrick grunted. "Well then, what say we get out of this rain? We've set up here in the inn."
"Certainly," said the king.
"But first I must know. If Seneschal Fingal lies dead, then where be his mistress, the witch of Klomm?" The duke snorted and spit into the flowing gutter.
"The little fiend took off yesterday at the crack of dawn. No one's seen her since."
"I see," King Vashian said gravely. "This does not bode well. When, if she returns, please inform me at once, for I must speak to her regarding a most pressing matter." Hinkle couldn't believe it.
The king took counsel from Kerstin. First the Duke of Klomm, and now the king. She had no idea her aunt was so important. She was practically a celebrity. It annoyed her. Did they even know who she was? The kind of things she did? What kind of person she... Who was she to think such things? She herself was no better than Kerstin. In fact, now she might even be worse. After all, Kerstin was probably off finding a cure to break the warlock's spell, the very thing Hinkle had intended to do in her wrongfully assumed absence. Instead, she had only ended up performing that rite for Sir Gilkrist in the ruined chapel. She wasn't even sure if she could confess to a priest without being reported. And that would mean the death sentence. She was a witch now, really and truly. A black witch. The rain seeped through her sodden dress to her cold and clammy skin. "Yes, your Majesty," said the Duke. "I'll have someone let you know if she comes back, though who knows when that may be." "Thank you, Your Grace." "All right, Goddard. Show these men squires to the stable so they can get out of this deluge," said the Duke. "Then report to the Count's Marshal. He's still in the field with the men?" "Yes," said Lord Magnus. "They'll have their pavilions set up by now. He'll be in the gold and blue one closest to the drawbridge. Report to him and ask him if he needs anything. Then tell him to get up here to the Emerald Empress for a meeting. We've got battle plans to draw up." "Yes, my lord." As the knights of Igornell and their squires dismounted, and as everyone began to return back to their business with much higher morale, Hinkle felt a firm hand on her shoulder. She shuddered as she heard the low voice of her master in her ear. "I would speak with you," he whispered. "Return to the parsonage and wait for me there." "As you wish, my lord," she breathed as Sir Gilkrist continued on past her to where the king and the knights were filing into the inn after the Duke. Lord Magnus gawked at Sir Gilkrist in surprise. "I say, is that my cousin all the way from Lothellae? Gilly, what do you here in Klomm?" "Cousin? Gilly?" Hinkle strained to overhear what the two men were saying as they clasped each other's hands, but she was unable to from the distance. Sir Gilkrist was a cousin of the Igornells. They were esteemed and prestigious relatives, to be sure, members of the royal peerage. The Count himself was fourth in line to the throne after the Duke of Amarell and the Duchess of Erlua, and, of course, the missing Princess Lemfina. If she was dead, that made him only third. That meant that as their cousin, Sir Gilkrist was himself a distant contender. If he managed to secure an ambitious marriage with, say, one of Lord Magnus's sisters, his ring... The one she had noticed at the Goblin, of course. It was the same as the emblem worn by Lord Magnus and his knights, and that could mean only one thing. Sir Gilkrist was betrothed to Lady Isla Igornell. Her heart throbbed and she realized she was shaking. She hardly noticed that everyone else had since dispersed. She stood by herself in the gloomy street with the melancholy rain beating down on her. She swallowed. What did she care who Sir Gilkrist married? What was that to her? She didn't want anything to do with him, not after what he made her do. It did not matter to her who Gilly took as his wife, not in the least. But as she turned away and began sloshing back to her aunt's lonely abode to wait for her dreaded master, she had only one worried thought on her mind. The girl from her vision. Sia. Chapter 26. An abrasive knocking rattled the front door, and Hinkle scurried downstairs to let Sir Gilkrist in out of the rain. The knight was once again adorned for battle in his long coat of mail and sodden black and white surcoat, and when he stepped inside and stomped his immense boots on the mat, a great puddle dripped off him onto the floor. "I'd like a drink," he said at once. "Yes, sir," she said, hurrying back to the kitchen. The knight sat himself down at the table as Hinkle procured a bottle of Kerstin's blackberry wine from a shelf under the counter. She filled a steel goblet to the brim and set the bottle next to it. The arrival of King Vashian and Lord Magnus with the Igoranel army had put the rest of Klomm in high spirits, but Sir Gilkrist seemed anxious. Her assessment was vindicated as the man drained the goblet in 3 big gulps and held it out for her to fill it again. He repeated the sequence once more. "You wanted to speak to me, sir?" He nodded slowly. "Reinforcements have come from Igoranel with Lord Magnus and the king. We attack on the morrow at dusk." "Very good, my lord. I'm sure they'll be successful." "I have volunteered to lead the initial assault," he continued. "I will be the first to cross the river." "The first? That's very brave of you, sir." He shook his head with a chuckle. "Nay, death will not come for me then, I assure you. Many others will fall at my side, but not I." "My lord, if it wouldn't be too bold of me, may I ask what happened during the spell? I don't remember anything." He grinned darkly and poured himself another goblet of blackberry wine. "Yes, that is what I wish to discuss with you." He breathed in deep through his nostrils. "With the dead, I sought counsel in regard to 3 things. The siege of Klomm, Count Olgris, and—" he swallowed and said it quickly, "my own death." "What did they say?" The knight sipped slowly from the goblet. "That Castle Klomm will be our greatest obstacle in reclaiming the city. It will prove to be a fearsome challenge, but that it may be won through guile." "Through guile, sir?" "Indeed. There is a secret door unbeknownst to all who live, all but me. The Duke's door. I shall take a platoon of men to secure the east pump house so that we might drain the main channel that runs beneath the river. Then, once the water level in the vault has receded enough to pass through, Lord Magnus and the Duke will lead the army under the canal into the eastern sewer network and gain passage into the castle through this door. We shall storm the keep by surprise and capture the knave Olgris. Once the castle is ours, the rest of the city will be retaken with ease." "That sounds like a good plan." "You think so, do you?" Surely he did not actually value her opinion on such a matter. "Sir Gilkrist, I'm really not—"
"No, I know. You're naught but a maidservant who knows nothing about warfare, and you're wondering why I'm telling you about it at all."
"Yes, sir."
"I will explain," he said, leaning in towards her across the corner of the table. "I am privy to this secret knowledge because I have communed with the spirits of the dead. I am guilty of black sorcery, as are you. We would burn if our actions came to light, most certainly." She lowered her eyes. Now she knew what was bothering him. "I cannot tell Lord Kendrick that I have summoned the ghost of his forefather and spoken with him, but yet it is only through supernatural means that I could learn of the Duke's door. Thus it begins to concern you. The War Council has only gotten so far as to drain the main vault so we can pass under the canal," he said. "But they will come up into the city and sweep through it first before turning to the castle. It's the very same move Olgris played when he took it himself, but he's had weeks to prepare against it. Even if we managed to take the city, we would still need to besiege Castle Klomm. It could take months to capture, a year even. But no, in the morning you will rush to my quarters to inform me that you've had a dream in the night, a vision from the heroine, telling the location of the Duke's door."
"Sir Gilkrist?"
"I would tell it to the council," he explained. "You would likely be examined about it, but I will be there with you the entire time."
"Examined, my lord? If I say even one wrong thing, sir, you're asking me to lie to the Duke of Klomm and to Lord Magnus Igoranel and to the king himself."
The man's face darkened. "I was under the impression that lying came very naturally to you." Hinkle opened her mouth to deny it, but couldn't. "Besides," he continued, "it's perfectly believable after that incident the other night, which is another thing. I'd like to hear an explanation."
"Well, my lord," she said awkwardly, "I have been having visions."
"What do you mean? You say visions as though it was not the first instance this occurred."
"No, my lord, there was another."
"Describe to me the first encounter."
"It was on the way here," she said, "before we drew lots at the shrine of Cathahus."
"What?" he exploded. "You had a vision after drinking from the sacred waters at the hallowed shrine of Cathahus, and you saw fit to keep it to yourself?"
"I'm sorry, sir. I was afraid. I didn't think you'd believe me. I thought you'd beat me for telling tall tales, my lord."
"A Sheely's teeth and tongue," he hissed. His right hand began to quiver. "And it was your lot that was drawn. Of course. Klomm, you said, and here we are. It was not by chance we arrived when we did." She hung her head.
"I'm sorry, sir."
"It no longer matters," he said irritably. "What did you see?"
"It was a warning about the siege in Count Orgris," she said uneasily. "I didn't know at the time what it meant, but I'm sure of it now. I didn't see who's behind it, though. Who Count Orgris answers to, I mean."
"Zildok Nazar is behind it, the Grand Mage of Caragol. We know this."
Hinkle's mind raced as it all came together. Caragol's Grand Mage. It made perfect sense. Zildok Nazar was her uncle's contact. That was who Fistram had been corresponding with. "Yes, it's him, it has to be." Nervously she added, "My lord, I think Kerstin has stolen something from him. The grimoire I was reading last night, the one we did the spell from, I think it belongs to the Grand Mage."
The colour drained from his face. "What makes you think that?"
Hinkle proceeded to tell him of her Uncle Fistram's journal and his research into immortality on behalf of Lord Hammond Clementas, of Kerstin's involvement, their encounter with Olgris 2 nights ago, and how she had followed the map to the ruined chapel and found the grimoire in the cleft of the altar. She left out the part where Kerstin might have at one time been in league with Zildok and then betrayed him.
"What you are saying, girl," he said, "is that Zildok Nazar had Count Olgris Warziga invade Klomm because your aunt stole a volume of his grimoire."
"Yes, sir."
"And her brother, your uncle, was collaborating with Zildok in the forbidden arts. And the late Duke of Klomm, Lord Kendrick's brother, was funding this investigation."
"It does seem that way, my lord."
"And he had gotten Kerstin to continue where your uncle had left off, which explains how she lives so well in Klomm, and also how she came into such knowledge and power. Likely she learned from their findings how to bind souls into her broom and to tap into their life force."
"I believe so, my lord."
Sir Gilkrist chuckled. "Then Zildok may have been responsible for providing us with the agent of his undoing, the Witch of Klomm. She will surely be our greatest asset in overcoming him."
Hinkle was not so confident in her aunt. She was powerful, to be sure, and had twice single-handedly thwarted the Caragol advance, but she was fighting a losing battle. In the first assault, Olgris had taken the castle and the whole half of the city east of the canal. In the second, he had pushed far into West Klomm and burned many homes and killed many people, including Fingal. Kerstin was overwhelmed. Hinkle knew how fragile her aunt really was. Beneath that hard and icy exterior, she was alone and afraid.
"But that is another matter," said Gilkrist. "You still have yet to tell me what happened 2 nights ago."
"We were woken up by all the men getting ready and leaving for the battle," Hinkle began. "I heard Fingal yell at Mab to get us to rewash the dishes and mop the floors over and over again before he left. I think he knew there was no way we'd get any sleep and wanted to make sure we kept ourselves busy. I was in the kitchen carrying a stack of plates, and then It was like I woke up in a dream."
"What was this dream like?"
"It was a memory, my lord, from when I was 12. My grandmother and I went to visit my mother's grave at Heroine's Heart Abbey."
"Wait," said Sir Gilkrist. "Your mother was—"
Hinkle nodded sadly. "She was a sister of the Sacred Virgins. The lie I told about Kerstin wasn't completely made up. She fled the convent and broke her vow with a man from Colmire. I don't know who he is. He never cared to meet his bastard. Anyway," she said, "I woke up at my mother's grave just like in my memory, but instead of my grandmother coming to get me, it was a gust of wind, just like at the shrine."
"And what did you see?"
"I was taken into the abbey and I saw Kerstin praying at the altar for our travels. It was the lie I told you, sir, and I got angry because I thought she was my mother at first. I wished it had been."
Sir Gilkrist tapped a finger against his temple. "A true yet shameful past. A false but ideal present. Pray tell, did she show you the future as well? Did she not?"
"Maybe," she said uncertainly. "I didn't really understand. It didn't make that much sense to me, sir."
"Well, go on then. What did you see?"
"I saw myself as a nun," she said,
her voice trembling as she approached the subject she longed to tell him but desperately wished to avoid.
"I was older and in a convent, but not Heroine's Heart. It was very peaceful there."
"Interesting."
"And there was a girl, sir."
Her heart began to pound and her stomach rose up to her throat.
"Somehow I knew her name was Sia, and that it was her 16th birthday. She was holding a bouquet of purple violets."
"Violets?" Sir Gilkrist exclaimed. Behind his eyes the gears of his mind were in motion. "The colour of royalty. Surely this girl is of utmost importance. Do you know who she is? Or did you recognise her, perhaps?"
Hinkle shook her head, suddenly terrified.
Then she nodded truthfully.
She had to tell him. She needed to. But how dare she say such a thing to him? He would never understand. She was about to receive a beating, she was sure. She was...
Already she was beginning to cower away from him.
The resemblance was unmistakable, my lord."
"What resemblance? Who is she?"
Her heart stopped. There was no going back now. She was really about to say it. "Our daughter," she blurted. "She is our daughter." To her surprise, Sir Gilkrist did not leap from his seat in anger and strike her down for her impudence. Instead, he merely blinked at her in confusion, until at last he inquired, "What do you mean?" What was wrong with him? What did he think she meant? Hinkle blushed. "I will be the mother of your child, sir." He paused as he considered the thought for a moment.
"Are you certain?"
"Fairly certain," she replied, suddenly doubting herself.
He snorted. "Impossible," he said. "Imagine that an esteemed nobleman such as myself could ever be attracted to someone as lowly as you. I would never degrade myself so. Girl, your fantasies are utterly repugnant to me."
"Sir Gilkrist,"
Hinkle pleaded, fighting back tears. "Fetch myself a wretched little bastard. With you? The shame would be unbearable. Why, I'd sooner fall on my sword than—" He paled and quickly stopped what he was saying.
"Me lord?"
"I just remembered I am needed elsewhere," he said.
"What? But, sir—"
"I take my leave of you," he said, his voice quivering as he rose.
"As you wish, me lord," she said, rising to see her master out.
"Remember," he said absently, "you are to knock at my quarters in the early morning before the break of dawn to inform me of your vision."
Yes, sir."
"Good. Then I'll be expecting you." He urgently stepped out into the rainy evening
and Hinkle stood by herself in the hallway, speechless and confused, but relieved that he was gone. The weight lessened on her chest, and she felt that she could properly breathe. She had told him at last. Chapter 27. Hinkle was unsure how she was going to wake up at the right time to go knock at Sir Gilchrist's quarters at the inn. She had considered sleeping on the hallway floor outside his room and letting him wake her up himself, but she was afraid that Mab would find her there, and she didn't like the thought of how that might turn out. Luckily, she had been so worried about it that she had woken up numerous times in the night, afraid that the dawn had already come. It was still dark when she finally decided that it was morning enough and crawled out of Kerstin's bed to carry out her instructions. The rain had quit since the evening, and the night was hot and humid as Hinkle hurried through the damp streets to the Emerald Empress. She had forgotten about the watch and the curfew, and was mortified to hear someone shout, "Halt! Who goes there?" Before she could panic, she was shoved face down onto the road with sword and spear pressed against her neck. After much yelling and sobbing, Hinkle managed to convince them that she was only Lord Lothellie's maidservant, and that she needed to speak to him regarding a desperate matter. Someone was sent to notify the knight, and moments later Sir Gilchrist arrived, looking very agitated, demanding to know why his maidservant had been molested so roughly. The guards apologised and were dismissed, and then Sir Gilchrist led Hinkle to his quarters in the inn, where he explained to her in a low voice the location of the Duke's door she would falsely profess to have seen in her dream. Her master then informed her that there were still 2 hours yet before dawn, and to her surprise, he offered his bed for her to sleep in. She hesitantly accepted, unsure of what he might be thinking, and as she slid between the sheets, she was nervous that despite his professed disgust, he might be intent on fulfilling her vision right then and there. To her relief, the knight sat down in the wooden chair against the wall and rested his face in his hand. Hinkle was awakened by a stern knock at the bedroom door and found that she was alone in her master's quarters. Reluctantly, she got up to answer it, and was shocked to see Lord Kendrick himself standing before her with Sir Gilchrist and Sir Welby. "Be it true?" he demanded. His eyes were wired with excitement. "You have seen the Duke's door? How to get to it?" "I have, your grace," Hinkle lied, ready to recite its location. "If you enter the sewer through the old watermill." "Ha!" The Duke pounded his chest. "After centuries, Angus' door will be found at last, and the key of Klomm, you say, is needed?" "Yes, your grace," said Sir Gilchrist, then quickly added, "That's what she told me." "Well, I have it. I have it in my room. 'Tis an ancient and rusty old thing. Fingal used to keep it with him, being the seneschal, but, well, anyhow, Sir Welby roused the king and Lord Magnus. This could change the course of the battle. We'll be dining in the hall of Castle Klomm before the week is through, we may. Oh, and fetch Mab out of bed too. A big breakfast is to be made for this young maiden." It was quite gratifying to be given her own bench at a table in a corner of the dining room as the king, the Duke, and all the knights gathered together for their morning meal. After they had all been served by the kitchen girls, Mab herself came out carrying Hinkle's breakfast on a wooden tray under the supervision of Sir Welby. When the innkeeper asked through her teeth if there was anything else she might fancy to have, Hinkle was unable to resist answering smugly, "No, Mab, that will be all, thank you," and dismissing her with a wave. As Mab whisked away without a word, Hinkle stared down at the heaping portion on her plate. Fried ham and eggs, mashed potatoes, a wedge of cheese, 2 honey-drizzled oatcakes, and fresh blackberries. There was no way she could eat it all, but she fully intended to make herself sick trying. Hinkle managed to cram the last forkful of mashed potatoes into her mouth and washed it down with the 2nd cup of milk from Mab's cow. She groaned and sat back against the wall. The knights and lords had finished too, it seemed, and when the girls came out to clear away their plates and dishes, Lord Kendrick stood up and called for the big map of Klomm to be brought to the table. To her embarrassment, he pointed directly at her and announced to everyone that she, Sir Gilchrist's maidservant, had received a vision from Morag. All the knights and lords turned around in their chairs to look at her, and Hinkle blushed as she met the curious gaze of King Vashian. At that point, the meeting was turned over to Sir Gilchrist, who began explaining all the details of her alleged dream. He confidently spoke of the location of the Duke's door, proposing the strategy he had described to her the day before. It was well received, though Sir Cranmer was insistent that they proceed with caution and confirm the door was actually there before leading the army to its position, and not put all their trust in the mystical experience of a kitchen girl. Sir Gilchrist briefly contested his older companion, but the king intervened, pointing out that if the Duke's door was truly in the apparent location, only a small force would be sent to storm the castle, not the whole army. It was agreed that they would proceed with the original plan. Lord Magnus would lead the army through the sewer and begin taking back the city, which in turn could cause enough of a diversion for Sir Gilchrist to lead Lord Kendrick and 300 men to investigate the Duke's door and assault the castle, if Hinkle's vision was in fact true. The key of Klomm was produced, troops were assigned, objectives were issued, and Hinkle was sent back to Kerstin's house with the folds of fabric Sir Gilchrist had purchased on the way to Klomm to tailor new tunics and hose, while she waited to hear of the outcome of the battle. She had sewn many dresses, frocks, aprons, and stockings, and was as capable as the next person. But she had never made clothes for a man before, nor had she ever worked with such fine material as was worn by knights and noblemen. She was determined, however, to succeed, and after she had washed Kerstin's dining-room table and laid out the fabrics to get a proper look at them, she selected a steel blue velvet she imagined would suit Sir Gilchrist very well. She realised, though, that in order to make the proper cuts, she would need to go back and get one or two of his garments so she could figure out the right measurements. Sir Gilchrist was not there when Hinkle returned to the inn, but his door was unlocked. Reluctantly, she made sure no one was looking and slipped into his room. Sir Cranmer came out of the next room and walked by while she was rummaging through Sir Gilchrist's leather travel bag. He saw her but didn't say anything as he went on his way. "Sir Cranmer," she called after him. He came back and poked his head around the door. "Sorry to stop you, me lord. I didn't want you to get the wrong idea. I have to sew some shirts for Sir Gilchrist, and I needed to get a few for the measurements, that's all." "Oh, I'm sure that's fine." "Yes, sir." "Very good, then." He continued down the hall, but stopped as if he remembered something else, then turned back to her. "If you find you have some time later before bed," he said, "you might say some prayers." "Me lord?" "I mean, you might say some prayers for those of us who will be in the upcoming battle. Many lives are going to be lost before dawn." "Of course, sir. I have in fact been praying to Ashili and to Morag every day," she lied, "for the soldiers and the families who've lost loved ones." She felt a sharp pang of guilt and instantly regretted her words, but couldn't help but add to them more. "And now that the king has arrived, I felt inspired to pray twice as often, since he's such an example of piety and holiness, my lord." Sir Cranmer smiled warmly, but she saw in his eyes that he knew she was speaking falsely. "Well, perhaps," he said. He dipped his fingers into the purse on his belt and produced 3 shillings. To her dismay, he held them out to her. "If you're going to the cathedral this afternoon, you might put these into the offering box and say a prayer for me as well." "Of course, your lordship," she said, reluctantly accepting the coins with a guilty smile. Now she had no choice. Chapter 28. Hinkle trudged through the twilit streets towards the cathedral. She was in a sour mood, questioning in her bitterness the many happenings of the past weeks. She had begun to consider whether there might be some relation between her visions and her involvement in magic. Her grandmother seemed to be fairly certain about the future at times. She knew she was going to meet Sir Gilkrist in the forest, and had gone so far as to prepare for his arrival and plot up a scheme to have him take her along with him. Hinkle often wondered to what end. Perhaps the Asinti had instructed her to do so. She would not be surprised to find out her grandmother sought counsel with the Asinti, or with other spirits. Her grandmother and Sir Gilkrist were not unlike in that regard. They each thirsted for knowledge and control, and would go great lengths to have it. That was why she had been so often sent to gather mugwort in the forest. That was why her grandmother spent so much time perched on the bedroom window seat staring down toward the harbour, fading out of this world into the next, knowledge and the power that came with it. It was not merely the opium, or even lucid dreaming from the mugwort with which her grandmother had become addicted, but attempting to induce visions of the future. That was what she searched for in her trance of oblivion, a glimpse of the moment to come. It had become hard for her to live in the present, and though she may have had the odd success, Hinkle did not doubt she rarely achieved her desire. She was also becoming more and more convinced that her grandmother practiced dark magics. Perhaps not frequently, but it had begun to seem that everyone in her family had sunk low enough to whisper a black spell in secret at one time or another. Perhaps then her visions were from the Olcari, evil spirits that had been drawn to her because of former dark pacts made with members of her family. Perhaps they offered her their power and modelled glimpses of the future so that she might be tempted to enter a diabolical partnership with them for some foul price. Hinkle never wanted to be a witch. She never wanted to be special. She had only desired to live peacefully in her village with enough to eat, to have a normal life where everyone and everything wasn't always coming down on her. What use did she have for magic and forbidden knowledge? And for power and control? Magic hadn't gotten her anywhere except beaten regularly by the baronet's men and caught up in her own lies to Sir Gilkrist, earning his contempt until he decided he could use her as a means to gratify his own thirst for power and control. Hinkle sighed as she traipsed along the dusky street. The work and the repairs of the city had ceased for the day, and the army was preparing to begin their offensive at midnight. She passed only one or two other people as she sauntered toward the looming shadow of the Morrigan Cathedral. It was a sombre building, an ancient structure that had stood since the time of the city's founding. Like a solemn finger of stone, the steepled bell tower gestured toward the heavens, dolefully summoning faithful parishioners to come take refuge in the prayers and sanctuary offered by the Morrigan Church. Hinkle skulked into the gloomy sanctuary. 2 nuns near the chancel were singing as they lit the candles around the altar. She quickly shuffled into the second pew from the back, hoping they wouldn't notice. They didn't, and soon they were finished with the candles and left together through the little priest's door in the transept, their footsteps echoing faintly in the Gothic arches high above. They were gone. Hinkle hugged herself and bent over until her face touched her knees. How different would things have been if she had been taken along with Sir Gilkrist as an actual apothecary apprentice and had never had anything to do with magic or visions. She wished she could talk to her mother, or even her grandmother. But there was no one. Sir Gilkrist hardly believed her and really only cared about himself. Kerstin wasn't around and couldn't be bothered anyway. She was trapped and alone. Her life was a bad dream from which she could not awaken. Oh, well, look who it is. Wiping the cloud of tears from her eyes, she looked up and was astonished to find King Vashian smiling down at her. Your Majesty, she gasped and stood up to curtsy. I'm glad to find you here, he said, motioning for her to remain seated. Do you mind if I join you? No, not at all, Your Majesty, she replied nervously, wondering, as he gracefully bent his knee in humble genuflection and slid into the pew beside her, why the King of Écosse saw fit to waste his time with someone like her. King Vashian sat back against the pew. I came to pray for the souls of the men who will die this night, he said, that Ashili might show them the mercy they will not have received in life. Do you think he would be merciful to someone like Olgris?
It is not for us to know, said the king, but his fate and the fates of us all are in the hands of Ashili, who will judge perfectly, and who will dispense true justice and mercy. In all things we must consign ourselves to Ashili, and trust in his perpetual goodness. Those words burned in Hinkle's mind. They made her sick. Ashili's justice, Ashili's mercy, Ashili's goodness. How could he even talk about such things after what had just happened in Klomm? Ever since the world began, it was steeped in nothing but evil and death and violence. Mankind was rotten from the inside out. How many wars had drenched the earth in blood? How many villages had been sacked and burned, and the inhabitants slaughtered by men like Olgris? How much theft and murder, betrayal and perversion had taken place since the dawn of time? Ashili himself was no better. How many storms had he sent to ravage the land and sea, decimating homes and crops and drowning fishermen and sailors? How often had he sent pestilence and disease to wreak havoc upon the populace, claiming the lives of thousands, tens of thousands, even up to a third of all who lived? How many children had he let starve to death? How many mothers had he killed in childbirth? How many who were sick and dying and oppressed had called out to him, prayed to him in his name, and he had not listened? Ashili's justice, Ashili's mercy, Ashili's goodness. She had seen nothing of the sort in her whole life. Ashili's bastard indeed. The earth was nothing but Ashili's forgotten, abandoned, miserable bastard creation. It was all twisted and broken, and when it needed him most, what had he done? Nothing. He turned his back on the world and left it to fend for itself, just like her own father had done to her. Tears filled King Vashian's eyes as he gazed at her with an injured look of pity, and to her horror, she realized she had spoken her thoughts out loud. She clapped her hand over her mouth, but she found that after saying so much she had nothing to say for herself. And what could she say? No words could undo her belligerent rant. "I am deeply sorry for the hardships you have endured," said King Vashian. "You have suffered much. But you are wrong." She said nothing, and waited for him to elaborate, not daring to contest the beliefs of the King of Akos any more than she already had. The king sighed and lifted his eyes up to the stained-glass window in the chancel above the altar. She followed his gaze to the image of Ashili ascending into the heavens, his garments torn, blood streaming from where he had been pierced by the silver spear. In his arms he held the slain heroine Morag, carrying her up into the realm of the Asinti after her triumphant battle against Selsubil on the summit of Mount Kolot. Her companions and followers were all gathered below, watching up in wonder. "You are right about evil and death in the world," he said. "Who could deny the immense capacity of man to destroy himself? Man is weak, and the world has fallen under the power of Selsubil. But Ashili has done something. He died for us, sacrificed himself to his own justice on our behalf. Yes, Ashili's death in the forests of Kurban was the solution for the deaths of all men. For, if we remain loyal to him, then we too shall be carried aloft to the realm of the Asinti, and live with him forever, like Morag. One day, everything will be set right. All the pain and evil in the world will be undone, and all will be as it should." Hinkle had heard it all before in the friar's sermons. It was nothing new to her. But the look in King Vashian's eyes, and the way he had spoken so certainly, everything about him seemed so sincere. He truly believed every word he had said, and for a moment Hinkle felt a touch of envy as she wondered what it might be like to be so confident that Ashili actually cared about her. Maybe Ashili did care about the king. After all, he was of royal birth,
and his piety was well known. Perhaps the more pious and important you were, the more Ashili cared. But her mother had been pious too. Sister Meredith of the Sacred Virgins had spent all her time in the abbey singing hymns and psalms and praying day and night. But then she had... A lump formed in her throat. Hinkle had not previously considered the bitter prospect that perhaps her mother had died because she had broken her vow to Ashili. She herself was the product of her mother's adulterous affair. She was the bastard child of a disgraced nun and a married man. Maybe that was why Ashili didn't care about her. Maybe he even hated her. "Perhaps, Your Majesty," she said doubtfully. King Vashian lowered his gaze from the stained-glass window and looked at her with such depth and consideration that Hinkle felt he had put aside all the burdens of the kingdom and had come down from his spiritual ascent to give her his undivided attention. "Why do you think the heroine speaks to you?" he asked. The question made her uncomfortable, but Hinkle also remembered that when he had first arrived, the king had informed the duke he had been told in a dream to ride to Igornell. "Doesn't she speak to you as well?" The king chuckled. "Sometimes." "And?" King Vashian stroked his beard as he considered his words. "Morag," he said, "though a free being herself, acts as an extension of Ashili's will. Imagine if you came to visit me at the palace back in Amarell. The servants that would receive you and show you to your chambers and bring you refreshments and other accommodations would be extending my hospitality to you. Do you follow? Now, imagine that I wrote you a letter of invitation to come to the palace and had a messenger deliver it to you in Sweetwater. Or, better yet, your master Sir Gilkrist is conducting warfare in the field of battle, and I write him the order to attack the enemy stronghold en masse. Both the letter and the messenger are extensions of my will. The messenger is like me speaking, whereas the letter is the words I say." "What you are saying is that a vision from Morag is actually a vision from Ashili through Morag?" The king nodded. "It is the same with the Asinti, sometimes even the Olkari as well," he said, "though they do not guess their true purpose is actually to serve the god they oppose." "If that's the case," she said, "I cannot imagine why the Morag would speak to me." "No?" "No, Your Majesty. You might spend all your time in church fasting and praying, and maybe that's turned you into a mystic prophet or a sage like everyone says you are. But I don't fast and I don't pray. Not any more." She was dangerously close to mocking the king outright, and if it had been Sir Gilkrist she was talking to, she was sure he would have already lanced her to the pew for her arrogance. But King Vashian took no offence. "I'm not devout," she continued. "I'm not pious like you, not even a little bit. In fact, I'm far from it. My mother was a sister of the Sacred Virgins, you know." His eyes gleamed with sudden interest. "Is that so?" "Yes, she was in Heroine's Heart Abbey before she broke her vow and fled the convent." King Vashian furrowed his brow as he pieced something together in his mind, but Hinkle didn't notice. "I'm her bastard. I would never be a nun like her," she said. "Never. Not after Ashili let her die. Ashili and I have no use for one another. He would never send messengers to me." Her voice began to tremble. "Especially not now. Not after Now that I'm... How she longed to tell him. Her heart ached for someone else to know, for the secret to be broken. But she didn't dare. It was one thing for her to be put to death as she deserved, but she would be incriminating Sir Gilkrist as well. His blood would be on her hands. No, she would stop there and keep silent. "Now that you're a witch," King Vashian suggested. A chill coursed through Hinkle's blood. She stared at him in shock. How could he have known? How could he have possibly known?
"You're the niece of Fistram and Kerstin, aren't you?" asked the king.
Yes, your majesty."
He nodded. "I knew Fistram had a sister in the order who fled the nunnery, your mother, Meredith." "Hinkle," he said grimly, "I don't know to what extent you've been exposed, but your family has been involved in some very dark matters."
"I know, my king, but perhaps I'm more involved than you think."
King Vashian smiled. "Perhaps." He looked up to the chancel where the statue of the mail-clad heroine glared defiantly across the altar at the horned and hooded figure of Sel-Subil, whose face was contorted with hatred. Though they were made of stone, it seemed that at any second they would leap into vicious combat, creating a tangible tension above the silver horn on the altar. "Or perhaps," said the king as he reached out and squeezed Hinkle's shoulder with his strong hand, "you have come to the point where your path diverges and must choose the way you will go."
"Your majesty?"
King Vashian did indeed look like a wise sage as he scratched his curly beard. "Young maiden," he said thoughtfully, "witchcraft is the epitome of faithlessness. It is a way by which man ceases to depend upon the God who created him and takes matters into his own hands. Magic, both white and black, is the ultimate form of idolatry, for it places the practitioner at the center of control in order to determine the outcome of their desire. To be a witch, a wizard, or a warlock is to usurp the rightful place of a Sheely in your life." Hinkle looked down but had nothing to say. "A Sheely is calling you, child," King Vashian continued. "Of that I am certain. You say you cannot imagine why he would, and yet you also say you do not pray or fast, and are far from pious and devout. I cannot imagine a better reason than that. He wants you, Hinkle. He cares for you and loves you, and he wants to have you back. He will not rest until he does." Tears brimmed in her eyes and dripped down to the floor.
"My king,"
she admitted with a broken voice,
"I find that difficult to believe."
"I understand," he said gently, "and so does a Sheely. Tell him of your uncertainties, your sorrows, your fears. Answer him when he calls to you, when he invites you into his arms as the father of all life, the God who created you and loves you as his daughter." It was a nice thought, if such a thing were true.
"I should probably go back," she sniffed. "I have to finish sewing Sir Gilkrist's shirts."
"Oh dear." King Vashian chuckled and stood up to make room for her. Out of respect, she followed his example and genuflected as she got out of the pew. But as she rose, she saw the king was frowning down at her. "Young maiden," he said with evident disapproval, "do you always go round barefoot?" Hinkle looked down in shame at her calloused and filthy bare feet.
"Yes, your majesty. I don't own a pair of shoes."
The king shook his head. "There is no need for you to be embarrassed about that," he said. "Your master, however, should be ashamed of himself. I will have a word with him after the battle, should we both survive." Hinkle lowered her head, in some way feeling she had let Sir Gilkrist down. She was glad she would not be there for that conversation, but mostly she was grateful that someone had finally noticed her poor aching feet.
"Your majesty," she said, "thank you for taking the time to talk to me, and for caring."
"Of course," said King Vashian. "I will remember you in my prayers. Go in peace." Hinkle curtsied as he turned and walked down the aisle toward the altar. "And I should warn you," he spoke over his shoulder as she was about to leave, "never is a dangerous word. It is most often those who say it that find themselves doing what they swore they would never do."
"Your majesty?"
But King Vashian said no more,
and signing his forehead, lips, and heart, he sank down to his knees, and then lay flat prostrate, his face to the floor, with his arms outstretched, and began his prayers to the Moragian god. Chapter 29. Sludge from every lavatory in Klomm smacked and swirled in the malodorous current. The stench of it hung thick in the stale air. It was nearly tangible, nearly tasteable. Sir Gilkrist breathed through his mouth in short hisses, resisting the urge to gag as he and 300 men clambered through the sewers. Not 2 hours before, armed with only sword and dagger, he and a company of daring volunteers swam naked across the canal under the cover of darkness, each hugging an inflated pig bladder for buoyancy. With Lord Magnus's trebuchets battering the eastern bank and shocking the Caragol front, Sir Gilkrist and his men managed to fight their way to the pump-house. After a brief skirmish, the stone structure had been captured and the pump switch activated, siphoning the river current onto the massive wooden water wheel inside the pump-house and churning the hydraulic pistons that sucked up the water from the main sewer vault and discharged it back into the canal. Once the vault had been drained and became passable, Lord Magnus led his army beneath the river into the eastern sewer network, from where they staged their violent assault. Now, joined by Lord Kendrick and his men, Sir Gilkrist advanced towards the fabled Duke's door, by which they would storm the keep of Castle Klomm. In the red glow of his torch, Sir Gilkrist saw another opening up ahead on the right, where the current flowed down from the east. It was the fourth since they had entered the sewers through the trapdoor hidden in the old watermill. As he neared the junction, he held up his hand and called for a halt.
"That's it. Return here, boy," huffed the Duke.
"Aye," he replied, raising the torch and squinting into the passage.
"It be 47 paces from where I stand."
47 paces. That's it," the Duke panted doubtfully. "You sure your girl knows what she's talking about? This isn't anywhere near the castle. It has to be further up than that." Sir Gilkrist swallowed nervously. The Duke was right. They were still much too close to the canal to be underneath the castle. It could still be as far as a mile away. However, this was the location he had been told by the spirit of Lord Angarth Clementus. Surely he had not been deceived by the Patriarch of Klomm.
47 paces. That's what she swore the heroine said. Bah! Measure it out then, boy.
Sir Gilkrist paced out the distance, counting under his breath. After the 47th stride, he knelt down and began patting the stone along the southward wall.
"Well, anything?"
the Duke called impatiently. He ignored him as he focused on the crude, moist brick near the floor. Feeling nothing, he frowned and shifted back from the wall and held up the torch. At once he saw a discrepancy in the spacing pattern where extra mortar had been used between the bricks. Counting up 4 bricks from the floor, he saw a small cleft, a narrow niche where no mortar had been used, just as the ghost of Lord Angarth had said.
"Your Grace,"
he called.
"The key of Klomm."
"Truly?" exclaimed the Duke, pulling the key and chain from around his neck as he lumbered over.
"It fits in here," said Sir Gilkrist, gesturing to the niche. "It's just as the girl told me."
"Of all the obscure places." Lord Kendrick slid the key into the hole. Then he stopped and turned to the knight with a sentimental look.
"Boy, I'm about to unearth a secret that's been lost to my family for generation upon generation. If only my ancestors could see me now. Poor old Hammond."
He turned the key. There was a hollow squeak and a heavy clunk, and with a dusty shower of pebbles, a fragment of the sewer wall shook as it shuffled to the side with a noisy rumble. The Duke's door revealed a tiny square room with naught but a round black hole in the centre of the floor.
"Funny place for a toilet,"
Lord Kendrick chuckled. Sir Gilkrist moved into the cell, carefully stepping around the hole. He held up his torch as he stared down into the darkness below. It was a 40-foot drop, and in the dim glow he could make out a pile of rubble at the bottom.
"It be a great cavern, your Grace." It appears there was once a way down, a ladder or some sort that has since collapsed with rot over the ages.
The Cosmac, said the Duke. It used to be an old crystal mine. Caragol slaves used to work in it. They were the ones who named it that, but that would have been long after Angerth's time. You follow that down far enough and you'll come out the bottom of Angetha Falls. I had no idea it came up this close under the city, though. Go have a few men make a sturdy rope ladder for the descent, 50 feet in length.
Sir Gilkrist relayed the order to the waiting soldiers. Ropes were produced, and a group of men worked very quickly on whipping up the makeshift ladder. In moments, a pair of foot soldiers brought it to the cell and secured the end to a suitable anchor before hurling it down the hole.
"Shall I take a lance of men and scout the way?" asked Sir Gilkrist.
The Duke looked at him in disbelief.
"By the spirits, boy, I'll be damned if anyone else sets foot down there before me. You and I will climb down first and start on ahead. Then the boys will climb down behind us and catch up."
"As you will, Your Grace." As Lord Kendrick began his wobbly descent into the cavern, Sir Gilkrist ushered the foot soldiers out of the cell and barked the Duke's command to the battalion. The men organised themselves according to their lances and lined themselves up at the Duke's door. Then Sir Gilkrist approached the hole and took hold of the rope rungs as he too began to climb down into the darkness below. He hissed a curse as the ladder swayed and dangled with his shifting weight. When at last his feet reached the firm rock at the bottom, he called for a torch to be thrown down, and he and the Duke found themselves standing on a wide stone shelf jutting out from the wall of the cavern.
"Wouldn't want to fall down there," said Lord Kendrick, peering over the edge with the aid of a torch. "That'll be 300 feet if there's any bottom at all. Like I said, you'd come out at the Angetha Falls."
Sir Gilkrist looked up at the circle of light above as the men began to climb down the rope ladder as well. "Should we press on then, Your Grace?"
"Aye, boy. Let's take back my castle."
The two men jogged along the winding rock shelf for what seemed like a mile. Every so often Sir Gilkrist's eye caught an enchanting glimmer, reflecting the torchlight from the chasm far below, large clusters of crystal from the old mine. It was a pretty sight, and he imagined the depths of the Cosmac held more undiscovered secrets than just the Duke's door.
"Look at this,"
the Duke exclaimed as the crude rock began to meld into cut stone brick.
"This must be it. It has to be."
Sure enough, they had reached the end of the craggy shelf, a man-made stone wall reaching up through the blackness of the cavern ceiling above. The foundation of Castle Klomm. But to Sir Gilkrist's vexation, no way in was immediately obvious. The ghost of Lord Angerth had failed to mention this.
"Well, what now, Lothellae?" asked the Duke.
"I am unsure. He didn't say anything about what to do here."
"She, you mean?"
"Yes, she."
"Well, her vision has proved true thus far," said the Duke. "I'm sure it's right in front of us.
There must be a switch, or a keyhole."
"Ach, yes, here it is, right here," said the Duke, again lifting the key of Klomm from around his neck.
"It's just hard to see in this light." Sir Gilkrist sighed as his portly superior fumbled the key into the lock with his meaty fingers, seeing that an elegant A carved into the stone did, in fact, mark the location of the keyhole. He raised his arm as the Duke opened the passage in the castle foundation, signalling the troops still lagging behind to hustle to their position. Lord Angerth Clementus had spoken truly. He had not been put to shame. After centuries, the Duke's door had at last been found. Victory was assured. The dark magics he had conjured had been justified. A warm sense of achievement tingled in his chest as he crept after the Duke into the passage, gesturing for the men to follow. Things were falling neatly into place according to his design. It was all thanks to Hinkle. He would see that the maiden was justly rewarded once Klomm was secure. But now it was time to consider the nebulous guidance of Lady Vollerina. They had infiltrated the castle. Triumph was imminent.
But in order to see it through, there was still one mysterious obstacle with which to contend. Count Olgris was eager. Chapter 30. The door led into a damp rock corridor and up a set of crooked stairs. Sir Gilkrist stood at the top of the slippery steps and warily peeped through the thin crack as he pushed the stone slab above him up by an inch. He could see nothing but darkness, but he smelt the musty scent of a cellar and something sweet, spices or fragrant oils. "There's no one there," he whispered, sliding the stone lid away. "Right behind you." But as Sir Gilkrist emerged from the passage and the glow of the men's torches flooded the chamber, he gasped and held his breath. He stood in a low hall with an arched ceiling supported by 5 engraved pillars. Stone caskets that held the bones of the lords of Klomm past were arranged in order by generation. In the centre of the vault, watched over by a statue of the heroine Morag, which had since been beheaded, were 2 great stone coffins, bearing the graven images he recognised to be Lord Anguth and his lady wife. It was a tomb, the Clementus family crypt. "By my ancestors," whispered Lord Kendrick, signing himself as he stepped up from the passage after the night. "I should have figured it would lead us here. Obvious, really." Sir Gilkrist went over to where the decapitated marble head of Morag had been left face down on the floor at the feet of the statue. It was a sign, an unholy gesture of rebellion and defiance. It did not strike him as Olgris's doing. The Count would not likely have concerned himself with such a thing. The warlocks who had made the dead walk and caused the mist over the river, Zildok's acolytes, yes, it had probably been them. They had been here in this very space, working their dark crafts and chanting foul prayers to Selsubil and the Olcurry. "Lord Grace," said Sir Gilkrist, "it would be wise to have the witch investigate this place once we take back the castle. The devil has been honoured here." The Duke murmured in agreement, putting on his plumed barboot helm. "Right you be. I should have it cleansed by priests. Bloody bastards, desecrating the bones of my forefathers. Bah! A pox on them." "Come on, boys," he said, shaking his axe. "Let's put these dogs down." Sir Gilkrist jogged after the Duke through the iron door and up the stone steps with his blade in hand. The men clanged behind them, making a loud racket he was certain would alert any Caragol forces left to defend the castle. Sure enough, where the stairs branched out in 3 different directions, they encountered a Caragol guard, hurrying his way to investigate the ruckus. Startled at the sight of the Ecossian intruders, he fumbled for his bugle to alert his peers. But in his surprise he was too slow, and Lord Kendrick fell swiftly upon him. "This way," the Duke bellowed as he dislodged his dripping axe. "We take the keep!" Sir Gilkrist and the men rushed up through the great wine cellar, past huge barrels of wine and ale. They ascended another set of stairs into the kitchen, advanced through the narrow corridor past the pantry and buttery, emerging through the screen's passage beneath the wooden minstrel's gallery into the great hall, where feasts and dances were held, and where the Duke heard the pleas and cases brought before him. It was dark and vacant, but Sir Gilkrist's torch revealed that the keep was left in disarray. Benches were broken and tables were overturned. Dirty dishes lay cluttered all around, and the sweet scent of spilt ale and wine mingled with the stink of rotting meat. "What's a bunch of filthy mongrels been living in my brother's keep?" cried Lord Kendrick. "How hard is it to tell the servants to clean up the hall once in a while?" Sir Gilkrist shook his head. "I am not sure the servants would have lasted as long as the amusement of Olgris was eager. That little dung beetle. I'll skin him." Lord Kendrick turned to the men and singled out several men-at-arms. "Take your boys and secure the keep. Sweep every room and chamber. There won't be but a handful if there's anyone at all. But no prisoners. Any Caragol you find gets the blade. Understood?" "Yes, sir." "Move out." As the appointed troops hustled to their task, Lord Kendrick and Sir Gilkrist headed back through the screen's passage and turned into the foyer, where they knelt at the big double doors, pushing them open slightly to peep through the crack. Castle Klomm was built on a high hill overlooking the rest of the city. The upper bailey held the keep, the chapel and the stables, and was enclosed by a 6-sided curtain wall that was bolstered by a spired tower at each corner. 2 of these towers shouldered the inner gatehouse, a looming fortification with 2 stories of arrow loops, a brattice in place of battlements, and a double portcullis to defend against attack from both inside and out. This was connected by a stone bridge to a smaller gatehouse in the outer curtain wall which surrounded the lower bailey. The smaller gatehouse had a portcullis and a drawbridge that lowered to the neck, a stone road with low walls that connected the barbican to the rest of the castle. "It's just as we predicted," said the Duke, observing with satisfaction that both portcullises of the inner gatehouse were presently raised. Sir Gilkrist nodded. Olgrist commanded his army from the front line. With Lord Magnus assaulting the city, he would have ridden out to engage him and his forces. The castle was his last line of defence. Only once he was overwhelmed and began to suffer heavy losses would he withdraw to the outer ward. As they had suspected, the Count had heeded the word of his informant and had taken measures to prevent infiltration by the sewers and other passages that were known to him. Olgrist believed he controlled the only way into the castle. If it were not for the ghost of Angeth Clementus, he would have been right. Muffled yelling and a sharp cry from above drew his attention upwards. A moment later, a tenor voice echoed through the stone castle corridors. "Keep his ours, me lord!" "There it is," said the Duke. "Ready the charge. I want 1 lance in that gatehouse and a score of archers up in the brattice. It shouldn't be guarded. The rest of us will make straight for the lower bailey and capture the outer gatehouse." Sir Gilkrist relayed the Duke's order, and the troops hastened from the great hall into the foyer. Then Lord Kendrick threw open the arched double doors of the keep. They poured down the wide stone steps and charged across the moonlit lawn of the upper bailey. But Lord Kendrick was wrong about the inner gatehouse, and before they were halfway across the bailey, the iron gate crashed to the ground, barring their way. "No!" he cried. "We're buggered!" Shadows blotted out the orange glow shining through the arrow loops. There was a sharp hiss, and screams rang out from his men as a number of them were struck down. "We have to get back to the castle. Sound the retreat." "Belay that," Sir Gilkrist snapped. "Heavy infantry. Tortoise formation. Archers, suppress those arrow loops." The Acossian troops scrambled into 3 ranks. The armoured foot soldiers in the first rank dropped to 1 knee and hunkered down behind their shields. The second rank locked their shields above the first rank, and the third rank held their shields up over the heads of the second rank to make an armoured roof. The lighter troops scrambled to take cover behind them, while the archers bobbed in and out to take quick shots at the narrow slits in the brattice and the gatehouse wall. "What are you doing?" shouted Lord Kendrick as arrows plunked harmlessly off the Acossian shields. "I said, fall back. We'll be massacred out here in the open. That gatehouse is the only way up onto the battlements. It's over." Sir Gilkrist pulled the burly Duke down with him as he ducked behind the formation. "Have you ever called a retreat before, Your Grace?" "I have. You won't believe how many men 6 archers can take down from that gatehouse if we try to pull out. Not to mention the lives and resources that will be lost besieging the castle because you personally failed to take back the outer ward. Boy, you got some balls all right to talk to me that way. Just who do you think you... We've sacrificed too much to throw away this opportunity." Lord Kendrick blinked in confusion, and Sir Gilkrist added quickly, "We will take that gatehouse. Just what do you have in mind? Like I said, the only way up there is on the other side of that portcullis." A man squealed as an arrow found an opening in the shield wall. The soldiers behind him shouted anxiously as he went down and left them exposed. 2 more shafts found their mark, and the whole file slumped down.
"Tighten up those shields," roared Sir Gilkrist. He glanced at the gatehouse and then the battlements. They'd have to scale the walls to get into the winch room, clear out the archers, and raise the portcullis. The rope had been used up to make the ladder down into the Cosmac, but he had an idea. "Light infantry!" 30 harried faces turned to await his command. "Belts off! Let's go!" "Good. Now, buckle them together." "Yes." Soon the foot soldiers had hooked their belts together with a long chain not quite 30 feet in length. It should just be enough. "Now, I need spare bowstring. And you," he said, pointing to a spearman, "chop that spear in half and give it to me." "Here, my lord," called one of the archers as he dumped the coiled bowstring out of his boot and tossed it to the knight. Lord Kendrick watched, perplexed. "What are you up to, Lothellae?" Sir Gilkrist took the 2 halves of the broken spear and tied them together in a cross with the bowstring, fastening them to the buckle on the end of the belt chain. When he was done, he stood up, and on his command the heavy infantry stomped toward the gatehouse in slow half paces. "Archers," he said as they neared the wall, "prepare to cover me. Now!" He ducked out from behind the shield formation, and arrows whistled by him and glanced off his shield as he dashed toward the wall. He hurled his improvised grappling hook up over the ramparts. He tugged it tight. It was caught on the merlons. Excitement buzzed in his stomach as he pulled himself off the ground and put his foot through the first belt. "Ah!" bellowed the Duke. "That's it, Lothellae! Archers, right side doorway!" Sir Gilkrist heard frantic shouting in the gatehouse as he shimmied up the belt chain, then hurried footsteps on the battlements. There was a warbled cry directly above him as a Caragol reeled off the wall. He was almost to the top, and all the archers in the gatehouse had trained their bows on him. Arrows clacked off the stone, dangerously close. His head jerked to the side, and he cursed nervously as a shaft pinged off of his helm. He heaved himself up onto the battlements and drew his arming sword. 2 of the Caragol archers threw down their bows and drew their knives. They rushed at him, their daggers glinting in the torchlight, but they were no match. In 2 swift motions he chopped off a hand and slashed the other's throat. Only 1 man remained in the gatehouse. The Caragol sent him a grim look as he nocked his final arrow, and as the knight thundered towards him, the man stepped up to the arrow loop, drew his bow to his ear, and let it fly. A scream rang out from the bailey. His arrow had found its mark. His eyes bulged suddenly, and a gurgled cry escaped his lips as Sir Gilkrist impaled him from behind. The knight wrenched his sword free, letting his foe slump dead against the wall. "The gatehouse is ours!" To his dismay, the Duke called back in pain. "I'm hit! Ah! Oh, they got me!" "Your Grace, are you all right?" "Is he all right?" "The shaft took him through the knee," someone said, "but he's not in any danger." "I'll live," shouted the Duke, "but, it hurts. My leg. I'm useless. Ah!" "All right, tend to him. I'm raising the portcullis." Sir Gilkrist went to the winch and switched over the gear, and cranked the lever on the huge wooden spool that wound up the squeaking chains and raised the portcullis. There was a shout of triumph from the Ecossian troops, and through the murder holes in the slippery floor, he saw them flocking through the gate below. Lord Kendrick hobbled after them with assistance from 2 men, and Sir Gilkrist hurried down the narrow steps to join them as they advanced across the stone bridge toward the outer gatehouse. There were Caragol soldiers in the lower bailey too, and a few black shafts whistled from the arrow loops in the outer gatehouse and from the dark forms of men on the ramparts. But seeing they were flanked and outnumbered, the Caragol stopped shooting and raised their hands in surrender. "Get them on their knees," said Lord Kendrick, clutching his leg. "Ashugala!" shouted the Caragol-speaking man-at-arms. He pointed to the bailey lawn below the bridge. "Ashugala distaki! Distaki!"
The fearful Caragons came out of the gatehouse and down the stone steps from the wall and began to gather close together in the grassy ward. They sank to their knees and held up their hands, not daring to look their captors in the eye, as the Acossians surrounded them with drawn bows and prodding blades. The soldiers, archers and men-at-arms of Klomm replaced them on the battlements and in the gatehouse, manning the arrow loops and murder holes and the ballista mounted on the 2 artillery towers. The flapping standard of Waziga was hacked free from the flagpole, rippling and billowing as it wafted away on the warm valley wind. The flag of Klomm was raised up in its stead, the black dragon soaring through the purple sky, spewing red fire from its yawning, jagged jaw. "Your Grace!" one of the men shouted from the battlements. "The castle is ours!" A great cheer went up from the troops, and Lord Kendrick put his hand on Sir Gilkrist's shoulder. "Boy, listen to me. When they come running back here and see we've cut off their escape, they're going to surrender. But I've no intention of making Algrist my prisoner. I meant to make him pay, for Hammond and for Klomm." Sir Gilkrist knew where this was going, and what Lord Kendrick would ask him next. "You wanted to meet him in single combat. A duel to the death, but now it's no good. Not with this arrow stuck in my knee. I'm ashamed to have to ask you this, but I know you're capable. Sir Gilkrist, will you fight as the champion of Klomm and meet him in my place?" The notion frightened Sir Gilkrist, even more so after conferring with Lady Vollerina. How could he face a man who had come back from the dead? What was the order of the next world? And how could he use it to defeat him? Were it any other man he would have accepted without hesitation. But Algrist? The Queen had said it herself. He was like the Scaravisi. And yet chivalry demanded that he accept. He must do it. He would. That dark confidence washed over him again as he reminded himself he would die at the time of his choosing. He would fall on his own sword. No matter the sinister and mysterious forces at work to keep him in the realm of the living, Algrist could not strike him down. "Your Grace," he said, "it would be my honour." Chapter 31. His forces crushed by a timely cavalry charge led by King Vassian, Count Algrist and his remaining soldiers fled on foot through the Barbican toward the safety of the castle. "Capitan!" he shouted, waving his sabre over his head. Blood streamed from a gash on his cheek. The king and his men were close behind them. "Through the gate! Quickly! Calanin, it is in!" But to the count's distress, the portcullis lowered with a squeaking groan. He stopped, staring in amazement up at the purple flag of Klomm flying over the gatehouse and the Acossian troops on the wall, training their arrows on him and his men. Before the iron grate reached the ground, a knight in a black and white surcoat docked underneath and waited at the edge of the drawbridge. Behind him, Lord Kendrick peered through the portcullis with a host of men. He had been outsmarted, outmanoeuvred. His eye twitched. His blade rattled in his hand. Next to him, the knight of the Briar Rose was unable to resist a slight smirk, his bandaged arm hanging limp at his side. "My liege," he said, only agitating the count's fury. "We are trapped and surrounded. The enemy has cut us off at every turn. If we resist, it will be a massacre. I strongly advise that we surrender at once." Algrist screamed and flung his sword at the cobbled pave. "Fine, fine. We surrender." "We accept your surrender," boomed the knight in the black and white surcoat. "Get on your knees and the king will take you into custody." "Sila ruinissa ashu utmak," said the knight of the Briar Rose, tossing his scimitar on the ground. Weapons clanged onto the stone neck road as the Caragon soldiers threw down their arms. Then they dropped to their knees with their hands on their heads and the king's men moved in behind them and began to bind their wrists. "Not you, Algris," said Lord Kendrick as the Count slumped down as well. Algris got back on his feet and held out his empty hands. "Well, what?" "You pick up that blade. I have a bone to pick with you, boy." Algris looked between the Duke and the knight in the black and white surcoat. "Ah, I see." He grinned and bent down to pick up his discarded scimitar. "And who is this?" The knight removed his helm and let it clank to the ground beside him. "Sir Gilkrist of Lothellae, Knight of Thaganil." "Algris was eager," said the Count. A wild grin spread across his face as he shifted into a fighting stance. "I didn't realize there were so few knights left in Klomm that they had to start importing them from the other side of the kingdom. I hope you've set your accounts in order." Sir Gilkrist looked where the Knight of the Briar Rose knelt with the mob of surrendering Caragons. He watched his face and saw him nod slightly. From that brief moment they had crossed blades 2 weeks ago, he judged his skill to be on a par with Count Algris. But it was not his skill with the blade Sir Gilkrist feared. Whatever sorcery had raised him out of the grave, whatever dark force allowed him to walk the earth like a living man, he was about to face it, head on. He was eager to discover it, and he shivered with intense excitement. He drew his sword and pointed at the Count, his heart pulsing with the thrill of combat. "Algris was eager," he shouted. "In the name of House Clomentus, defend yourself." The Count's eyes flared with violence, and the two thundered across the drawbridge and met with a flurry of metallic clangs. Neither landed a blow, and ringing steel lingered in the air as they backed off, circling each other with the careful steps of the death dance. The Count held his scimitar raised overhead, the curved blade pointed down over his round Caragon shield. His wild eyes darted and glanced, overserving the whole of his opponent. His footwork was flawless, his stance was perfect. He was calm, relaxed, staying just out of reach of Sir Gilkrist's blade. But Sir Gilkrist had mastered the sword under Dame Tanith Puella. "Go on, boy!" the Duke roared through the iron grate. "Split him in twain!" Sir Gilkrist lunged at the Count, and they met again, their shields banging, their swords clinking and flashing in the firelight. They clashed together, hissing, gritting their teeth, each striving to shove the other back, each trying to strike a blow beyond the other's shield. They were close enough to kiss, and as Sir Gilkrist stared into Count Algris's demonic stare, he could smell his rank breath. It was an awful stink, even more sickening that it came from his mouth. And even in the heat of combat, Sir Gilkrist felt his stomach turn. He knew that stink. It was the way a battlefield smelled when the crows descended upon the corpses. They disengaged and began the slow circling once more. "Bug boy!" shouted the Duke, rattling the portcullis. "You sack of puss! Get him, Sir Gilkrist! Make him pay!" Sir Gilkrist fainted, but Algris saw through it. He swatted his sword aside and leapt at him with a swift stroke of his scimitar. "Olig Hazalamak!" Sir Gilkrist stepped back to block the blow, but as he did, Algris stomped on his foot, pinning him in place as he thrust his elbow into his chin. He saw a flash of black, his vision whirled, and the Count's frenzied cry sent a chill through his bones. The scimitar sheared through his surcoat, mail and flesh. He hit the ground. Waves of white fire throbbed in his chest. The cut wasn't deep. It hadn't struck through the bone, but he could feel the sticky wetness soaking into his tunic. He was bleeding badly. Algris whirled his blade overhead with a monstrous grin. This time he would split his skull. The scimitar came down again, and Sir Gilkrist swung up his sword to deflect it. It was a feint. Count Algris laughed with glee and batted the sword out of his hand with a heavy blow. The troops behind the portcullis cried out in dismay, urging him to get up. "Let me in there!" bellowed Lord Kendrick. Raise the portcullis! Open it, I say!"
The men in the gatehouse began cranking up the portcullis, but it was slow, heavy work, and the iron grate seemed to only creak up 1 inch at a time.
"I think you may have dropped something," said Olgris, shrugging off his shield. "Let me get that for you." He stooped down to pick up Sir Gilchrist's sword. Sir Gilchrist knew, as Count Olgris sauntered toward him in the reddish light, that it was the moment of his death. He had been mistaken. He would not fall on his sword at the hour of his choosing. No. How could he have been so stupid as to overlook that his foe would disarm him and run him through with his own blade? He cowered beneath his shield, a cold ache shooting through his arm as the Count battered him relentlessly with both blades. Then Olgris gave his shield a hard kick that sent his arm flying out to the side. It was coming. It was time. He tried to resign himself to his fate, but he could not. He feared the blackness that awaited him. He feared the judgment of the god who had rejected him and with whom he could not make peace. And as Count Olgris drew back his hand to skewer him to the drawbridge with his own sword, his eyes flickering with dark delight, he again felt that terrible presence that had swelled in the darkness of the ruined chapel. Panic set in, and with a shout of terror, Sir Gilchrist threw himself onto his side, the blade grazing through the back of his surcoat as it sank deep into the drawbridge. He scrambled away from the Count, who cursed and slashed at him with his scimitar. The blow caught him on the hip, but didn't strike through his mail. "Come here, you!" Sir Gilchrist cried out as the Count seized him by the hair. "Enough trying to get away. You're at night. Accept your death like a man. Come, turn around. Face me." This was it. He was going to die. His helm was in reach. He had taken it off before the duel when he revealed his identity and cast it aside so he could evenly face Count Olgris, who was bareheaded. The Count laughed wickedly. "I want to see your face, Sir Gilchrist, when I splatter your brains all over the drawbridge." He let go of his hair, and Sir Gilchrist knew it was to grip the scimitar with both hands, as he wound back for a mighty stroke that would cleave his head down to his shoulders. In a last act of desperation, Sir Gilchrist spun around, snatching his helm by the chin-strap, and whipped it up at his foe. It struck him square in the face, and Count Olgris staggered back, clutching his nose. "Boy!" cried Lord Kendrick, limping through the open portcullis. "My sword!" Sir Gilchrist leapt to his feet, caught the blade by the hilt, and with the frantic strength of a man teetering on the brink of death, hammered the Count with heavy blows. The Ecossians cheered and pounded their shields, twanging steel rang loudly as Olgris managed to block and parry each strike, but he could not withstand the fury of Sir Gilchrist's assault. He shuddered under the force of his battering blade, and at last Sir Gilchrist knocked the scimitar from his grasp and sent it whirling through the air into the castle moat. Disarmed and defeated, Olgris held up his hands with an ugly scowl and backed up to the edge of the drawbridge. Sir Gilchrist pressed the tip of his sword to his throat, panting and trembling from his desperate exertions. "I yield to the better man," the Count said bitterly. The onlookers jabbed their thumbs at the ground, chanting for him to run him through. Even some of the subdued Caragol soldiers shouted for his death in broken Ecossian. But Sir Gilchrist lowered his blade. "What are you doing?" thundered the Duke. "Chop his head off!" "Your Grace, chivalry demands I grant quarter to any knight who has yielded, no matter how vile." Lord Kendrick's face went dark. "Did you show quarter in Marwa when you butchered those starving children?" Those words struck his chest with the hammer of guilt. He hadn't. But they were not knights. They were only... There was no point. No matter what he told himself, he could not cast off the shadow of guilt that constantly loomed over him. It made no difference that he had been following orders, or that it had turned the tide of the war. He couldn't justify what he had done. He didn't want to. He wanted it to be what it was, a horrific, unforgivable offence. At that moment he understood what had happened in the ruined chapel and why he believed Ashili had forsaken him. He did not want to be forgiven, for what monstrous deity would forgive him the things he had done? No, he wanted to be beyond God's mercy. He wanted Ashili to look on him with judgment and condemnation, for that was how he looked upon himself. A deep and righteous hatred for all the evil in the world overwhelmed him, and Sir Gilkrist raised his sword to hack the Count's head off his shoulders. He would see whether this dark power would save him. Order of the next world or nay, chivalry or nay, he would show Count Olgrist the same quarter he himself deserved. The Count saw it in his face and turned pale. The Duke's eyes gleamed with a dark lust. "Yes, kill him!" Rapid footsteps pounded the drawbridge. "No, wait!" But Sir Gilkrist did not hear, and a loud cry burst from his throat as he swung his sword with all his might. Olgrist screamed, but instead of shearing through the tender flesh of Olgrist's neck, his blade was deflected into the air with the spark of grinding steel. "No, Sir Gilkrist!" cried King Vashian, planting himself between him and the Count. Sir Gilkrist gasped and dropped to his knee at once. "Your Majesty!" But Lord Kendrick remained standing. "My king!" he stammered in bewilderment. "What are you—" He snatched his sword from Sir Gilkrist's hand. "Get out of the way! Don't stop me!" King Vashian cast down his sword and spread out his arms. "No, this man has yielded. I will not allow you to take his life in cold blood." "What?" he thundered. "That's bloody Olgrist behind you. Do you not know the things he's done? To our people, your people. Step aside and let me put him down once and for all." "I am well aware of his many crimes," said the king, "and he will be tried, fairly, by a jury of his peers, and you will be among them. But I cannot stand aside and let you, either of you, to bathe yourself in vengeance." "But it is my right." "Your Grace, it is not your right." "Yes, it is just." "It is murder. Now stand down." King Vashian stared calmly into the wild eyes of the Duke. "Or will you turn your blade upon your king as well?" "Your Majesty, I would never—" He lowered his sword. "I would kneel, had I not an arrow in my knee. Forgive me, my king." "You are forgiven." Turning, King Vashian called for his soldiers and thrust his finger at the Count. "Bind this man and throw him into the dungeon." Olgrist snarled as 2 men-at-arms shoved him to the ground and cuffed him in chains. "Rise, Sir Gilkrist," said King Vashian, motioning for him to stand as the men-at-arms led Count Olgrist away with the other prisoners. "You have done well this night. Only Ashili can know how many lives your bravery has saved." "Thank you, Your Majesty. And, of course, none of it would have been possible if the heroine had not spoken to your servant girl." "No, Your Majesty." King Vashian smiled. "I should like to speak to you regarding her, but rest for now and come find me tomorrow." "As you will, my king." King Vashian reached out and squeezed his shoulder. Then, turning to Lord Kendrick, he threw his arm around the Duke, and the troops cheered as the 2 men raised their fists triumphantly and entered through the castle gates. Sir Gilkrist looked up at the stars sparkling over the city. The battle was won. Count Olgrist was defeated and in chains, and, though there was much to be done and many questions still to be answered, Klomm was safe for the time being. Chapter 32. Something warm and wet oozed over Hinkle's cheek, waking her from sleep. She sat up drowsily. Her nose was bleeding, and her sheets and nightgown were blotted with dark stains. She cursed and pinched her nose as she kicked the bloody sheets onto the floor and hurried to the bathroom. There was a basin filled with water on a stand beside the wooden bathtub, and Hinkle splashed her face. Then, tilting her head back to stop the bleeding, she lit a candle to examine herself in the speckled round mirror as she dabbed her face with a towel. She turned to stone as something shifted in the reflection. Hinkle stared at the darkness in the mirror, her eyes locked on the shadow at the end of the hall. Her heart thumped. She felt a chill. The shadow moved. Ice water filled her lungs. Her temples pounded as she turned to face a presence behind her. The shadow swelled in the dark hall, suffocating her with the overwhelming sweetness of perfume mingled with pipe smoke. Her heart sank through the floor as her aunt stepped into the candlelight and stood looming over her in the bathroom doorway. The glare within which she clutched her was so severe that she again felt the bruising force of Sir Gilchrist's fingertips from when he had gripped her by the throat in the ruined chapel. Hinkle backed up against the basin stand. She was cornered. Again.
"You're back," she said nervously. "So I am," said Kerstin, "and I see that you've been busy in my absence." "Well, why do you say that? Do you mean the cleaning? Because I did that before."
"No, I don't mean the cleaning. What I mean," she said icily, her blue eyes flashing like a razor's edge, "is that I just heard the most wonderful news. They were shouting it from the rooftops when I came back into the city. I'm surprised it didn't wake you. It seems our dashing Sir Gilkrist of Lothellae took back Castle Klomm just now. They say he even beat Olgris in a duel." Hinkle's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a strange mixture of relief and shame.
"But that is wonderful news, isn't it? Anyway, that's got nothing to do with me. You helped him." "What? Kerstin?" "I don't know what you did, and I don't know how you did it, but I know you were involved. You were in the basement." "No, I wasn't."
A high-pitched ringing filled Hinkle's ear as her aunt clapped her hand across her face. "Don't you lie to me, you little wench. What did you do? Tell me." Hinkle remained silent and looked away into the corner. "Hinkle?" Her head jerked to the side as her aunt slapped her again. She didn't make a sound. She held the candle steady. Kerstin quivered with rage. She thrust the broom against the wall and snatched Hinkle's hand from her side. "Hinkle, please don't make me do this."
"What are you? Kerstin, don't."
Hinkle resisted with all her might as her aunt clasped her hand over her own, the one that held the candlestick, and with a wiry strength forced her other hand toward the flickering flame.
"Stop! Don't!"
There was a fierce desperation in Kerstin's eyes. "Hinkle, tell me. I need to know. What were you doing in the basement?" Fire licked her palm. Hinkle screamed and tried pulling away from the searing heat, but Kerstin held her in place.
All right. I was looking for a way to break the curse."
Kerstin let her go and took the candle from her as she dipped her hand in the wash basin. "But instead I found Fistrom's journal," she said quietly. "I know about his accomplice, your accomplice, and the grimoire. I figured out the map and went out to the ruined chapel. I found where you hid it in the cracked altar. I know you stole it from Zildok Nazar, and I know that's why he sent Count Olgris to attack Klomm, to get it back." Kerstin turned an even paler shade of white. "Bloody Morag, Hinkle!"
"Sir Gilkrist followed me somehow," she continued. "He found me with the grimoire. I thought he'd be angry. He was, but he wanted me to cast a spell. I tried to refuse, but he said he'd kill me."
She glanced up in the mirror at the faint blue marks around her throat. "He meant it too." "What kind of spell?" There was fear in Kerstin's voice. Hinkle turned from the wash basin and looked at her aunt with a sense of defiant pride. "I summoned the dead for him, Kerstin. That's how he knew where the Duke's door was." Kerstin shook her head and backed away. You little fool. You don't know what you've involved yourself in.
Do you think I wanted to have anything to do with any of this? No one forced you to tramp through the sewers and out into the forest, and certainly no one forced you to go prying into my business. And no one forced you to steal Zildok's grimoire, Kerstin. You don't know what you're talking about, Kerstin hissed. Wait. She stared off into nothing. If Sir Gilkrist was at the ruined chapel, then he knows about the grimoire too.
Of course he does. He knows everything. Kerstin's lip trembled and she sobbed once. Then she went very still, her face tightening with dark resolve. You're just like your mother. Fire lapped Hinkle's insides. What's that supposed to mean? Ruining my life, she said quietly. She sighed. Hinkle, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you've meddled in my affairs for the last time. For a moment Hinkle stared at her aunt in silence. The candlelight flickered on the walls and on Kerstin's face. You've left me no choice, said Kerstin. Now I have to... She was reaching for the broom. She was going to use it. Exactly how or for what she didn't know, but Hinkle wasn't about to find out. She snatched the basin off the stand. Water sloshed. The room went black, and with a dull crunch the basin cracked Kerstin's skull, and her aunt collapsed, lifeless, to the floor. Kerstin? Hinkle whispered as she knelt in the dark. Kerstin. She reached a trembling hand out to her aunt and recoiled in alarm as her fingers touched something warm and gooey. She scrambled back against the wall. She was dead. Panic clutched Hinkle's chest. She had just murdered her aunt. Her mind bolted off in all different directions, and to her shame she found herself wondering if Kerstin would be missed. She was not well liked. But then, King Vashian. The thought snatched her breath. He had wanted to speak to her. He would be looking for her. They would find her with her head caved in, dead, right in her bathroom doorway. Everyone would know it was her. It would be obvious. Perhaps if she moved the body, she would hide it in the sewer. No one would know she ever came back. But someone would have seen her walking through the streets. The guards would have let her through the gates. And what if King Vashian wanted to speak to her right away? The castle was already taken. The thought of the king and his men knocking down the parsonage door just as she was dragging Kerstin's body across the hall into the living room, and who knew how much of a mess there would be? And even if she did manage to hide it successfully, how long would she be able to keep quiet while guilt ate her alive? No, she would need to tell someone, since she was sure to be discovered anyway. Perhaps if she informed Sir Gilkrist before anyone found out. No, no more of that. She had to leave. She had to get away. Now. And she knew exactly how she would do it. Hinkle crawled on her knees and felt for the broom. A sharp tingle pricked the tip of her tongue as she gripped the wooden shaft and she moved her lips in silent incantation. The trapped soul steadied beneath her touch. The broom was hers now, and a dark thought entered her mind. Perhaps she ought to go back to the ruined chapel and retrieve the grimoire. A groan from the bathroom doorway nearly made her jump out of her skin, and she was overcome with relief. And then terror as cloth rustled in the dark. Kerstin was alive. Hinkle thought briefly about bashing her over the head again, but her aunt's apparent resurrection had driven all the fight out of her, and her only real concern was to escape. She bolted for the door, but Kerstin was already on her knees. She ploughed into her and must have knocked her senseless again, for she went limp as a corpse as she tumbled over her. Hinkle scrambled to her feet. She raced down the hall, but in the dark she misjudged the distance and her foot went down on empty space. She pitched forward with a yelp and crashed down the stairs. Pain exploded in her ribs and she saw a burst of light as she bumped her forehead. But she picked herself up, felt frantically for the broom and threw herself in terror at the front door. The handle wouldn't budge.
Hinkle cursed and wailed, tugging at the ensorcelled lock. There was movement upstairs, and Kerstin screeched with all the fury of a woman scorned. "Hinkle!" Hinkle put aside all thought of escaping through the front entry and dashed into the kitchen and yanked open the rickety door that connected the parsonage to the abandoned parish. There was a small chamber where the priest would change his vestments, with another door that led into the sanctuary. She burst into the empty nave. She panted, searching for a place to hide, squinting through the swirls of dust her sudden movements had kicked up. In a dark corner was the black outline of another door. She hoped it would be more than just a closet. It was a winding staircase. Up and up it went, around and around. It was the bell tower. It was a dead end. Still, she crept quietly up the steps. Her aunt might take her search elsewhere and not discover her. At the top of the steps she cautiously pushed open the door to the moonlit room beneath the bell chamber where the bells were played on wooden pedals attached to ropes. A hand reached out of the dark to seize her by the throat. Hinkle screamed at the top of her lungs, thinking her aunt had somehow materialised at the top of the stairs. But it wasn't Kerstin or any other living being. It was a statue, a grotesque, upsetting statue of a man crying out in sudden horror, his crooked fingers thrust towards her in dismay. Her aunt was mad to keep such a disturbing decoration. But as the clouds parted and the moonlight glimmered eerily through the crooked shutters of the bell tower windows, her skin crawled and her hair rose stiff from the back of her neck, for she saw that it was not merely a decorative art piece well suited to her aunt's eccentric tastes. It was Kerstin's warden, Bardas. He had been turned to stone. There was a crash down in the sanctuary, then a flutter of footsteps on the stairs. Hinkle glanced around the room. There was a wooden ladder going up to a trapdoor. The rungs creaked under her weight as she scrambled up to the ceiling. Below her, Kerstin burst through the door at the top of the stairs. One side of her face was black and glistening, her lips curled back from her crooked teeth, her blue eyes blazing ferociously. She bolted for the ladder, and Hinkle scurried up the next 2 rungs and pulled herself through the trapdoor. The bell chamber was in the open air, and the moon shone clear and bright. There were no louvers in the open arches, and the belfry was plastered with pigeon poop. Even in her fear, Hinkle was reluctant to step onto the filthy floorboards in her bare feet. Kerstin was halfway up the ladder. Hinkle weaved in between the bells to the farthest corner, just as she hauled herself up through the square opening. She was cornered now. She could go no further. Hinkle turned to her aunt, gripping the broom with both hands like a sword. "Kerstin, don't you take another step." Kerstin froze when she saw the broom and held up her hands. "Hinkle, let's not do anything." "You shut up." Kerstin clamped her jaw. "The machete, throw it down." "What? Off the roof? I might kill someone." "Whatever, just do it." Kerstin inched back toward the trapdoor. "I'll throw it down there." She glanced quickly below, then unsheathed the weapon and dropped it down the hole. It clanged in the dark at the bottom of the ladder. Kerstin glared fearsomely at her niece.
"So then, what do you intend to do with that? Pray tell."
The corner of Hinkle's mouth twitched into a nervous smirk. "I never wanted any of this," she said. "I never wanted to see you or to come to Klomm. I never wanted to be bought by Sir Gilkrist, not the way Nana devised it. I thought, though, for a little bit, that things would be better. But they weren't. Everyone's been lording it over me my whole life, and I'm sick of it." Kerstin folded her arms.
"If you think you've had it hard, try being raised in a convent."
"At least they fed you."
"Oh, boo-hoo, Hinkle. Yes, you're so miserable. What a wretched life you've had, you poor thing. Is that what you want?"
Hinkle widened her stance and tightened her grip on the broom. "No, it isn't, and it's about to change." Kerstin cautiously held out her hand. "Easy, Hinkle. Let's think this through."
I've already thought it through. I'm done with being bossed around and feeling like I have to lie, tiptoeing behind you and Sir Gilkrist. I've had it. I'm taking my life into my own hands. I'm leaving. I'm going someplace where you'll never find me.
Hinkle, listen to me. But Hinkle shut her eyes and raised the broom to the sky. She began to concentrate on the spell she had seen in the grimoire, the one which had caught her interest. She visualized the insert and translated the words appearing on the page as the quill pen moved in Kerstin's hasty hand. She let them pass through her mind and down to her lips in a low utterance, barely more than a whisper. "Hinkle, don't you dare!" But she couldn't hear her as she mouthed the incantation, and a single drop of blood trickled down the wooden shaft. It seeped between her fingers, and in the moonlight it traced a black line down her wrist, mingling with the recent scar left by Sir Gilkrist during the ritual. Green mist hissed from beneath her feet. It coiled around her thighs and waist, swathing her in a sickly haze, warm and dry. It smelled of dust and sulphur. Lightning crackled in the fog and her hair floated up from her back and shoulders. Kerstin drew back and threw her hand across her face as Hinkle neared the end of the spell. She knew the words and could see them on her lips. She had cast this spell herself once before. To interfere was incredibly dangerous. There was nothing she could do. Hinkle's lips stopped moving, and Kerstin knew that in the next second she would visualize the place she desired to be taken and would disappear from her sight to some unknown location. Finding her would be impossible. She would never retrieve the broom. But the moment lingered on. Why hadn't she vanished? But as she furrowed her brow, her eyes still closed, Kerstin realized Hinkle hadn't thought it through at all. She couldn't visualize the place she wanted to go because it didn't exist. At least, not as she imagined it.
"In the mountains, north of Kodzia," Kerstin said quickly.
Hinkle's eyes snapped open.
"What are you? Stop!"
"On a high cliff overlooking the Valley of Dead Trees, where the river splits in two, a ruined castle beneath a dismal sky with 5 towers encircled by a crumbling wall."
"Kerstin, no!"
Kerstin grinned wickedly, her eyes flashing with triumph. "You know what place I mean. Castle Stel Calgat."
"Kerstin!"
But the more Hinkle tried to chase a picture from her mind, the more fear enticed her imagination to run wild. She could see it all more vividly. The charred stone, the withered vines twisting around the ruined towers. She could hear the whispering voices calling from that cursed place. She could smell the rot and decay that seeped from the ground as if from an open tomb. She could feel the nearness of the thing that watched her from the end of the black hallway. For a moment it was quiet, and the air hung still as death. Then the tower bells began to toll on their own, a deep melancholy donging. Another dark grin spread across Kerstin's lips as she stepped out of the path of a swinging bell. The shadows of the moonlit belfry twisted, lurching into living liquid limbs. Hinkle backed against the wall, but the shadows squirmed behind her, spilling across her body like oil. They wound around her, slippery, night-black tentacles, drawing her into a glistening black pool. Hinkle shrieked.
"Kerstin! Kerstin!"
She writhed in the coiling shadows and reached out her hand. But her aunt only leered at her through the green swirls of mist.
"Give my regards, niece," she cried, "to the Scaravisi and the princess."
"Kerstin!" Her final scream was abruptly silenced as the darkness swallowed her up like a pebble dropped in a pond. The bells went still and quiet, the echo of their sorrowful tolling lingering faintly on the night air. Hinkle was gone, and the broom with her. Some time later, Kerstin emerged from the parsonage with her pipe in her teeth and a lantern in her hand, the hood of her dark cloak pulled over her head, concealing the bandages wrapped around her skull. She turned, and drawing her hand back over her head, she hissed a spell over the doorway. Wheeling about, she headed down the mossy stone path and through the rotting wooden gate out onto the street. She stopped and looked to her left.
blue smoke swirling from her nostrils, her fingers dancing nervously on the hilt of her machete, as if an important thought had suddenly occurred to her. She dragged on her pipe again while she made up her mind. She blew another puff of smoke and shook her head, chuckling to herself, then hurried off in the other direction, towards Castle Klomm. End. This has been The Cracked Altar. Written by Timothy J. R. Raines. Narrated by Deborah Balm.